Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Karen Reed trial day 25. It's Friday, June 14th. Here's what's happening. It's been a very wild morning. And so replay crew, everything will be linked down below for you. If you don't have the Law Nerd app, you're gonna wanna make sure that you do because we will keep you in the loop when things happen like this. Today has been absolutely wild. So here's what happened this morning. Court resumed this morning and immediately went to sidebar. It seems from multiple media reports from those inside the courtroom that when the court went to sidebar to question a juror, that the court camera was panned out wide and caught the juror walking into court, and the court ordered no cameras, like everything off. The court then decided to broadcast this at least for the morning. We don't know if this will change. Through their Zoom feed, we got access to that Zoom feed. So we also have court access. So the court then questioned at least 4 jurors at sidebar, took multiple recesses, took things back to chambers. We don't know what happened, but now we know that we have access to the Zoom. We have a witness on the stand. We're going to go back for the beginning of that witness. We will find out what happened later. Eventually, we will get the transcripts from this, but they are resuming calling witnesses. Something happened. We will find out more. So I am going to see what we can do as we go on. But I wait until we have at least multiple media outlets from different companies reporting a thing. And then we will go from there. I am not a live breaking news reporter. I am a lawyer. I like facts. So we are going to resume court. We are pulling this from another feed. We are going to be preserving the Zoom feed, but I wanted to be able to pause it and make sure that we can zoom if need be. So we are going to just start with a feed and we are going to go from there. But I wanted to make sure that we had access, that we had clear access, and that I knew what the court was allowing, because the court's Zoom very clearly says recording of this webinar is prohibited, but the court has made clear that this is allowed to be streamed. And I wanted to know that for sure before I put it out there, because I take quite a lot of responsibility for making sure that what we are talking about, we know, or at least have multiple reports to base it on. When I talk about the goal of this channel being facts, not fuckery, it is because I am most comfortable with facts. And if those facts change, then we can deal with it. But the court has confirmed that the Zoom feed can be fed out. We are going to resume before this witness takes the stand. There's a witness on the stand. We'll be able to zoom if we need to, and we will go from there. So yes, we have a feed into court. It is the court's Zoom. I wonder if the court is going to do what they've done in Idaho and just be like, you get the Zoom and that's it. That might be what happens for the rest of trial. But we now have access to that. Sometimes it takes a minute because we are remote, but we are here now. So we are live. We are going into court live, but multiple days ago, so we're going to hang out for a sec. I'm not going to roll the intro. We're going to go to court in just a moment. Multiple days ago, one of our incredible podcast sponsors reached out because of what was going on in court, amongst other things, and said, hey, we would love to sponsor a stream during trial because we know that YouTube monetization is not happening with the language of the trial. And I'm like, thank you. They're like, can we sponsor a feed? Yes, you can. So one of our sponsors from the podcast has joined us as a sponsor for the feed. So we're going to roll that instead of the intro today. And I appreciate the support. We're going to roll that instead of the intro today, and then we're going to go immediately to court. So replay crew, love you. Everything will be timestamped down below. So in place of the intro, you guys know I'm a lawyer. And today we're thanking our sponsor Lume because they've kept me from sweating this morning because it's been a morning. Thank you to today's sponsor, Lume. Look, it is beautiful weather right now, and it is the time of year I just want to get outside and go to a concert and throw my hands in the air like I just don't care. And with Lume, I have the confidence to just not care because I know that the BO is handled. Lume is a whole body deodorant that is baking soda and paraben free and pH balanced, meaning it's safe to use from pits to feet and everything in between. It was created by an OBGYN and is clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. Plus, they have a ton of incredible scents like clean tangerine, lavender sage, and toasted coconut, which does smell like you are on a tropical beach. So if you are ready to get started, Lume's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant and a cream tube deodorant, plus 2 free products of your choice, like the mini body wash or deodorant wipes that I love so much. So for you new customers, you get 15% off all Lume products with our exclusive code. And if you combine that 15% off with the discount already on the starter pack, it is a total of over 40% off the starter pack. Use code EDBQB for 15% off your first purchase at lumedeodorant.com. That's EDBQB at LUMEDEODORANT.com. Thank you guys so much. Let us get right back into court. And again, thank you, Lume, for knowing that sometimes the cursey words, well, they make YouTube sweat more than they make me sweat, and we don't need to be stinky with it. All right, let's go into court. Thank you all. We appreciate it. So this is the court Zoom. We are a little back in time. We went back in time. Why? Because Emily needs to be able to zoom. We know it's true. So
117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hear ye, hear ye. All those gather near, draw your attention, and ye shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth. Since apparently they're not doing it this morning, and I can't live without it at this point, let's just bring whatever's left of the jury.
Bring the jury.
I'm joking. Seems that only one juror has been excused.
I appreciate your patience. Let me ask you those 3 questions. Is everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
The sound is...
Thank you. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Remember, we are getting
Everyone said no or shook their head.
A flipped view of the courtroom now.
See that there's a juror who is not with us at this point. There are good and sufficient reasons for that juror to be excused. It's personal to that juror. Do not concern yourselves with it in any way. And we will move on.
We are now down 2 jurors.
Witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Jessica Hyde to the stand.
Lally! Oh, you're right. You're right there. So this is a camera coming right from the prosecutor's desk. This is definitely the judge's view. So we're going to see a different view of the courtroom, and they are going to bring a witness up on the witness stand. The camera is placed in the least favorable angle. We are down 2 jurors. They had quite a lot of them. It'll be fine. We should be able to hear Lally.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, we've lost the fan. This means no fan.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
This is the witness cam.
Ma'am, if you want that microphone is adjustable.
So rude.
Pretty much
this witness camera is rude.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Jessica Hyde, Hyde.
This is like witness 63.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner. I own a digital forensics firm that does training, services, and research.
And the
Hold on. Digital forensics examination. Digital forensics examination. Chat. We're here. Chat. We've made it. Digital forensics. Finally. Oh, I'm so excited.
Digital forensics firm that you own, what's it called?
Hexordia, Hexordia.
And how long have you had your own firm?
3 years.
Good for you.
Now, Ms. Hyde, if I could ask you to talk a little bit about your educational background and your work history. Starting with undergraduate, where did you go and what, if any, degrees did you receive?
My undergraduate degree is a Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering Technologies. I was on active duty in the Marine Corps at the time, so I went to several schools. My final graduation was from ECPI.
I'm going to ask you to slow down your speech a little bit, if you can.
Oh, Bev.
Absolutely.
Stop it.
So my final graduation was from ECPI College of Technology. However, I attended several universities because I was on active duty at the time.
Chat, this is the best we can
And
do
following
for
your
now.
undergraduate, where did
We'll
you go?
see if we get in-court cameras
From
back
there,
later.
I went and
This is all we've got.
completed my tour on active duty. I went into
It's
work
just
in
our
the
audio.
field and eventually then did my master's in computer forensics from George Mason University.
Courts
What
do
about
not
was it
consult with
that you
me
received your master's in
to
computer
make
forensics from George
the
Mason?
angles better.
I received my master's, I believe, 2014.
They should.
And as far as you mentioned that you had started working a little bit post-military, but before going to grad school, is that right?
Correct. I started working in digital forensics in 2010.
And where did you begin when you started working in 2010?
I was a contractor for a company called American Systems, working
Chad,
at the
I know
Terrorist
the
Explosive
sound is not
Device
good, but we have
Analytical
something.
Center called TDAC.
Something is better than nothing at this
And,
point, and
following
nothing was
sort
what
of
we thought we were going to have
forward to
today.
When you
So,
received your graduate degree, if you could speak a little bit about your work history since then.
Sure. So I continued to work at TDAC while I had completed my degree. That was doing digital forensic analysis on phones that were connected to improvised explosive devices.
oh,
So most of the phones I received was post-blast, and I would recover data from that and analyze
Wow.
that. From there, once I had completed my degree, I went and worked in the regular private sector. I worked for Ernst & Young, now called EY. There I was one of their mobile forensics experts, working a
tell me you're
variety of
genius
cases,
without telling me
everything
you're a
from
genius.
insider threat and insider trading. Then I really missed doing more public service work, so I left to go to the National Media Exploitation Center, which is I work there as a contractor under a company called Basis Technology. That organization supports 22 government agencies in the intelligence community, supporting the things that are either the highest priority or the things that other organizations can't support. So we were the center of excellence
she's like,
for the U.S. government in
We're
mobile
trying-
exploitation, and I ran that team there.
I'm trying not to tell you things that are beyond your security clearance,
From
Lally.
there, I can go from there.
She's
From
like,
there,
my security
I went
clearance is
and
higher than
became
yours
the
is.
director of forensics for Magnet Forensics, which is a company that develops tools for digital forensics. So there I was in a position where I did a large amount of research into new artifacts, unsupported access to devices, etc. I was there for 5 years before starting my own firm.
Ma'am, you're
then
too
what did
smart
you-
to be attacked by this camera angle, and we stand and we're sorry.
Start again. As far as
It's not your fault.
what, if any, teaching experience
Oh,
in relation to this?
that is an excellent question. I've actually been an adjunct professor at George Mason University since 2016. I've taught 20 terms in their graduate program. I teach the mobile forensic analysis course in their digital forensics master's program.
In addition to your work and your teaching and all your training, are there any professional organizations related to your field that you're a member of?
Actually, Lally, she's like, I'm not really a member of the organizations. They just come to me because I hold all of the institutional knowledge because I'm a badass. I'm excited to see this witness.
Several. I am a member of the Organizational Scientific Area Committee on Digital Evidence, which is a part of NIST, the National Institute of Science Technology. I am a member of the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence, also called SWIG-DE. I am the chair of a project called DFIR Review that does peer review of...
I'm pausing because her stuff is so awesome. Michelle, thank you for your concern. No, the court has granted permission. This is the court's standard Zoom background. The court has granted permission for these to be streamed. So the court has granted permission for stream. So we have permission to stream.
Of academic work that's done by practitioners in the form of blogs. I've been sharing that project since 2018, or when it started, with our first publication.
Have you written books? I want to read them.
I am the first VP at the International Executive Committee level of the High Tech Crime Investigation Association,
I
also
know
called
that association.
HTCIA,
Yes.
which I've been a member of since 2012. And I've been elected, I'll ascend to president next September.
Madam President.
I am also, I do a lot of volunteer work. I also am an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, AAFS, and I just recently finished my term as an associate editor for Forensic Science International Digital Investigations, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the academic space of digital forensics, and I'm still a reviewer, but I stepped down from my duties as an associate editor.
Bringing me to my next question, what, if any, sort of articles or publications have you
the reason that she is giving all of
great
her
question.
credentials
I've published a paper
is
on the
because
standardization of data recovery.
you need to
worked on that
know
with
her
Dr. Owen
background to
Casey
know
and
her
Dr. Nelson.
conclusions.
That was published
So
in
that's
Forensic
why.
Science International Digital Investigations Journal. I also was the second author on a paper related to the use of AI in digital forensics, artificial intelligence, and I've published numerous articles, blogs, white papers. I probably have published about 20 of those, but just speaking to the peer review work, there's 2.
When you say peer review, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what that means or what that process entails?
Absolutely. So a peer-reviewed work is when you have a novel piece of research that you then submit that novel, never been presented work to a journal. It then gets reviewed by numerous academic peers. It goes through cycles of revision where they ask more questions. On the standardization of file recovery paper, that process took about 14 months for it to be peer-reviewed by experts in the field, and then it is published in a journal.
So you've had both articles that you've authored that have
She
been
works for
peer-reviewed
her
and
own
published,
company
as well
now.
as you've performed the role of reviewer of other people's work.
Correct. I performed in addition to the publications I've done, I reviewed at least 20 to 30 articles, both in a combination of support for Forensic Science International
Hopefully
Digital
that helps with the
Investigations
peaking,
Journal
y'all.
and DFIR review.
So
Now,
it seems like
besides,
hopefully that helps with the peaking.
If you could explain to the jury, when you say the term as far as digital forensics, what do you understand that term to mean with relation to what you do?
I would describe digital forensics as the analysis of data from any storage medium that can control data, be that a mobile phone, computer, or cloud, for the intention of that data intentionally being used for court.
She's like, let me try to say this
And
without breaching my security
with
clearance.
reference to your firm, Hexordia, where is that located? What state?
We are headquartered in New York State, in Bridgeport, New York, which is outside of Syracuse. We also have an office location in the DC metro area in Tyson's Corner, but we have employees in 6 states.
Of course you're in the DC metro area.
And with respect to your duties and responsibilities in regards to your firm, what is it that you do?
Great question. So I
I'd
do
love to tell
perform
you. I'm
digital
waiting for her to
forensic
be like,
analysis
great
on
question,
cases.
love to tell you.
I currently work on 2
Ma'am, have you been watching the feeds? Are you trying to help rebuild Lally? Because no one has ever said great question to him. Are you just, can you sense his deflatedness after this morning? Because you keep saying great question.
U.S. government contracts supporting
Good to
1,
see you,
digital
Rob.
forensic analysis, and 2,
Her
novel
qualifications are
research and
amazing.
exploitation of mobile devices. So I'm named personnel on 2 contracts, and then I manage another 3. I also develop training for mobile forensics. My courses have been taken by people all over the country, and Hexordia also delivers that training. I also do research and presentations for journals, conferences, etc. So a combination of casework, education, and research.
Well, you're also going to be the president of the
Now,
largest forensics
if I could turn your
association.
attention to May of 2023. At some point during that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in relation to this case?
Yes, on May 4th, I was contacted by Detective Tully via our website about this case.
And eventually, was there a contract that was executed and you agreed to do
May
some
4th,
work
what year?
in relation to one specific area of this case?
Yes, contract was executed on May 9th and work began on May 10th
What year?
of 2023.
Thank you.
And as far as the specific information in relation to this case, what
Thanks,
was it
ma'am.
that you looked at? Or I'm sorry. Let me start by saying, what was it that you were asked to look at?
I was asked to look at two specific Google search terms that took place on January 29th.
And
Did those terms say how's long to die in the snow? All right, May 10th, 2023. This is regarding Jen McCabe's Google searches.
with regards to the information that was provided, and we'll get to that in a moment, but with respect to the question that was asked, was it a question that was posed, or were you asked to find some sort of specific response?
I was asked to look at the timelines and timestamps related to those Google searches.
Now, with regard to what, if anything, was then provided to you, or what, if anything, did you review in the course of your analysis?
I received two reports. I received the affidavit from Richard Green, and I received the report from Trooper, I don't want to butcher his name, but something along the lines of Nicholas Garino.
Oh.
Perfect.
Oh, good.
I went totally the wrong way.
And is it your understanding that Mr. Green was a person that was retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was aware of that.
So you essentially received reports from
So she reviewed the defense
from the
work
state
too.
police and a witness for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
In addition to those two reports, what, if anything else, did you receive in relation to your analysis?
On May 10th, I received via U.S. Postal Mail a copy of the drive with data from a phone that was identified to me as belonging to Jennifer McCabe. It was a full file system extraction from a gray key.
And
Gray key.
so when you received that information, what, if anything, did you do with it?
The first thing I did with that data set after having been retained was I made a forensic
Duplicate.
copy.
Yeah.
I used an ArcPoint Atrio to copy the data from that original disk, which was then.
You didn't just grab the phone and start searching through it? Trooper Proctor's like, yep, hold on, let me just find some shit. And she's like, no, we made a forensic copy so that nothing would be altered. Look, a professional. She is to respond to the defense expert who we haven't heard from yet regarding these Google searches only.
Placed in our safe to a working copy drive.
And that ArcPoint Atrio, what is that?
It's a forensics tool that does extraction and duplication.
And then once that process was completed, what did you do?
I immediately verified the hash values of my new image to make sure that it matched the hash value of the original
Who remembers
image.
what hash values are from Deputy
And
Heard?
what is the
Raise your
hash
hand in the
value?
chat.
Hash value is an algorithmic numerical representation of the data. So when you have a hash value, that value is unique to a certain set of data. So when you have that same hash value matching, you're ensuring that your copy that you made was correct and not in any way damaged or corrupt.
And as far as matching those hash values, were you able to do so?
Yes, the hash values of both the copy I made to work from and the original matched. They also matched the document that came along with the drive stating the original hash value.
And then what did you do from there?
From there, I processed the image in several forensics tools. I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer. I used Magnet Axiom. I used a tool called ARTX, A-R-T-E-X. I utilized a tool called iLeap, and I later used a tool called Sanderson Forensics SQLite, but I did not use that tool at this point.
Now, with reference to the tools that you used, that you just went through, are those fairly common tools, or are those tools that are commonly used within your industry?
Yes, they are commonly used digital forensics tools that are very standard for other forensics examiners to use on mobile exploitation.
And as far as those different types of tools, so I guess my question is, there were a variety of different tools that you used.
Correct.
And why were you using the different tools?
So different forensics tools have different capabilities and look at data a little bit differently. Phones have thousands of applications. If you look at the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, you can download a total of 6 million apps between the two.
No. You can download the Lawnerd app at lawnerd.com. I'm sorry, I had to.
Commercial forensics tools, they can only support so many applications, so they each work and support different bits of data, so it's important to use multiple tools so you can see the results
Stacks
from
of
different data sets and be able to compare those results and enhance those with manual analysis.
And with respect to using those sort of different variety of tools from Celebrite to Axiom to Ardex, et cetera, is that something that you typically do as far as your normal process of
totally shameless plug for the Law Nerd app.
Yeah, that's very, very typical for me to process with multiple tools to ensure that I'm getting the most complete interpretations from forensics tools. Of course, you go beyond that with your analysis, but it's absolutely pertinent to do that. I would run some of those tools before others because of speed, and so I can begin analysis while other tools are running.
If I could ask you just about the last one that you mentioned, just briefly.
Download the app as the new like and subscribe. You guys know what it is.
Yes.
Can you
I just want to
explain
let you know when
to the
witnesses
jury
are on
sort
the
of what
stand.
that is and how that interplays with the other tools and analysis?
The Sanderson tool is meant to look at a specific type of data structure called a SQLite database. SQLite databases are very nuanced, and this particular tool allows you to take that database and explore it at a deeper level than the other forensics tools allow.
Emily, don't make
And
deep
just for the
jokes.
record, when you use that term,
Don't. We're doing
SQLite
digital.
database,
Stop it. Stacks.
How is that spelled?
Deep
It
analysis.
is capital SQL, lowercase ITE, and SQLite is also commonly pronounced as SQLite, so both pronunciations
What
are
was Jen
acceptable.
McCabe's phone named?
Now,
Do we know?
Received the
Did it start
extraction,
with Gorilla
made a
Grip?
copy, and then ran it through of those variety of tools. What is it that you specifically were looking at, and what is it that you were trying to ascertain, or the question that you were trying to answer?
So in looking at that analysis, I was focused specifically on the data that took place on January 29th. So the first thing I did was I limited my search within those tools to that period, and I looked at the artifacts that they were parsing pertaining to Safari history, as Safari was the browser that had been in use at that time.
She is literally here just to talk about Jen McCabe's How's Long Google search. That is it. So if you were saying, how does this prove anything Karen Reed did? It doesn't. This is strictly going to what Jen McCabe did or did not do. So again, the prosecution is focusing at this moment on disproving the defense and not proving their case. I'm frustrated that we have not heard about Karen Reed's phone yet, but I very much am interested to hear what this witness has to say. So that's why we're here.
Now, in addition to looking at those search, what, if any, information were you looking at in relation to deletion?
I'm sorry, I could not hear you.
In addition to looking at those materials as far as those searches were concerned, what, if anything else, were you looking at regarding that data with respect to deletion?
I didn't hear the last word. With respect to?
Deletion?
Deletion. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that was asked, one of the things that was actually in the affidavit from Richard Green was that
I don't know why she's not a rebuttal witness.
There was belief that one of the search terms had been deleted. So I was specifically looking at that search term to
She's
see
responding to the defense's
what the
expert.
reason was for the suspicion of deletion. There is... the tools denote things based on how they are running as an automatic process. The tools are designed to parse through large amounts of data to make it easier. So the tools will often flag certain data as recovered, and sometimes there is confusion between what recovery and deletion means. That actually was the subject of the paper I referenced earlier that I co-authored. And the tools are sometimes misinterpreted that that statement of recovery means deletion. So I was exploring that.
Now, you mentioned specifically there were two searches of interest that you were exploring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were those two searches, and what, if any, information did you have in relation to those?
I had the information from the two reports that had been written in terms of what they found. And the two search terms, one was HOS, H-O-S, long to die in cold, and the other one was how long T-I, die in C-L-K-D.
And what, if any, information from your starting, if you could, sort of walk the jury through as far as your analysis, what you first observed, and what your analysis consisted of as it evolved?
Absolutely. So when I first looked at it, some of the tools surfaced the data from a specific storage called the, I'll just make sure I get the entire path for you, com.apple.mobile Safari plist. It is very common in mobile devices for it to look like a reverse domain name. Like you normally would go to a site like CNN.com. Typically, those names are like the opposite. So com.apple is going to be representative of a native Apple application. So this particular plist was related to that. A plist is, or called a property list, is a data structure that's unique to Apple devices. And there is data pertaining to Google search, not just Google searches, search history that's stored there. There's also, I found evidence of these search terms in Knowledge CDB. The Knowledge C database is an Apple database that is meant to store information about users so it can determine future functionality, what you're looking for, etc. So that's the Knowledge CDB. It's more of a system level artifact. And then there was also, and these were the observed search terms, and most of the tools picked up both of those search terms in there. Not all tools did pick up the one that was from the wall, which was the instance of Haslong to die in cold. That's how I'm pronouncing the HOS. If you would like me to clarify it a different way,
no, that's perfect.
Fine.
We love
that particular search term was recovered.
I think that's the only way you can do it.
A SQLite database, the one I later explored, and Celebrite specifically demonstrated and showed that particular search term as a suspended state tab, and that's a really intricate artifact whenever we're ready to explore that. That is the one that was marked as recovered. So those were my initial findings, just looking at what the automated tools parsed. However,
The Sky's the Limit made a great observation in court, or in the chat, and I get it. It said, please just say if the search was legit at 2:27. Holy Lord, this should take 30 seconds. The problem with court, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to explain Sky's the Limit. This is just for general knowledge because I thought your question highlighted it. They can't. They can't just say that. The foundation and evidentiary requirements in court mean you have to go through all of it. So they are laying the foundation, and we have to go through the whole foundation. This is part of the court process. It is long, but you have to know how people made their conclusions, what they're based on, so you can go to each step of the conclusion. So how did you get the information? Where did it come from? So each piece can be discussed before you get to the ultimate conclusion, which will be right at the end. So this is part of the court process. It is a needed part of the court process, even though it can be frustrating, but they will make the conclusion clear at the end. And then we will get to cross. She is testifying really to rebut the defense's expert that we will hear from during the defense's case. Her testimony is delivered better than a lot of tech witnesses I have seen. I'm glad she is completely neutral and separate from the police department here. So you have to know all of the foundation, because if one piece of that foundation is broken, the other party can attack it and say, but your conclusion relies on this thing and this thing is incorrect. So you have to do all of it. But I will let you know when we get to cross in the app. Do not worry. And we have switched to Zoom. I don't know if the court is going to remain on Zoom. They have closed down media feeds for the day or for the morning. I don't know if the court will stick with that. I have reached out and asked for clarification. So we'll be doing this. So
Celebrate was the tool that found that particular search term.
Oh. Now, you used a term in there as far as a wall or a write-ahead log file. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training experience?
Absolutely. This This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc, of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things,
This is the heart of her testimony.
Adding a website by searching for it, or
This is really the key of her testimony. So I'm going to back up a little for all of you that are playing mobile apps and have zoned out real quick. Come on back. This is the heart of her testimony, talking about how things end up in a particular tab in Safari.
Absolutely. This is a really interesting data structure, the way it works. So the way SQLite databases work is the data before being committed to the database, which is almost like an Excel spreadsheet if you think about that. Each table is like a page on an Excel spreadsheet. The data before going there goes kind of to almost like a text file, like if you were to have a doc, of writing all the changes that need to happen to that Excel spreadsheet. And they're not made to that spreadsheet until it closes. So what happens is as you're doing things, either adding a website by searching for it, or closing a tab or deleting a text message in a SQLite database in general, both things you add are written to that text document or things you delete. So they all hang out there together. So it's any changes that are going to be made since you started using that application until it's closed, then they change there and then it reopens. So to make an analogy, if you're in a restaurant and you order some food, the food being the data,
We love
and
an
you
analogy.
at the table being the table that the data is going to, when you request that data and you say, I'm adding it, it goes to the area where the waiter or waitress or server is going to grab it from, right? That warming station. That is almost like our write-ahead log. And so different tables are ordering food and food is constantly being put there. If somebody, maybe their steak came out rare and it needs to be cooked more, when they send it back, it'll also go to that warming area. So you can see there that you've got things waiting to go out to the tables and things being sent back to the kitchen. So simultaneously, that storage area contains both the newest stuff waiting to go out and the stuff coming back. And that's really what a WAL file winds up containing: your newest Google searches, your newest text messages, etc., as well as anything that you've been deleted, that you've said was deleted, because the reference in there is going to be delete this entry. And so then all of those don't happen until the application is closed and reopened. If the application's been closed, when we do the extraction, we actually don't get the WAL file. We only get the WAL file if at the time of extraction that database had not been closed. So that just means that Safari in this instance was still running when the extraction was done. Most of you, when you use your phones, you leave the applications up. So because of that, we have a
Swipe
WAL
out
file,
immediately.
and so that WAL file is going to contain both the data that's been requested to be deleted and new data. Now, when I say deleted in this instance, I don't mean like you as a user saying, delete this old text message. What I mean when I say deleted in this instance is removed from the database. So when we're talking about something like a Safari tab, deletion from the database can occur because you closed the tab. We all open tabs when we use our browsers on our phone, and we all close them. And so closing in that instance would be a deletion in the database, but what that's doing is not a user requesting deletion. So I just want to be clear on that term.
And to that point, as far as, so when you say something has been deleted, specifically with reference to the write-ahead log or the WAL file, that's not something that's necessarily initiated by the user themselves, correct?
Correct. And I think that's a common misconception, yes.
Your Honor, just in regard to a side issue,
So
may we
remember-
approach this briefly?
Sure.
Oh, they're going to sidebar. Remember that what we are talking about, because we saw the spreadsheet with the how's long to diet the snow and it said deleted on the side. What she is saying is that that is not a user generated deleted. It can show deleted because the tab has been closed. And I'm going to zoom past this sidebar. It's wild that there's a hold beep. I hate that a lot. So, all right. We're going to continue to zoom.
If your text message includes.
Emily, you've gone too far. Shocking. It's much harder to scrub on this one because it's harder to see when the lawyers are coming back. Apologies, chat. All right. I just hate that beeping noise. But this is also why we start a little bit behind time. I don't know if we're going to have the benefit of this afternoon.
Now, Ms. Hyde, you had used the term earlier in your testimony regarding something within your field called an artifact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Can you also say take that Bainbridge
is
Scholars?
Any trace that's left behind
Maybe
by any action on a digital piece of data.
And can you give the jury an example of sort of what an artifact might be or what an artifact might look like?
Absolutely. So an artifact of you sending a text message would be that we would find the database where text messages are stored, and inside that database we would see the time and date that you sent it, who it received and who it was sent to. It might not be their name, it might be a numerical representation that we have to tie to another database. Then we would have the message itself. It may be in plain text or it may be encrypted or encoded.
Andrea, I didn't know if this
and
was a
then we
neurospicy
may have
thing. I can't leave tabs open
something
either.
called a blob, and that would be a
My brain
reference
has
to
enough.
data that's too large to store in the database, so it would be elsewhere. So that would be if your text
The technical term for it is a blob?
message included, let's say, a picture or a video.
Now, in regard to your analysis and your ultimate conclusions, in this case, you wrote a report, is that correct?
That is correct.
And within that report, there are
I like her
a
demeanor.
couple of tables and a specific figure, is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish to the jury Table 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Okay.
Oh, God, are we going to be able to see this? I don't know if we're going to be able to see this. Nick, it's good to see you in the chat. A blob is a data type. Yes, C blob and blob are data types.
Ms. Hyde, do you have a copy of your report with you as well?
I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just because I fear it may be a little difficult to see from where she's seated, if she
Also,
could refer to the table in her
Sure.
report.
For all
Thank
of you
you.
asking about the angle,
Ms. Hyde, what's up on...
for the days of trial that we have had the other angle, there is a webcam sitting down on the witness stand pointing up. That's the angle that we're seeing now because the court has decided to do this through Zoom today.
On the screen, and I'm sorry, there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. Do you see that?
I do. Oh, yes.
This is delightful for us.
Using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention or direct the jury's attention, I should say, with respect to what are we looking at in this specific case?
Absolutely. So this table here has a couple of different elements that I'm showing in terms of what searches were searched where, and when, and what source of data they came from. So if we look at this first search, I have them in the timestamp order that is associated with the artifact. I want to clarify that we need to discuss the meanings of these timestamps as we go. So this first one that you're going to see is, and I'm just going to reference my paper because of the size, is 0227 and 40 a.m. So that's 2 o'clock in the morning, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. And it is a search for the term HOF, long to die in cold. And that is timestamp in this instance is from the browser state DB, which is right here. The browser state DB is an artifact that speaks to when tabs are moved. So when you're using your browser and you open different tabs, you may have a search that this time pertains to the time that that tab moved. It could be lots of things. It could be you switch tabs. It could be you close the tab. It could be you minimize the application. Depending on the version of iOS, what can be that browser state of the tab that changes this timestamp differs. But what's very special to know about this timestamp is that that is not the time necessarily of this search. If a browser is opened and a single search is made, those will match. However, as long as that browser hasn't been closed, moved to the background, etc. If that browser has had any activity that happens to that tab in terms of application closing, minimizing, this can update. That is what that timestamp is for. This search term is always going to be the most recent search term in that tab. That means the last item that was opened in that tab was HOS long TI die and cold. We cannot tell by this particular artifact what time that search occurred. It is a high likelihood that that tab was opened at this time because there was another search that occurred at 2:27 in the morning. It was a sports site. I cannot pronounce it. It began with an H. Hockomock Sports. Hockomock. Okay, thank you very much for the pronunciation. Hockomock Sports. There were a couple of searches pertaining to that done immediately after, but it appears that that's when this tab was opened and the first search done there. So this search, we know was done by this, and we know that it was the last search in the tab because it comes from this source, the browser state DB. And that means that particular timestamp and search pertains to what has happened with the tab. And that's what allows you to open your Safari browser on your iPhone and then open it on your iPad or your Mac and have the same tab. That's the function there.
What her testimony is, and we heard this from the prosecution in opening, what her testimony is that the browser tab that Jen McCabe searched in was opened at 2:27 or moved or whatever at 2:27, and that there was another search done at that time, the Hockomock, whatever he said, the sports thing, which is what Jen McCabe testified to. She's saying that the search, How's Long to Die in the Snow, did not necessarily happen at 2:27. There was activity on the tab at 2:27. And there was a previous search on the phone, the Hockomock Sports search. She's saying that the tab was manipulated at 2:27, and the How's Long to Die in the Snow is the last thing that happened in that tab. So the last thing that happened in the tab was not necessarily at 2:27. Jen McCabe's testimony is that she was searching that at 6 a.m. So she said that that was the last search, but you can't necessarily tell when that was because there were other searches. So the tab movement at 2:27 is what it is. We are going to hear from a defense expert on this point as well. So we will see.
This search here, this is really interesting. So at 6:22:49 a.m., we have an entry in Cache DB that is specifically, if we dig into this URL, this is an Apple suggested term. So when you use a browser and you start to type a search you've never typed before, the browser tries to help you and say, are you searching for this? So as the user began to type the phrase in the immediate search after, which is how long TI to die in CKLD, this particular suggestion came up, indicating in all likeliness that the search term being typed had not previously been searched, because Apple suggested, instead of a previous search, it suggested how long does it take to digest food. After how long to digest food had been suggested, the user then has a search at that time, 6:23:51, for how long TI die in cold. And that is coming from the mobile Safari plist, the com.apple.mobile Safari plist I mentioned earlier. And the search is also shown in the knowledge CDB. That's commonly what we would expect. We would expect that search to be in both of those, both that plist and that database. Then the,
can I stop you?
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as the expectation of that being in both of those, the plist and the other database,
I don't know why the Zoom changed.
That is because the search is not being tracked not only by the plist for Safari, but also by the system itself to be able to do that predictive coding. So in the future, when you start to type how long, it gives you what you searched last time.
And with respect to that, how long it takes to digest food, based on your analysis, was that search term that was ever entered into this phone?
Correct. The source of that, if you look at this first line where it says cdn2smooth.apple.com, that's what indicates that this is an Apple suggested term, not a user input term.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. If you could please continue with the next.
She's not
Absolutely.
saying Jen didn't search
next,
it. She's saying it can't be proven that it was searched at 2:27 a.m. and that is more likely because when she started to search at 6:22:49 a.m., that the suggested search indicates that she had not searched that before. That's why it gave her the suggested search of how long does it take to digest food. So she's saying based on that predictive text, it indicates that she had not done the search earlier. So that this is consistent with the 227 browser tab and a search for something else. And then this search starting at 6:22:49 and indicating that that's when those searches happened. So we're going to keep going and see what's happening. So
search that was done immediately after the search at 6:23, the next search was how long TI die in CLKD. Again, we see that search both in the Knowledge CDB and the Mobile Safari plist. And then we have, so we see it in both databases. Then, so that's how long to die in cold. Sorry, I was on the next line. Then at 6:24, we get the next search, which is HOS long to die in cold. And we have that search again, both in the Knowledge CDB and the plist. If I were timelining this based on activity as opposed to timestamps associated, what I see here is the beginning of a user typing a search, Apple making a suggestion of how long to digest food. The user does not take that suggestion and rather inputs how long TI die in CKLD. They then make a second search of HOS long to die in cold. That search winds up being the last search in the tab, and that is why we see it in the this particular browser state DB. It should be noted that this is in one of those WAL files and not the raw file.
And so
last search in the tab, and then if the tab was closed, then it shows deleted.
We'll get a little more to this in a moment, but as far as that reading at 2:27:40 in the morning, as far as the timestamp associated with the search, why would that timestamp be associated with it if it's searched later on in the morning?
Because that table isn't showing the time of that search. It's showing the state of the database. So it's saying that the last time that tab was touched, moved to the background or foreground, was 2:27 a.m. The website, as you search more websites in the tab, that gets updated. So the current state that this is showing is that the tab was moved to the background or opened or some action for the tab at 2:27 a.m. when the Hockmock Sports, I got it right, Hockmock Sports website was visited. And then once the Hockmock Sports website was visited, that tab was in continual use. There are other searches and activity that happens. We don't see that happens eventually. This search gets made at 6:23 a.m., this search at 6:24 a.m. That winds up being the last search in the tab. And because it's the last search in the tab, that's what the final update is and the final status.
So when you say last search in the tab in reference to time, in reference to what time specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
That question.
It's not you.
So as far as the 2:27 tab is closed, and then another search done at 6:23.
This witness wasn't asked about deleted calls.
2:27 isn't necessarily when time.
I see a ton of you asking in the chat, yes, but what about butt dials and calls? This witness was only asked about the Google search, and she is here to rebut the defense's expert that we haven't seen yet. Why is this not a rebuttal witness? I don't know if the state's going to get rebuttal witnesses or if the court's making them do it all at once. So that's what her testimony is. She talked about what deleted means earlier, and that deleted is the tab being closed. That was earlier on in her testimony, but we'll continue on and see.
When the tab was closed, that's in my report, I say that it's undetermined because there's a lot of things that can cause that timestamp to be there, including tab being moved, tab being minimized. I don't know exactly what caused the tab to get that particular entry, but it is not, that timestamp is not indicative of the time of the search or any URL that's visited there. That time is indicative of movement of the tab, and the search is the most recent search. So they update at different times.
So I guess my question is, as far
So
as
that's
how
her
much your analysis is here, is there any?
That's her conclusion. The 2:27 time is what was happening with the tab, and the search is the last search that happened on the phone on that tab before the extraction.
Use of that tab between, or is there any evidence or artifact of use of that tab between the 2:27 timestamp and the 6:23 timestamp?
So the fact that that timestamp exists at 2:27, combined with the fact that the only existence of this search is at 6:24, means that yes, that particular tab was used after 2:27 when the Hawk Mock Sports was searched. I apologize for not being familiar with that name.
Oh, that's absolutely fine, man. Now, if I could ask you at this point, you had talked about one in particular database having sort of an intricate artifact.
Mm-hmm.
If you could remind the jury what that is, and if you could explain that.
So the artifact that needed a little bit more explanation and digging was this browser state tab, and that's because if you look at the end of this file name, you'll see it's a db-wall. That means it wasn't in the regular database, it was in the write-ahead log. And to Celebrate's credit, that tool actually parsed the write-ahead log and displayed it where the other tools did not. If you remember before, we talked about write-ahead logs, and we talked about the fact that they can contain data that is both removed from a database and data that's not yet to be committed. And this database, we do not know which that is, but what I did was I manually went through, and that's in the figure, I manually went through and reconstructed the wall files using the Sanderson SQLite tool. And in reconstructing the wall files, I found many. I'll tell you exactly how many if I can refer to my notes. Can I refer to my notes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approximately 16 instances of that existing in the wall file. Now, what's interesting in that figure is that each entry of something in a write-ahead log gets a unique identifier. So it gets a number, right, that makes it unique. Just like each one of us has a phone number that's unique to us, each entry in the database that starts in the write-ahead log gets its own unique identifier. And that unique identifier in this instance in all 16 entries in the wall file is the same, which shows that it's truly only one search, not multiple searches for that search term in terms of what exists in the wall file. So that's the first piece of nuance there, that it only truly was searched one. And you would have to really dig into that wall file to expose that, but I think it was
Sam, that's
pertinent
a great
to know how many
it.
times this was searched.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Stop you there for one moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish Table 2 now.
Okay. Oh, wonderful.
So Sam asked, what if the jury doesn't
May I look at
understand?
Table 2? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
That is on the lawyers, and they will
At
get
this
to
time,
argue it.
do you recognize what's up on the screen?
They've got to get the evidence in, but the lawyers can argue it at closing. So this information has to come in before they can argue it. So if the jury is lost now, then closing argument should make it more clear why it matters.
I do. That is Table 2 of my report on page 4.
And if
Just
you could, again, using
keep an open
the
mind.
report that you have before you.
Listen to the evidence that's coming in.
attention to
Listen
what,
to the
if
cross.
anything,
Listen to the next
significant
witness.
is in Table 2 up on the screen.
So Table 2 here is designed to share with us what each of the locations that can potentially have Safari data, what kind of data they hold. And one of the things that many of us are interested in sometimes is, do these things hold our private searches, like if we're in incognito mode in Google or private searching here. So this table denotes
Yvette,
if we're seeing private or non-private searches,
I wish I could see
if
it
it
too. It's hard
includes
not to be able to
tabs
see
that
the
are
screen.
open or closed, so that we know which artifacts are giving us what kind of information, as well as what some of the associated timestamps mean. So this was decided as a guide to really understand Table 1 more in depth. So this first one here, this refers to the History DB wall file, and that file has non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, and the visit time there is the time that a user reopened the tab. We don't always have the artifacts we want, and in this instance, we did not have that particular one. Then we have the Safari Tabs DB. This has private tabs and non-private tabs, and it shows only tabs that have not been closed. So this is an active tabs database. The next one we have is the Browser State DB and its wall file. And this is the one we were referencing where that we keep talking about, where that 2:27 a.m. number is coming from. So this one is going to be non-private searches. It includes closed tabs, which is important, and the last viewed time. So when an item went to the background. So it's about the tab, not about the search. That's probably the most important demarcation. And one of the issues here is when the tools parse the data, they call the columns what the columns are called raw in the data. Those don't necessarily tell us what they mean. We have to verify and validate what they actually mean. So when I'm saying last underscore view time, that's what the database name is, not necessarily the actual function, or not what we would presume it to mean. The next one, the last one here, is the mobile Safari plist, and this one actually tells us the date here, gives us the time.
It's very hard without the
reliably,
without the link.
Now, if I could ask you, if you could,
Lone Wolf,
explain to the
I
jury as
got
far as
access
these,
to it. I'm
SQ,
using another
SQLite databases. How
outlet's
exactly do
feed
they work, and what, if any,
so that I can
relation do they
pause.
have with regard to data and information with the write-ahead log or the wall file?
Because I did not have time to set up a
So
refeed.
SQLite databases work and function as a storage for anything that the phone may need to reference later or that you're doing. They're stored for a variety of things. Most of your third-party apps use SQLite databases, and multiple applications do. So SQLite gets information in, and it allows for that information to be updated, added to, or removed from. So data that's in that situation, that it's sitting in the database, that is what we refer to as live data. Then data that is waiting to be put into the database, that is sitting in the wall, or has been requested to be removed, that is what's in the write-ahead log, and we call that non-live data because it's not in the active database. So when you're using an application, and it's putting that data to that temporary storage area, that wall, that write-ahead log, what happens is then when you request data by going into your contacts, let's say, and looking at the people who are stored in your contacts, right? Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, all those people. When you're looking, your best friend, you're looking up their numbers, that data is all stored in that database. So when you add someone, it does that entry to the wall. Now, so if I just added Sally, how do I know that Sally's in there, right? Well, what happens is the interpretation of the SQLite database goes to the wall, checks and sees if it's in the wall, and uses the wall to incorporate it together to present you everything as if it's in there. Then when you close the application, you close contacts. You don't just put it away like go switch apps. You actually close it. When it closes, all of those changes get committed. So now the items that you've requested to be deleted, that contact you don't like anymore, that X, whatever, their data is no longer in there. The data that you've added is now in there, and now that's all live. Sometimes we can get more complex and recover some of those items
I don't know.
that are left over
Ma'am, we don't need to get more complex.
marked for deletion but still sit in the
Please,
database,
not more complex.
or they're sitting on a page that is no longer active in the database. So there's a lot of places that we can recover data from in addition to the wall that exists in the database after something has happened, but that isn't pertinent to this particular use case.
Now, as far as that sort of interplay between the SQLite database and the wall, what if any sort of, as a forensic examiner, what if any sort of complexities arise out of it?
Oh, one of the biggest complexities is the assumption that because data exists in the write-ahead log, that a user took an action to delete it. When I teach at the university, when I peer review my colleagues' reports, this is one of the most common mistakes I see.
She's saying because it says deleted doesn't mean the
really
user
because some of
deleted
the forensics tools to indicate that the file has been recovered, they put a big X on it. And that was actually a big subject of that standardization of file recovery paper I referenced earlier. And it speaks about all kinds of files, but actually has a special section on SQLite, specifically because that nuance is often missed by examiners.
Now, in reference to that being marked as deleted or misinterpreted as deleted by user, is there a specific tool of the tools that you mentioned before, as far as Celebrite versus Axiom versus that?
She's so ready to answer, and Lolly's question is so long. She's like, no, I'm ready.
Celebrite and Magnet Axiom, both Celebrite Physical Analyzer and Magnet Axiom, both have file system viewers that then have SQLite database viewers. I would say that those SQLite database viewers have more of a basic function in terms of looking at data in the live database. They don't allow for deep analysis of the write-ahead logs, which is why in my analysis I use the specialized Sanderson forensic browser for SQLite.
And so when you see something like that in a Celebrite extraction, is there, what if any further analysis do you do to sort of look behind it?
Absolutely. Anytime I see an entry marked as recovered, and I'll use the term recovered instead of deleted, by Celebrite, and the source is a write-ahead log, I would go and begin reconstruction of the write-ahead logs using Sanderson's forensics tool to get to the meat of, is this something that it has been deleted, or is this something that has yet to be written to the database? You can often see remnants of that based on how many unique entries there are of it. And what the other thing we do is, so I mentioned that when we have the wall file, it hasn't been applied. So if I take the SQLite database and the wall file out, and I make another copy of them. So I've got one copy I'm looking at Sanderson, and I take another copy and I actually open it. What's cool is it does the commits. So then I have a copy of the database
I know you're
that
excited.
actually has all those changes.
I want to feel your enthusiasm.
So I now know if the entry was deleted by just comparing the two. So I can do that analysis by basically making the database think it was reopened, by reopening it with a non-forensics tool in that instance, just to see what
She's explaining why you can't rely on the deleted to mean a user deleted it, and you need other tools to know if it means the tab was closed or something else. So she's trying to explain why it needs more analysis to explain that the base assumption is not necessarily the correct information, because there are other things you need to check it against to make sure that it means what it means. So
it would look like in real life. And then I can look at the difference between the two and determine if something was marked for deletion or addition.
Now, are there different reasons from your training, your experience, and your knowledge of these systems? Is there different reasons for why it's your conclusion that that particular search or those search terms were not deleted by the user specifically?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. First, the way tabs work from a functional perspective, you can close a tab, but there's not really a user deletion function for the tab. And there was no evidence of other deletion, if that makes sense. It doesn't make sense that the term was, I don't see evidence that the term was searched prior to that 624 time. So since the term wasn't searched prior to that 0624 time, the existence of the tab being closed would not mean that that search was deleted, because then it would be evident in the other databases pertaining to the actual search, not the databases pertaining to the state of the tab.
So the tab was closed.
Is there a possibility that the tab was closed? Absolutely, but that is not a deletion. Secondly, an existence in the WAL file, as we mentioned, could be that it's something new, not something that was deleted. So just its mere existence in the WAL file doesn't mean it's deleted. I should say that that same
Chat, they are litigating what Jen McCabe did with her Safari tabs with these searches. This witness is saying that tab, and I apologize for the pause, ma'am. That was a rude pause. She is saying that the tab was searched on or opened or moved at 2:27 a.m. Then there was the Hawk Mock Sports search. Then there was a later search, and the last search that was up is what's shown in the extraction, the How Long to Die in the Snow. So that search was not necessarily at 2:27 a.m., and that search was not necessarily user deleted, but the tab was closed or deleted. But if you're asking, does any of this prove if Karen Reed hit anybody with her car? No. They are litigating what, if anything, Jen McCabe did. If that feels like the prosecution is running too much defense in the middle of their case before they've proven all of their case, I agree with you. So we will see what comes out on cross. The defense is going to have a whole other expert on this, but that's what she is saying is going on. So we are talking about Safari tabs. We are talking about when these searches happened, and she has a whole chart the jury's looking at that we can't see.
Tools, you have to check the file because it could be from a free list or a free page, in which case, I know we didn't go into those details, nuance of SQLite databases that actually doesn't pertain to this. However, those would be truly deleted items. So there's other places where we would
She's not saying you can't delete searches. She's saying that's not what's in the evidence here.
In this instance. And you can have something that's in a WAL file and deleted without being in those other locations. Just stating that its existence in the WAL file itself doesn't mean deletion. But there are other SQLite things that would clearly indicate deletion that aren't applicable to this particular search.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to publish figure 1 from Ms. Hyde's report.
Ma'am, thank you, Your Honor.
I wish, and I like this witness. She has a really interesting background.
Yes, this is figure 1. This is a direct
smart
screen capture.
But there's other data we need. There's other data that there's other information that we need. Because if the prosecution's case was super strong, we wouldn't need any of this, right? Like, why are we fighting over this? Why are we litigating Jen McCabe's Google searches?
From Sanderson's tool, from the browser StateDB, limited to the Haas Long to Die.
The state seems to think it's very important, clearly.
If you could, using that laser pointer, again, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant or of note that you observed in using the Sanderson tool that's depicted in figure 1.
Absolutely. So all of these searches are the exact same term. And here we have the order index. And here we have that last view time. And by looking at the last view time, which is the raw title of that artifact for the timestamp we were looking at, these are identical. This, and more importantly, are even the actual UUID for these are identical, which is right here. Now, the offsets are different, and what that means is that this is just appearing several times in the write-ahead log. It has moved, as the database has moved data through the write-ahead log to different positions, but has in every instance the same unique identifier, meaning that all of these entries are the same entry, just shown multiple times in the same database.
Right.
To that point, as far as the multiple times that it's listed within there, what, if any, relationship does that have to how many times it was actually searched by a user?
Well, that UID shows that in this particular instance that it existed once in the last time in the tab, because this artifact, it does not tell us how many times something was searched by the user. This artifact is limited just to the tab. We would look at the mobile Safari IP list, which has one entry for this timestamp, or Knowledge CDB, which also only has one entry for this search. Those two locations are where we would determine how many times it had been searched, as opposed to this location.
How many times was it searched?
Could tell us that if there were multiple entries, but there is only one. But since this is limited to just the last search that's showing in a tab, it isn't a good source to say how many times was it searched, just not this particular artifact.
But from other artifacts, you were able to determine that?
Absolutely. You can determine that from both Mobile Safari IP list and Knowledge CDB. And
I'm sorry, I jumped in there just as far as turn your attention back to figure 1. What, if anything, else of significance do you know in that?
That's really what's of significance, is that it is the same entry there multiple times, and we can tell by the unique identifier that it is the exact same entry also. And it's, although it's the same search term and the same timestamp, it's only one instance of it, just it's stored in the database multiple times at multiple offsets.
So one search stored multiple times.
Now, from the timestamp associated with that depicted in this figure, what, if anything, can you say as to or what, if anything, were you able to conclude from your analysis as to the time that the website was viewed?
Well, I guess I should really clearly, for people who may not be familiar, that doesn't look like a normal time, right? That's because this is an Apple WebKit timestamp, so we actually convert it to a regular time. But when you look at this number raw, you can actually see that it's consistent throughout, even though you don't know what it is. But if we put it into a decoder, this particular timestamp is where we're getting January 29th, 2022 at 47 a.m.
27.
And to be clear,
27.
just for real clarity, when we actually translate this timestamp, it's in universal time constant, not in local time. But for the sake of conversationalists, I'm using the local time here as opposed to the time in the universal time constant, which is how this artifact is particularly stored.
I mean, I appreciate that everything's stored in UTC.
Your analysis, is there some kind of testing that you conduct, or can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it relates to your analysis?
Absolutely. So with this artifact and being able to determine what this timestamp really means, I actually did quite a bit of testing, which is fun, but that's okay. So we went ahead and
we see how nerdy excited you are, ma'am. We appreciate it.
The purpose of a phone being jailbroken is we're bypassing the security protocol so we can monitor the data and its storage in real time and bring the data through. We did this manually in terms of pulling the data out, and we also did multiple forensic images at different stages. We manipulated tabs, we did some Google searches, and then we would close tabs, move tabs, and perform several different searches that we scripted out first, what we were testing, and then checked to see how that timestamp was moving. We even did some really interesting things where we tried... Yes. Okay.
We will zoom past the sidebar. So again, this witness has been called to explain the searches on Jen McCabe's phone and what happened with them. Because remember, when Jen McCabe was cross-examined, the defense said, you searched how long to die in the cold, at 2:27 a.m. and you deleted it. And Jen McCabe's testimony was, no, I didn't. Before I went to bed, I was searching about a sports club sports team for my kid, went to bed, got up to Karen Reed calling me on the phone, screaming, did all the things, went to the scene. And then Karen was asking me to Google or search or find or whatever, how long to die in the cold. And she's like, and that's when I was trying to do it. And I tried to do one, and then I tried to do another one. So that's what this testimony is going to, supporting Jen McCabe's testimony that there was tab activity in Safari at 2:27. She has said 2:47 a few times. That it was a sports search, and then the last search on the tab was what was in the extraction. And that deleted doesn't necessarily mean user deleted. It has other context that she's been explaining. So that's what we're getting to.
All right, I'm sorry. So you had, I think when you were talking about some of the testing that you had conducted, you used the term we. Are there other individuals that worked on this particular assignment?
I had somebody peer review and test my testing. So they didn't work on the case, but as I was testing, one of my team members just validated that I was following my test plan. That's just normal practice that we use peer review.
So the testing that you were testifying about is testing that I
conducted, correct. But I had peer review by my team member on the script I had made to do my testing. So, and I use when I do testing, I'm following the NIST guidelines for data set generation and testing that's outlined by OSAC, which ironically I should disclose I'm a co-author on.
For those of you asking about the recording, the court has given permission for this to be shared. So no, this is not a problem.
I just continue as far as your test.
Absolutely. Yeah, so then populated the device and looked at all of the different data that came back from the different states while it was jailbroken. And the changes that happened, what I was saying was interesting is then tied it to a Mac and saw how the browser state changed if we change the browser and the tab on a Mac and how that would affect it. And because we could see the differences, and by we, I mean that I had my testing peer reviewed, because I could see the differences of what the data looked like when I was altering it both in the Mac and on the phone, I was getting differences in those timestamps and those different conditions. So in other words, I could get a timestamp that showed in the browser state DB that was earlier than the current search by a variety of means, including manipulating the tabs, closing them, opening them, switching which one was in proper view forward, as well as looking at that tab on an external device, including a Mac and an iPad on the same account.
Now, throughout the course of your work, I think you alluded to it earlier in your testimony as far as your experience is concerned. You've had occasion to work both as a forensic, forensic extractions, forensic investigator.
Yes.
As well as working also in research and development, is that correct?
Correct.
And so from the R&D side, what, if any, role does that play as far as your analysis in general terms and your analysis here when it came to some of the devices or some of the things, the tools that you were implementing?
I believe that my experience in research, development, and reverse engineering throughout my career pertaining to artifacts, of course, influences and my analysis processes in terms of wanting to ensure I understand how things work. I think it actually gives me a better understanding in many ways of how data moves through devices, as well as how understanding why the tools parse and represent data the way they do, in terms of the fact that they are presenting the data as they parse it using the proper algorithms to dissect that data and determine what it is based on testing and knowledge. So I think it actually influences in a positive way the depth that I go through in my analysis.
You had mentioned earlier in your testimony that you have reviewed both Trooper Garino's report as well as an affidavit from Mr. Green. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the affidavit from Mr. Green, what, if any, issues, of course, of significance did you observe in his analysis?
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th based on...
It's going to be a big mess if Lally does not correct her from the 02:47 to 02:27. Green's analysis is the defense expert's analysis.
In his analysis.
In Mr. Green's analysis, there is a conclusion that is drawn that a search occurred at 02:47 a.m. on January 29th based on the artifact recovered from Browser State DB that Celebrite parses. And there are two errors with that. The assumption that that is the time of the search is a misunderstanding of the Browser State DB artifact, because that artifact is not the time of search, it's the time of movement of the tab, as well as the statement that that it was deleted due to the demarcation of Celebrite as recovered.
And based on the totality of your analysis, your testing, and everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:40.
All right, chat. Best part, we're getting to her conclusion. So we are going to get to her conclusion of what happened, what, if anything, happened on Jen McCabe's phone. So again, I know a lot of you were like, what is happening? She said that the defense expert misinterpreted the artifacts left in the data, and that the her conclusion is this, and we should be just about done. Oh, that was a rude freeze. I didn't even look. I was looking at y'all. So apologies.
And everything that you looked at in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to?
My conclusion is that there was a search at 02:47 a.m. for
It's the wrong time.
Mock Sports. That browser was in use, and there were continual searches due through the night. The phone was, I do agree with Mr. Green's findings that the phone was in use at that time at 02:27. Later, the phone is, a web search is done at 6:23 a.m. For how long, at that moment, Apple produces a suggestion for how long to digest food. The search is instead completed with how long TI, die, and CKLD at 6:23. A new search is conducted at 6:24 of HOS, long to die and cold, Haas, long to die and cold. That search is then the last search that is made in that particular tab. And that's my conclusion.
What, if any, conclusion did you come to in regard to items being deleted pertaining to those artifacts you were looking at?
In regards to those artifacts pertaining to those search terms, I had no evidence of deletion.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I hope his team tells him that she has switched between 247 and 227 frequently, because she has frequently. They are approaching. All right, we're going to zoom past their approaching. I don't know why that popped up that way, but it did. Isn't it a delight? So at the very beginning of this witness's testimony, they asked about Mr. Green being the defense expert. So we're going to have a battle of the experts on this, but she has not been clear on the time between, let's see how long we're on this green phone for. Oh, we're on this green phone forever. Hold on. And then back to the fan. This is miserable. This is 20 minutes at sidebar? Oh boy. And this witness doesn't come back. All right. And then they go to the fan. Do they go to lunch without telling anyone? They might. So there's no audio right now. This witness is not done. And the court has gone back to the fan. What the fuck is happening today? The court has gone back to the fan. So let me take a look at one thing real quick and try to figure out WTF is happening. I am incredibly frustrated. So 26 minutes ago, the update from Ted Daniel is that the last statement we heard is the last statement, and then the judge called a morning recess. So the court is on recess. So the court is now on recess. So OMG, this morning has been such a wild cluster of clusteriness. Incredibly frustrating clusteriness. I don't know how we're back on the fan though. Let me check one other feed, because if we are back to court cameras by some grace, then I would rather do that. So give me 1 second, chat. What a messy, messy morning in court. All right, well, we will see what happens. The court is on break. Let's answer some questions. Let's do a bit of a summary as we're on break. I don't even know what's going on. Like, I don't even know what's going on. Chat, this morning, seriously. All right, let's... Court is on break. So let's just resume for a minute together. Let's do a quick summary of this expert's testimony. This morning, I would imagine that this feels smoother in court than it does here. Because I would imagine that this feels smoother in court, but on this end of it, it feels like an absolute mess of a morning. All right. We were at the morning break at noon local time to the court, so Eastern Daylight Time. And we are in the middle of the forensic expert for the state regarding Jen McCabe's Google search. We have not heard from other forensic experts. We do not know what the victim's phone was doing, what the defendant's phone was doing, the ME, none of it. But this is the state's expert who is rebutting the defense's expert that we have not heard yet, because she has talked about the conclusion the defense expert made, and she is now talking about her own conclusions. And then the court took a break. So far this morning, this is what we know. There was issues with the jurors early on. At least 4 jurors were questioned at sidebar. 1 juror was dismissed. Court camera feeds were cut, and then the court provided a Zoom link access to the media to use that Zoom access. They said that that was for the morning. It has not been clarified to me if that was beyond just the morning, but we will see. It seems that we might get back into their stream. I just got an email. Let's see. I just got an email from the court that said that Court TV cameras will be resuming stream. So that is very helpful information. So the court has confirmed that we will not be using or needing to use the Zoom. The fan in court kind of gave that away a little bit, but that Court TV will be resuming their feed maybe after the break. So that is what the court has confirmed to me. Yay. So this morning, 1 juror was excused after conversation with multiple jurors. The court cut the feeds and then provided Zoom feeds. Court TV cameras are resuming. I imagine that the judge wanted to speak to the producer and to the bailiffs to try to figure out what was going on. The witness testimony, the expert testimony that we were getting into, and I think we got to the end of direct on, concluded that the defense expert made a wrong assumption based on artifacts on Jen McCabe's phone, that she searched the "How's long to die in the cold" at 2:27 a.m. and that the 2:27 a.m. time is only regarding to movement of the tab on Safari, and that there was a search regarding Hawkmock Sports or what have you, which is what Jen McCabe testified to. She then said that there was a later search at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. And those were the 2 searches for "How's long to die in the cold," "How long TDIECKLD." Those 2 searches. We saw them weeks and weeks and weeks ago in a graph. She also said the defense expert concluded improperly that the search was deleted, that the search was not in fact deleted, though that was the way the defense interpreted it, that it was closed, but that information was able to be recovered through forensic tools. So her conclusion is essentially the search on the Safari tab at 2:27 a.m. was relating to sports, and there was tab movement. The extraction showed the last known search, which was the searches from 6:23 and 6:24 when it was extracted. And that extraction does not show the time of the search. That is her testimony. We know the defense has another expert, and she used multiple forensic tools to establish that. So court is going to be coming back from break. The audio feed just went live. So I am going to resume court live in court. It looks like the jury is just coming back in. I don't know when the court is going to give them a lunch break because they started so late this morning. We are going to go back to normal cameras. So this witness's testimony is important to the state. I am interested to see the rest of the testimony. I want to know the other forensic data. For me, this case does not hinge on Jen McCabe's Google search. Does it for you? Because there's a lot more we need before we get there. So with all of that, let's hope this audio is slightly better. And we'll go from there. If we need to switch feeds for different audio, we will. But let's go back to court and see what happens the rest of the day. My brain is tired. Tired. You're tired. I'm tired. We're tired. Tired. So I want to know more in this trial about what Karen Reed did. Truly. And hopefully we'll get there. But cameras are back. Yay. So much better.
Mr.
Yay,
Mallory?
cameras.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth had seek to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits, Table 1, Table 2, and Figure 1 from Ms.
So the
Hyde's
jury
report.
will have her charts.
There's no objection, Mr. Unity. Thank you.
Just Table 1, Table
I think
2.
this is the end of this witness's testimony.
Thank you.
Hazel, that is the court reporter speaking into her stenography machine.
And thank you, Your Honor, and thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Right.
And cross-examination
Thank you very much, Mark.
from Mr. Yannetti.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hyde.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Hyde, you just spent maybe 45 minutes to an hour, whatever the time period was, explaining to these jurors what is.
I don't know who's breathing into a mic, but yes, I hear it too.
Led you to conclude.
Hold on. That makes it really hard to hear. I can't hear Yannetti very well.
27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I?
All right. I'm going to shift my sound a little bit just because I want to make sure because now that we're off of Zoom, the sound is not peaking nearly as much and I can barely hear Yannetti because different microphones. So Yannetti said you just spent 45 minutes telling this jury about closed browser tabs.
Led you to conclude that the 2:27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
plist database.
Yes.
knowledge
Kristen, this
database.
feed does not have
Yeah,
closed
plist is not
captioning. We're going to
database,
try to switch
just-
feeds in a little
It's
bit,
a structure, so
but
just
all
a
the
small
feeds
correction.
are struggling this morning. So
Opening tabs
you should be able to
and
put
closing
feeds on
tabs,
my
correct?
Yes.
my
And other issues
feed,
related
though.
to your analysis of the phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues?
Um,
Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. other elements.
All right, let me switch feeds real
fair,
quick.
fair enough. Yes, yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you.
He's like, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm confused. You're confused. We're confused. I'm going to try to switch feeds real quick to see if we can regain our closed captioning. And we're going to let the app know that we're on cross because we told them we would. So let's see if we have a little bit better luck with a different feed. So give me one moment. Oh, thanks, chat. Look, the power of streaming is with streaming, all things are possible. All right, this feed has closed captioning. Yay, us. All right. So we might hear the beginning of Yannetti's question again, but I think that's better than missing it. So if it sounds like a duplicate, that's why. All right.
Explaining to these jurors what is really a complex set of facts that led you to conclude that the 2:27 a.m. timestamp on that Google search was triggered by the closing of a tab. Did I essentially sum that up correctly?
Essentially, except it's not 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a Google search. It's a 2:27 a.m. timestamp on a tab.
Fair enough. Thank you. And in the context or in the course of your explanation, you discussed WAL files,
That is correct.
SQLite database,
Yes.
plist database,
Yes.
knowledge C database.
Yeah. plist is not a database. Just it's a structure. So just a small correction.
Thank you for the correction. Opening tabs and closing tabs, correct?
Yes.
And other issues related to your analysis of the phone extraction, correct?
Would you call them issues? Or
Well, maybe that's a bad word to use. Other elements.
elements? Fair enough. Yes. Yes.
I'm really not trying to trick you. I know I wouldn't be able to.
That's
Would
probably
you agree with me that
a
another
fair
simple explanation
acknowledgement of
for
her
that 2:27 a.m. timestamp
her expertise.
was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m.?
Can you rephrase, please?
I'm going to phrase it the same way and hope I can
Repeat it. Repeat it, please.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that another simple explanation for that 2:27 a.m. timestamp was that the user of that iPhone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
That timestamp is not indicative of a time of search. So the question is difficult to answer because I can't say that that timestamp tells me anything about the time of search.
Okay.
Because it's just
so
related to
as I take your
his
answer,
question.
Mhm.
His question is, could the search have happened at that time? And she's saying the timestamp is irrelevant to the search. The timestamp is only about the tab. So I think what we're going to get to is possibly.
you're not
We'll see.
denying that the timestamp and whatever you get from that timestamp
Is just about
doesn't rule out that the Google search was done at or before 2:27 a.m., correct?
If I'm understanding your question, there was a double negative, so I just want to clarify. The question is if the timestamp could exist because of a search happening at that time?
No.
Or no,
I guess
okay.
What I'm saying is your analysis of the phone does not rule out that the user of that phone performed that Google search at or before
That's the
2:27
point.
a.m.
There is no indication of a Google search at or before 2:27 a.m.
But again, I'm getting to whether you can rule that out, ma'am. That's really the crux of my question.
She's like, I can't rule it in. I can't rule it out.
That the user of that phone conducted that search at or before 2:27 a.m. on January 29th.
There is a very unlikely possibility based on the fact that there is no evidence that the search occurred before that time. That's just like saying that the user searched for pandas at 2:27 a.m. Could you rule that out? I can't rule out something that doesn't exist.
All right. Well, you would agree with me.
That's
that
fair.
With regard to your analysis of this phone extraction,
Mhm.
you were given very specific instructions in terms of what to look at, correct?
Correct. I had a very limited scope in this analysis.
And who was it that gave you that limited?
The DA.
That scope was relayed to me by Detective Tully.
Okay.
Right.
And Detective Tully
The DA's office.
instructed you specifically to only look at the part of the phone extraction that dealt with the Safari search history. correct?
Safari search history specific to January 29th, 2022. That is correct.
And he instructed you not to look at anything else on the phone, correct?
I looked at related artifacts such as such as what was being done at that time, the
Sorry,
phone
guys, my
being
in-ear
on,
is
the phone being used, but
giving me a
not
problem.
anything else outside of that, correct?
And
So
you
hopefully
were
I'm not distracting your listening of this.
instructed, for instance, to look at other user activity on the phone, including examining call logs on the phone, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that if you were allowed or instructed to examine the call logs, that could reveal deletion of calls that morning,
Oh,
correct?
she didn't.
Of course. Well,
Okay, the objection sustained.
She wasn't asked to do that.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor. No
Unetti
redirect.
has no further questions.
You are all set.
thank you very much.
So here's the problem, y'all. It's coming from two different logs from Jen McCabe's phone. So the log that had the time artifact from Jen McCabe's phone went to the tabs. So she can't say the search was happening. Her scope was very, very narrow. And what she's saying is that the defense expert assumed that that tab time log went to search time. And that's, she's saying, is not accurate because that's not what that log said. So the time as to 227 only goes to the Safari tab. That's it. But there are searches, and the search times show only 6:33 and 6:34 a.m. So that's it. So that's where we are now at the end of this witness. The defense is going to have someone else, and the defense expert has a different take on that. And then the jury gets to resolve that issue. So we're going to wait and see. All right. Next witness.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Trooper Joseph Paul to the stand.
Trooper Joseph Paul. Can we talk about the defendant's phone now, maybe? I'm going to zoom while I continue to try to fix my in-ear. Trooper Paul, why is it taking you so long to get to the stand?
Just officer, the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now is here and truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
All right,
Witness
Mr.
number
Lally,
are we
whenever
on?
you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Joe Paul, that's Paul.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently employed with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I have been a trooper for approximately 8.5 years.
And
12.5 years. I apologize.
And
What do you do?
where is it that you're currently assigned within the state police?
I am currently assigned to our collision analysis and reconstruction section. Otherwise,
Accident reconstruction. I thought we were going to more tech. Accident reconstruction. Accident reconstruction before the ME? It's a strange decision. But okay.
as known as CARS, our recon.
That's a choice.
And how long have you had that assignment to the reconstruction of the cars?
That one was for about 8.5 years.
And with respect to your assignment to that unit, prior to beginning with that unit, let me ask you this first. As far as the cars unit is concerned, about
how is that sort of divided up as far as, is there certain regions that you would specifically cover?
Correct. We have four separate regions across the states. We have Southeast, a Northeast, Central, and a Western.
And which of those are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the Southeast.
And geographically, how much territory are we talking about that the Southeast covers?
Anywhere from
Yes, Chat, we're
Boston,
going to go to
down to
1.25
the Cape, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, anywhere southeastern part of Massachusetts.
on
And
his
currently, how many
region of
students are assigned,
coverage.
to this specialized reconstruction within your Southeast region?
Within our Southeast region, we have, I believe we have 9 now.
And is there some kind of on-call system that your unit operates by?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
So we rotate. So we rotate every day. Our on-calls are for 24 hours from 0700 to 0700 the next day.
Now, with respect to yourself, prior to you entering into the CARS unit, what, if any, specialized training do you undergo in regard to crash reconstruction?
So when I went to
Every time he
before
says
I got
cars,
into the
I
unit,
just
was
think
sent
of the
to
movie.
3 separate classes. Each class was 40 hours long. So the first class is basic at scene crash investigation. The next one's advanced crash investigation, and the other one's traffic crash reconstruction.
And with each of these trainings that you underwent prior to being assigned to the CARS unit, and some more that we'll talk about in a moment, with respect to each of the trainings that you've been a part of or undergone, is there some sort of certification that you receive in regard to a successful completion of those trainings?
Yes, each one has its own certification.
Now, with respect to, since you've been working with the CARS unit over the last several years, what, if any, additional specialized training have you received in the area of crash reconstruction?
Since I've been on, I've been into probably about 877 hours of education in the units.
That's a lot
That's
of
anything
education.
from bicycle crash investigation, human factors. I'm currently certified through Berlin for examiner and a technician. I am a CDR analyst and a CDR technician trainer. Just recently, I've attended multiple seminars, and most recently, I attended a seminar in Houston on EDR data retrieval.
Now, among those other trainings that you received, some of those trainings pertain specifically to pedestrian crashes.
Correct.
And in addition to the training that you've received through the state police, what, if any, professional organizations do you belong to in regard to crash reconstruction?
Yes, I am currently part of NAPARS, which is the National Professional Accident Reconstruction Section, and I'm also certified through ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Not Avatar,
Now, if I can
Actar.
focus specifically just for a moment on the ACTAR certification. Can you explain to the jury sort of what goes into that, and as far as that certification is concerned, how does one obtain it?
Okay, so first thing you do is you got to submit an application to ACTAR to be allowed to take the test, and part of the you got to tell them how much education you've had, how many crashes you investigated, basically anything within the crash investigation world. And then once they find that you're accepted to take the test, then you got to set up a time for the test. We did it as a section throughout our state, and the test is a 2-part test. It's a practical and theory portion of the test. Each part's 4 hours long, and you got to pass both portions to be certified through ACTAR.
So there's a written exam and a practical.
Not ACOTAR, chat.
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the practical portion? What does that mean?
Accident reconstruction.
The practical portions is you basically have to make analyze a collision. So they give you a simulated crash, and you have to go through and document the evidence. You have to answer a series of questions based on that specific crash. So where you find the speeds, the distances, times, and everything else related to that collision.
And you successfully completed and received that certification, sir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long ago was it that you first received your ACTAR certification?
In 2019.
And how long is that sort of in perpetuity, or is there a
Sort of. How long does that sort of last for?
There is a continuation component attached to it. The test is it's certified for 5 years, and within those 5 years, you still have to maintain a certain
Yes, we
amount
are at
of education
1.25 while we're going through background training and
reapply
experience on
for
the
ACTAR
accident
again.
reconstructionist. I don't know if we're going to get to
are you familiar with
the heart of his testimony before lunch, but fingers crossed for
Correct.
all of us.
And what is it?
It's fairly low. I can tell you within my unit at the time I took it, there were probably 20-some of us that took it, and only 3 of us passed it at the time. It's not a very high pass rate.
Kind of like the California
Now,
bar
of course,
exam.
let me ask you this: when you first sort of enter into the CARS units, are you just sort of you go through the training? And
I
then
just
you
think of
on-call
the
and
movie.
sent out on the road by yourself, or how does that work?
No, you first get initially assigned to a field training officer, and then at that point you shadow the field training officer to various crashes.
And is there any sort of set time period for how long that shadowing process goes on for?
It's not really a set time. It's more based on experience, on how many crashes you go to and how much experience you have in the field. And then they basically, if they feel like if you're deemed qualified, then they'll send you on your road on your own.
And over the course of your years within the cars of the Reconstruction unit, approximately how many crashes have you responded to and investigated?
As of now, I've been to approximately 196 crashes, and I probably assisted on another 100, 150 crashes.
And of those, of all those crashes that you've responded to, investigated, if you know percentage-wise or number-wise, approximately how many of those have been crashes involving pedestrians?
I know I've been to approximately 55 pedestrian crashes, and I've assisted others on pedestrian crashes also. So I mean, 55 out of 196.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And at some point over the course of that date, were you contacted by somebody in regard to a pedestrian collision that occurred, in the town of Canton?
I was.
And do you recall who was it that first reached out, or how did you first become aware of this?
My sergeant, Sergeant Brian Mahoney, was the one who called me at the time.
And initially, as far as your involvement was concerned, what was your understanding as the initial request for your involvement?
My initial request was to image the airbag control module, do inspection, test the vehicle, and map the scene out.
Now, you've used that term a couple of times, and if I could just ask you to explain it a bit for the jury. When you say an airbag control module or an ACM, what is that, and what do you understand that term to mean in the context of crash reconstruction?
The ACM is the module in a car that controls the airbags and the seatbelt retentioners.
And what you were referencing before as far as being a CDR, having taken CDR trainings and being a CDR instructor, what, if any, relationship does the CDR have to ACM?
CDR is just the crash data retrieval software. It's the software that we use to image or download an airbag control module.
Good.
And can you explain to the jury sort of the process of physically sort of how that's done as far as what are you doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
Yes. There are two ways really to download a vehicle. It's either one is direct to module or just direct to the vehicle through the DLC port or the diagnostic link connector. The direct to module, we don't use the direct to module if a vehicle had no power. Then we would have to go directly find the module inside the vehicle and go right to that specific module. But if the car has power, we would go direct to the DLC port, which is the same port that you see when you're like a technician would do the diagnostics on a car. They would plug
So don't worry.
underneath the steering wheel, and then we'll get there, extract the information from there.
Now, once that information is extracted, what, if any, training have you received in regard to reading or interpreting the data that's extracted from?
Yes, I've been certified through as a CDR analyst, and I've taken 2 classes on it now.
Now, sir, turning your attention to February 1st, 2022.
All right, I'm gonna go back to normal speed because we are now getting to what he did with Karen Reed's car on February 1st.
Where did you go in relation to your investigation?
We know he was in the Sallyport.
I went to the Canton Police Department.
Now, at some point prior to that, were you made aware, or did you do any research into sort of what the weather was like around the time? What was reported to you initially as around the time of that the crash occurred?
What is that question,
Before that, I know it was snowing and turned to a blizzard at the time.
Now, initially on February 1st, 2022, where did you go?
On to Canton Police Department.
Now, sir, at some point in time on that date, did you also have occasion to go to a residence or a street called Fairview Road in the town of Canton?
I did.
And specifically, there was a address that you were directed to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I believe it was one of the Canton police officers, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, I think his name was. I met him there.
And without anything specific
I hate that.
As to what was told to you by Lieutenant Gallagher, what was...
Emily, why do you hate that? I hate that because on February 1st, Canton PD had already been recused off of this case. So Canton PD should not be going out to the crime scene with the crash reconstructionist. I hate it.
Sort of the purpose of having Lieutenant Gallagher there with you at that time?
He was going to show me where basically the evidence that they have at that point was.
Now, in addition to that, were you
evidence?
also...
No. CERT also recovered things on January 29th. You shouldn't have gone out there with Gallagher.
Able to...
hate it.
Are you familiar with another specialized unit within the state police called the CERT team?
I am.
And at some points, did you have access to certain
Should have been out there with
CERT by Lieutenant O'Hara within the CERT unit?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
It would have made more sense if Surt had gone out with him and showed him where stuff was found. Not Canton. They just didn't seem to care. But Canton had been recused. But Canton's like, oh, we found this stuff here. Surt could have done that.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 135.
But it's what's been done is done, right?
You got a couple to finish. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson.
That's okay.
You recognize those, sir?
I do.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish that briefly to the jury.
Okay.
Yay, we can see it.
We have Exhibit 136.
Let's clap for the small things. Woohoo!
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 136?
I do.
And this is the diagram that you were able to view from the created by Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team.
Yes, it was.
And what's contained, at least when this overhead shot, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the roadway or the conditions of the roadway, absent obviously the weather at the time that you went out there on February 1st.
Correct.
I mean, you can take that. Thank you. Forgive me, Your Honor, if I could just have 1 second.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think that's the thing he was looking for on the screen.
So I'm going to retrieve that from you.
I'm zooming as he's showing him things.
Yep. There are pictures that were in my report. They're Google images of the roadway.
And one facing from the northbound direction, one facing from the southbound. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to see if you can introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
I'll need to.
Can you tell us?
Trooper, directing your
There we
attention
go.
to the screen. What you have before you is that, what's up on the screen, excuse me, is that what you have before you now marked as 582?
Oh, the road does
Yes, it
curve
is.
quite a bit.
And if you could, there should be a laser pointer
With the
on
snow, it's
desk
harder to
there
tell.
before you, sir. If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of what we're looking at in this particular photograph of the road.
All right. So this is Ferry Road. It's facing northbound. 34 Fairview Road would be onto the left in this area.
Now, with regard to the roadway, when you went there, what if any observations or what if anything did you note about sort of the roadway surface or markings on the roadway or the general overall condition of the roadway?
The roadway was, there's no significant difference, anything significant with the roadway.
As far as the roadway material, were you able to observe whether or not it was sort of asphalt or concrete or anything
Right.
else?
Yes, it was an asphalt roadway.
And as far as
Sorry, guys, I should have made myself smaller.
Within the roadway, what if any observations did you make of those?
There was double yellow stone line, white fog lines on both sides of the edge of the road.
Did you see any of that
That
when
we're
you went to
going
do your
after, the roadways?
reconstruction? No.
And then as far as adjacent to the roadway or adjacent
No, you
to the
didn't.
fog line, what
You
if
didn't
anything
see any of
you
it.
observed there?
So as you look at the picture, the left side has asphalt curbings. These are about 5 inches tall, same on both sides. And there's a sidewalk along the right side of the roadway here.
But that's not the side
The side with
that
the
we're
asphalt
talking about.
curbings, that's the same side that 34 Fairview was located on, is that correct?
I can see 34
Correct.
Fairview in this
If
photo.
I could have the next slide. And Trooper Paul, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, I believe it's 583. And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as 583?
Yes, it is.
And if you could,
Chad, I'll
again,
BRB.
using
Give me
the
1
laser
sec.
pointer, just briefly direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you note as far as from this perspective.
Yeah, so this is the southbound. 34 Fairview would be on the right side here.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. May I approach just to retrieve your honor?
Yes.
Now, Trooper, with regard to With regard to the roadway, as far as Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note in regard to postings regarding the speed limit on that particular roadway?
Yes, the posting for a speed limit is 30 miles per hour. At this area, it's only posted 30 miles per hour for northbound operators, and I believe it was like 19 Fairview Road is posted in front of. For the southbound operators, it was not posted.
And so for a northbound operator, that would again be someone where the residents of 34 Fairview Road.
I'm muted. God damn it. Are you kidding me that we're talking about the freaking speed limit right now? Really? The speed limit?
Will be on the left-hand side of the road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to the
I know, Emily, you're right.
width of the lanes, or what, if any, measurements did you take in regard to the lanes or the roadway itself?
Yeah, each travel lane was approximately 12 feet, and the overall width was approximately 27 feet.
Now, as far as measurements,
You know what else I don't care about? Your measurements of the road. I mean, it probably matters, but your measurements of the road don't help when we know that there was only plowed down the middle of the road. There were banks on the side of the road. There wasn't enough room for 2 cars to pass, and no one measured anything with relation to the fixed points, the flagpole, and the electrical box and the fire hydrant. So your measurements, I don't know if they help you, but I don't know if they help us. What?
being conducted with regard to the scene, what, if anything, did you use or employ to make those measurements, or what, if any, devices did you use?
Yes, I mapped the scene with it's called a Leica GNSS GPS total station, and also used a drone.
That's a UAS, is that correct?
Correct.
The drone, I mean?
Yes.
And with regard to each of those, as far as the GPS mapping and the drone, have you received any sort of specialized training in regard to employment of each of those tools?
Yes, I have been certified to use the Leica, and I've also have a Part 107 license for the drone.
Now, as far as starting with the Leica or the GPS, if you could explain to the jury sort of what that is and how you use that device in order to, as you've termed it, map the scene.
Yes, it's essentially what surveyors would use to make roadways. It uses satellites and GPS data plus cell phone data to make marks on the roadway, or actually not marks, but just mark points in the roadway that are within millimeters of the device.
Okay.
And with regard to the drone device, sir, how does that, can you explain to the jury sort of how that works?
Sorry.
And how that's used?
Yeah, so the drone, and we fly the drone around the area. We set it to set up a grid pattern
It'd be
to
helpful
fly
if they
around
did it
the
that
scene.
day. Maybe they did.
And while it's flying this grid
Can I watch
pattern,
the
it
drone?
takes a series of
It's gonna make me
photographs.
motion sick, but-
And these photographs are also GPS marked. So once we get all the photographs in, we throw into a program, and the program will essentially stitch us all together. And then once we get that picture, we throw it into a diagramming system.
And that diagramming system, have you also received training in regard to utilization of that diagramming system?
Yes, I have.
And the one that you're currently using within the CARS unit, what is that diagramming system or software called?
No, I don't care what's
It's
used in the
IMS
union. I
360.
just care what he used this day.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Is that what he used on the first? Did he go out on the first and do it?
Sir, I'm showing you 4 documents. Ask you to just review those. Finish. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the diagrams that we print out through the program.
And the last one is the drone image. Is that correct?
Yes, they're all drone images. The last one is just one that was put into my diagram, and I labeled it as a drone image.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll multi-seat to introduce the witness, the next 4 exhibits.
No objection.
The court reporter is marking those exhibits. Hopefully those will be published.
With the term, well, let me ask you this. In
At least we
regard
can
to the,
zoom.
Roadway itself, what, if anything else, beyond sort of lane width and overall width, what, if any, other measurements did you take there?
So we took measurements for the evidence.
And let me ask it this way: as far as
How?
with elevation or incline of the roadway, what if any measurements did you take in regard to that?
Yeah, so we took the elevation and roadway measurements, or the elevation for the roadway.
And where in relation to the residents at 34 Fairview did you take that? Sort of the entire street or just in the general area of that specific address?
In the general area of that specific address.
And from your measurements as far as, well, let me ask you this. How is a measurement regarded to elevation or incline? What kind of tool do you use for that?
We have a level, the digital level that we'll place on the roadway, and we'll get a measurement from that.
Okay.
Now, with regard to the measurements that you took of the elevation or the incline in the roadway, anything, or what, if anything, of significance did you find from that?
So this roadway had approximately plus or minus 1 to 2 degrees.
So nothing significant, is that fair to say?
Nothing significant, yes.
Now, sir, through your training and experience as a crash reconstructionist,
It's not a
are you
hill.
familiar with the term related to crash reconstruction called roadway evidence?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and what types of things could be termed as roadway evidence?
Roadway evidence is anything that's related to the collision you're investigating at the time. It could be anything from vehicle debris, gouge marks, tire marks, anything that's related to a vehicle
Clothing.
or whatever type of crash you are investigating. It could be vehicle or pedestrians.
So any sort of anything from either the vehicle or pedestrian as well, is that correct?
Correct.
So pieces from a vehicle, holding items from a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
Now,
There was
with
something
respect,
talking in court real quick.
to,
I don't know what it was. It didn't sound like
both
me
your
though, so
review
think
of
of it.
the CERT team diagrams as well as speaking with members of the Canton Police Department, were you able to then plot certain pieces of roadway evidence onto those diagrams that you that I just showed you a few moments ago?
Yes.
So Canton PD pointed out where they found stuff, and then you put what they told you on the map?
It was.
Now, with reference to, you're familiar
Okay.
also through your training and experience when it comes to pedestrian crashes, as far as sort of the physics or kinematics of how pedestrians interact with vehicles in the course of a collision.
Yes, I am.
Now, I'm going to ask you just a couple of terminology questions when it comes to items that are involved in a collision, sort of simple Newtonian physics, Newton's first law. Can you explain what that is to the jury and sort of how that pertains to any collision between two objects?
The first law?
Lally asked 700 questions to get to. Can you explain Newton's first law?
That's the when an object stays in motion or stays at rest, will stay at motion or rest until acted upon by an outside force.
Now, with respect to, are you familiar also with a crash reconstruction term called final rest?
Yes, I am.
And are there different derivations of final rest as far as controlled final rest?
I hate
versus
the
uncontrolled
order of
final
Lally's
rest?
questioning,
Correct.
and that's a
Can you explain just
stylistic
first, to the
issue
jury
that
what
I have
final
with
rest
Lally.
means in relation to crash reconstruction, and then what, if any, differences?
You can do these definitions as you go through the testimony. You don't need to elicit a fucking encyclopedia first. Start going through the work he did and ask for explanations along the way.
There are between a controlled final rest and an uncontrolled final rest.
Yes, the final rest is what we use for describe the area where a pedestrian came to stop after the collision. It's immediately
Just so
after the collision. This is where they first stopped. Or a vehicle, usually after collision, it's where this vehicle first stopped. And a controlled final rest is when an operator actually controls the vehicle to the stop, and as opposed to the uncontrolled final rest is when there is no control. It's usually acted upon by outside forces that will control the vehicle or pedestrian to its final rest.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish what's now been marked as Exhibits 584 through 587 for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could first have a diagram.
It would be much easier if he was going through the findings and describing them at the same time, but he's not. But maybe now we are.
And Your Honor, may I approach this to return the exhibits to the witness? Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in just a little bit on that. And now, Trooper, what you have up on the screen, is that what you have before you as?
I need to know where they're marking stuff because the shoe
Yes, it
was
is.
found on the
Now,
curb.
using the laser before you, if you could, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention or direction to what, if anything, of significance you have
There are
noticed
tiny
in
little
this,
arrows.
diagram.
Okay. Want to use the pointer?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if the pointer is going to help. Those are
So,
tiny
and
little
this
arrows.
time I labeled each part of evidence. So right here would be the pedestrian's final arrest, and they're all, since there's so many put together, everything was labeled with a red arrow. That would be point to where the final arrest is. And this is where a glass cup was found, and these are the red and clear plastic pieces. That's where they were found, and the pedestrian shoe was found here. The smaller versions here in the light blue one's a fire hydrant, the flagpole. This is a label for the street 34, and also the street name Fairview Road here.
Now,
Lally's
as far
buffering.
as,
That wasn't the feed.
measurements were concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final arrest in reference to other items that you have depicted on the diagram?
So we're talking about Mike. So on these.
A number of you have asked, yes, he's allowed to create a map based on what other people reported to him, which is why we have to go through the foundation of the accuracy of what other people reported to him. And that's going to be, I imagine, some of the core of the cross-examination is the accuracy of what was reported to him. But experts are allowed to rely on what other people tell them to recreate things.
These diagrams, it's hard to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put a roll up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but I think it's right here. They're called ground control points. They're little X's on the roadway. They're used for the drones imaging, and using the drone imagings will use those in order to help put all the pictures back together. At the time of this, I measured between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet. And 2 to 3 is 50 feet and 3 to 4 is 50 feet. So it kind of is a second way to measure off the diagram, and also using the program to measure to different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram, what was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I have my thing, it's approximately 10 feet away.
Based on what?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report.
No one really measured where the shoe was to any fixed point, and no one really measured where the victim was to any fixed point. Where the victim was reported by multiple people, but there was a bit of variance in how far he was away from the roadway, and everyone who relayed where the victim was to the roadway wasn't clear where the end of the roadway was because it was all covered in snow.
With regard to the shoe, how far away approximately was that from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
9 feet.
And did you also have a measurement for how far away the glass cup pieces were from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yeah, 1 foot.
And for the red plastic you have labeled on this diagram as A, how far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body was that?
7 feet.
Now, with regard to the directionality, you also measured sort of directionality as far as the 9 feet that the shoe was away. Which direction was it?
Each evidence was measured from the pedestrian's final arrest. So the shoe was 9 feet southeast from the pedestrian's final arrest.
And if you could, using the laser pointer on the screen, as far as the directionality of this report, if you could first direct the jury's attention to where Mr. O'Keefe's final arrest is, and then as far as the directionality.
Lally has walked away from the mic, which is why you can't hear his question. It
So,
doesn't really matter anyway.
Right here,
His
pedestrian's
question
final
is-
arrest. It's more right there. The shoe is right here, so it would be kind of southeast. I have an arrow
He
pointing
just
north
said that.
to kind of give an extra.
And the glass
Direction.
cup, that was 1 foot away, which
He put a giant north arrow on the map to give the directionality?
Direction was that?
It was about 1 foot north. I think it was found like within, right next to him. So
And the red plastic that you have labeled as A, again, that was 7 feet. In which direction was that, sir?
that one was east. So it's right here.
And as far as the clear plastic, what was the measurement and what was the directionality for that item, sir?
10 feet southeast. So we're right over here.
And the red plastic that you have labeled on the diagram as B, how far was that and what directionality was that?
That was 12 feet southeast, and that was found right here.
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before your diagram number 2 of this film, if I could have that, please. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
It's
Yes, I do.
diagram 2, apparently.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this particular diagram in reference to what?
It's easier to see the word
reference to the roadway.
flagpole.
It's just essentially the same diagram. It's
Uh-huh.
just a closer up version of it.
Wow.
So you had, yeah. So you saw the pedestrians found res glass cup.
What, if anything, is
plastic
significant? This
pieces.
witness, nothing. It's the same. They're the same picture, Lally. The same.
It's a shoe.
Corporate would like you
It's
to
all
find the
still depicted
differences.
in the diagram.
And the red arrows that you had indicated, delineated, or depicted sort of from where the words are to where the items were, is that present in this diagram as well?
Correct.
If I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, and if I could have diagram 3, Ms. Gilbert. And again, Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
And if you could just describe to the jury, what are we looking at in this diagram?
Yeah. So this is just a closer up to the evidence. It's a little smaller scale.
And these diagrams are created from photographs.
Zoomed.
sort of with the
It's
drone
zoomed in.
overhead, on that date, February 1st, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the last exhibit within those.
No, go back to the other one. At least exhibit 3 was easy. Diagram 3 was
Again,
easier
sir,
to
if you
see.
could,
Oh, for fuck's
recognize
sake.
What's up on the screen?
I do.
And could you describe to the jury, again, using the laser pointer to delineate what, if anything, is significant to observe in this drone photograph and diagram you have on the screen?
Yeah. So this is from my report. It's the same diagram. Has the same amount of evidence on here. There's a house. There's a light pole here. These lines here, which I mentioned earlier, were the edge of the road and the edge of the sidewalk.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you can take that down.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we pause here for the luncheon
Yep.
recess? Trooper Paul will have you back with us this afternoon.
I
And
did
if
not
you
send out an
follow
app
the jurors out,
notification
please.
that we had gotten into this witness yet because I knew we were going
And
to be
jurors, why
getting
don't we
to
take
lunch break.
40, 45 minutes?
You are muted.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
So the court is taking their lunch break until 1:45 local time. I am also going to take a break. I'm going to answer some of your questions before I do that. But we're going to let the jurors exit before we do that, and then we will take a brief pause. I broke one of my in-ears, so you know all of that. But I will let you know when we are back. When I am back. In the Lawnerd app, and well, it should be around, Miguelino, I plan on being back at 12:45. I'm going to need to take a minute. My brain hurts today. And today's been a lot so far. So let's all take a breather. Melanie, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. That's incredibly generous and kind. To all of the Lawners who got a new membership, enjoy the benefits of not being slow-moded in the chat and all of our members-only content. I saw lots of you receive memberships. Thank you, Melanie. That is incredibly, incredibly generous. It's very much appreciated, and I'm sure the Lawnerd community appreciates it. So I will take a break in a few. I'm going to answer questions. I'm going to wait till they're done at sidebar to see if they put anything on the record. You never know. The one day we don't wait, it might happen. But I am going to put this at 1.25 until they go back to the fan. We are in the middle of the state's accident reconstructionist. I'll do a little bit of a summary. We're all going to take a minute. We're all going to get some food. I will let you know in the app when I resume streaming. But the court should be back at 12:45, so that's when I plan to be back. So we'll take like a little half hour. I think we all maybe need it. Do you need it? I need it too. I need a minute. Today is just today. So let's do a bit of a summary of the morning as we are waiting for court to, do something. Resume, exit, whatever it's gonna be. Let's do that. I can't deal with the beeping. Things that are making my brain hurt. The beeping. I'm waiting to see what happens when they get back from sidebar, but let's do a quick summary. The state finished up with their tech expert who was looking specifically at Jen McCabe's Google searches. The expert was cross-examined very briefly by David Yannetti and said essentially the time 2:27, and that witness had fluctuated in testimony between 2:27 and 2:47. I think it was just misspeaking, but it was never really addressed or clarified, and the defense didn't say much about it. So I don't think anybody in court either caught it or thought it was much of a thing, because on all of the graphs that we could not see, I'm sure it says 2:27, and that time's been pretty clear. But on cross-examination, the answer was really the time that is affixed to that at 2:27 is related to the activity of the tab. So the court has said we're in recess for 45 minutes. Okay. She told the jurors 45 minutes and then said we're in recess for 45 minutes. Perfect. So the time of 2:27 was connected to tab activity in Safari. That's where that data came from in the extraction of Jen McCabe's phone. And there was a search in the around then, because the phone was being used at 2:27. There was a search for Hockomock Sports, and then the search times show searches at 6:33 and 6:34. So this witness was saying you can't correlate the last search in the tab and the 2:27 time. Those things don't go together. They do not directly correlate, and to correlate them is in error. And that's where she said the defense expert has erred in that, because the artifact of 2:27 time goes just to the tab movement. We're going to see a defense expert on this, but that is the state's argument with regard to Jen McCabe's Google search. The state is going to argue, and we heard it in opening, that tab movement happened at 2:27. Jen McCabe was using her phone at 2:27, but the search did not happen until 6:33, 6:34 in the morning, and that's consistent with their expert. Then we got into the state's accident reconstruction expert, and we are just going through exhibits where the accident reconstruction expert plotted out on their kind of overview drone shot map where the victim, John O'Keefe's, final rest was, which is where they stopped and were found, where other key items of evidence were the shoe, 2 pieces of red plastic, and 1 piece of clear plastic, and those are plotted onto their map. But it seems that is all based on information from Canton PD on February 1st about where they found things. Even though we know that the CERT team is the team that found the shoe and the red plastic in the snow. So some of that has to come from CERT. Some of it came from Canton PD. I imagine the cross-examination is going to rely heavily on, but all of this is told to you by who? Because there was varying degrees of where the victim was. And when you're trying to give a physics-based explanation of how the victim ended up where they did, where they ended up and precisely where they ended up matters. And we don't have that in this case at this point. We have numerous witnesses who were part. My brain is searching. We have numerous paramedic witnesses who gave varying distances of where the victim was between the road and the flagpole, but you couldn't really get the edge of the road because nobody uncovered it. So there were no very specific measurements on where John O'Keefe was. And we don't have any good video of that. The camera from the police vehicles wasn't pointing that direction. But from the camera of the police vehicles that first arrived on scene, you could see that it was at least within kind of the side purview of that camera. It's really frustrating. We will see how that goes. I imagine cross-examination is not going to go well with this because it's based off of a lot of assumptions, and some of those assumptions might change the outcome. It's just like the retrograde extrapolation testimony. If you are basing the blood alcohol level on a retrograde extrapolation, and you're assuming the last drink at X time, in this case, it was like 12:41. If you're assuming last drink at that time, and that time's not accurate, it throws off all the other calculations. So the quality of the data coming in is going to impact the quality of the data going out. And isn't that this whole case? Isn't that this whole case? I think it is. I'm going to answer some questions before I take a little bit of a break for lunch. Don't forget, you know what to do. I'll let you know when we're back and when court is back. So let's get to questions. Oh, my throat is dry. My voice is dry. We're tired. Avi Tech said, I didn't believe this was a cover up at first, but now it seems pretty clear it was botched at best. I think the evidence that this was not a good investigation is overwhelming at this point. Do you think there will be some kind of investigation or repercussions based on what has come out? Hope Karen is found not guilty. So Avi Tech, I don't know what this jury will do. We are not at the end of evidence yet, but there are so many questions, and questions tend to lead to doubt. There are a lot of questions still in this case. The investigation is not great. We know that there is a federal investigation going on into this case. The defense and the prosecution both asked that this case get continued, and the judge said no, which is wild to me. Like, it's wild to me that that was the judge's decision. And we know that there is at least some sort of internal investigation going on within the state troopers. So yes, this case will have repercussions. It absolutely will. What those will be, we won't know. But like the Murdaugh case, just because the trial's done doesn't mean we're done here. We cover cases well beyond the verdict because they still go. If there is a guilty verdict in any case, there is lots that continues. If there is a not guilty verdict, the state can't retry. There's no appeal. But in this case, no matter what the verdict is, there is still going to be stuff happening because of the other investigations. So yeah, we're not done. We're not done. We're not done. A verdict is not the end of this case, no matter what. And isn't that frustrating? I saw a number of questions in the chat, and I wanted to grab it. That asked how the victim died. We don't know yet. We don't know the cause of death. We don't know if it was just hypothermia. We don't know if it was hypothermia plus injuries. We don't know what the injuries were. We don't know yet. And it's hard for my brain to wrap itself around the order Lally's going in because it feels very out of order to me. You need to show the puzzle pieces to the jury, and starting with how was the victim injured? Before you get to the accident reconstruction, how can the jury go and look at an accident reconstructionist without any understanding of the injury to the victim? And all the assumptions I can draw from that are not positive. If you don't know how the victim's injured and what the injuries are, how can you fully appreciate the testimony of an accident reconstructionist? I don't know. I don't know how you can. Highly recommend Dream Ears custom in-ears. Thank you, Crystal. I will take a look. I'm going to need to do some custom in-ears. I say that every time we do a long trial and then I forget. ADHD is a gift. And then I get into a long trial. I'm like, why didn't I do that a year ago? But I broke my in-ears today, so Dr. B is out running to get me another pair. So, AC, thank you for the gift of memberships. I appreciate it. Law enforcement can't find time of a Google search in 2022. It was not, from what I understand from this last tech witness, the artifacts that they had from the phone did not have that information. They did not have all the artifact information this witness said that they would have wanted to have. Allie Parker, 3, your size and Crohn's are giving me life. I am frustrated. Nikki, it's okay. I'm sure the chat was not judging, but yes, when you extend the length of your nails quickly, mine have grown out over time, but when you extend them quickly, typing on a keyboard becomes harder. Typing on a phone, not so much. So, Shazam, thank you for the gift of memberships. That is incredibly kind. How is it legal for the prosecution to take 7 weeks out of an 8-week trial? The prosecution can take the time that they need. The defense can also take the time that they need. So the judge gave the jury an estimate of 8 weeks. If they go beyond 8 weeks, they can, but you start losing jurors. They've lost 2. You start losing jurors. And if you don't have 12, it becomes a mistrial. Sensationally Social with Beth said, wasn't the glass under the victim? No, it was not. It was to the side of where the victim had been. His phone was under him. Christina, thank you for the shout out to do all the YouTube-y things. I appreciate it. You guys have done the YouTube-y things. You've done the app things. You guys are great. A little lunch money. Thank you. We appreciate it. Holding onto a glass after being hit, then dragged. Wouldn't that be dropped in the driveway? I don't think there's any evidence the victim was ever near the driveway. So the only thing we've heard about the victim being near the driveway is from Proctor's high school friends group text. That's all we've heard about a driveway. I heard the internal investigation is closed. Is this true? I don't know, Charlie. I have not done a deep dive into everything. There is a lot of information about this case. Not all of it is confirmed. There's a lot of information about this case. Iris, I will play StreamYard's Daydreaming for lunch. We will do that. I've worked in tech for decades, and the Google time is BS what she said. I can't tell if the Google time is BS, it's what she said, or what she said is BS because of the Google time. I'm sorry, TJM. We're going to have multiple experts. The jury ultimately gets to decide. Slayer says, as someone who has ADHD, as a juror, I would be completely zoned out. It's hard. It's hard. Not understanding the end part makes it very hard, which is why I'm still so frustrated about how hard it was to follow Lally's opening. Normally with Lally's opening, you can know, but Lally's opening was so hard to follow. You don't have a clear picture of the case. The clear picture we have is the defense's opening. I thought it was much clearer. Where's the Emmy, please? Right? So we're meant to believe that Karen Reed hit him so hard that pieces went flying 10 feet, but no one saw or heard anything. I don't know if this is the frustrating thing for me, Elizabeth. I don't know if pieces went flying or if they ended up in different locations because of the wind, because people were scooping the snow. If they moved with the snow was shoveled up all over the place. They did a whole grid pattern, but we never got a big picture of how much snow was moved and where. We heard that snow was moved all over the yard. So I don't know if they went flying, but some of them were in the street. The ones being closer to the street make more sense, but we also don't know the victim's injuries. So could the victim have kept walking? Yeah, could have. Could the victim have been walking to try to go to the house? Yeah, there's a lot of coulds, but we don't know because we don't know the victim's injuries, and we don't know if the victim would have still been mobile or not because we don't know. The maps in this trial are so awful. It's definitely a fail on some of these maps. And Trooper, can you confirm it was in fact snowing? I'm waiting for that. We do. Maybe not now that we have the official weather report in. Cher says this entire investigation was a mess. I have a glass of flavored whiskey on me. I mean, flavored whiskey is some of my favorite of the whiskeys. Chelsea the Law Nerd said, okay, so wait, the state has been going since the end of April, and now they think the defense is going to take less than a week to argue their case so the juries can have it by the end of June. The defense might only have a few witnesses. This might go past the end of June. Rita said, FYI, YouTube has been unsubscribing me. I always check though. Thank you, Rita. If you ever check in the chat and you're like, why can't I type? Unsubscribes do happen in the YouTube world. Nobody has explained to me why. I've asked. I'm like, why does it happen? And I have never gotten a answer that made sense to me. So I don't know. Ashley said, I finally figure out who Lally reminds me of. Dwight Schrute from The Office. I find Dwight more charming. I said, we are hearing the audio through Tater Tots. That willingness cam should show. The witness cam would be cruel to all of us. It was in a horrible position, but courts don't really think about what it looks like on the other end, right? They're not thinking about it the way we would think about it. Terry said, I got my starter pack. Thank you, Emily and Lume. Awesome. Because we had a sponsor at the beginning of the stream 100 hours ago. No, I'm kidding. We've only been streaming for this stream 2 hours and like 40 minutes, and it feels like 7 days. Today feels like 7 days. EDB, are we going to have issues when Zoom feed goes down if we are behind? Not today. So not today, we did not. And now we are back on regular feed. So we had lots of backups. Let's see. Thank you so much for what you do. We appreciate the time and energy you put into each of your streams. You are welcome. The energy today is much. I am tired. Oh, there was clarification. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. TJM said what she said is total BS. I imagine that's what the defense expert is going to say. Thanks for streaming. It's such a Monday-ish Friday. It is the most Monday-ish Friday. EDB, I wouldn't want to watch this any place but here. Thank you. You explained things so clearly. This isn't always easy. Yet today's not easy at all. Let's see. Ariana asked, do you think Karen Reed will testify? I don't think Karen Reed needs to testify at this point. If I change my mind, I'll let you know. We need to get to the end of the state testimony. But at this point in time, lunch on trial day 25, I don't see how it would help Karen Reed to testify. There is so many questions. Her testifying could only turn the tide against her at this point, from my perspective. So that. It's like he planned the case out normally, then just did it flipped. I truly feel that the defense attorneys have this prosecution chasing the defense theory and not proving their case. It is not good for prosecutors to run down rabbit holes of defense theories. The defense's job is to poke holes. It is their job to try to find out. That is their job. The prosecution's job in this trial context is to present clear, trustworthy evidence and testimony. And they are trying to chase down the rabbit holes. And what is lost in this for me is clear, linear evidence. And it is hard, but that is why you need other prosecutors to be like, don't chase down what the defense is saying. And you also need support from your office to be like, stop chasing down what the defense is saying in court filings, in the media, and this and that. Address it as it comes up. But prove your case first. But on the defense side, that's what the defense wants the prosecution to do, because the prosecution's case gets lost in all of it, doesn't it? Their core case, how did Karen Reed do the thing they charged her with doing? That core case gets lost in all the rest of it. Let the defense talk about whatever. Let the defense bluster. Fine. Where's the core of your case? And then you can point at the defense and be like, yeah, okay. But that's not what's happening here. And it's hard for the prosecution because some of their officers are such a problem for their case. But then again, they chose to prosecute this case. They could have chosen not to. They don't have to be here, right? Heather McGovern said, I'm starting to think they don't want the ME to testify. Me too, Heather. And I'm wondering why. The longer it goes without the ME testifying, the more questions I have. And why have we spent so much time on this case talking about everyone other than Karen Reed? If Karen Reed did the thing, show us. Show us how. Right? Chat, I'm going to get some food. And maybe I'll be less grumpy. Unlikely. It's going to be a grumpy day. Emily, are you grumpy? Yeah. I wanted the first witness to be the ME. And instead, there was a whole bunch of shit that happened with jurors, and then a Zoom, and then accident reconstruction. We don't have the victim's phone data. You know what would probably show there? It seems pretty clear, chat. You make an excellent point. To everyone in the chat that just mentioned the victim's phone data, applause to you. Thank you. If we had the victim's phone data in, we would probably have a rough estimate of where the victim's phone stopped moving and for how long the victim's phone stopped moving. That, because there doesn't seem to be any controversy that the victim's phone was under him. At least if we knew where the victim's phone was, we could understand where the victim's final rest was. But we don't have that information. So we don't know. So why are they putting it off? It's so out of order, my brain can't. And then it makes me frustrated and mad. Because then I'm like, am I stupid? What am I missing? Like, what am I missing? Y'all don't need to hear about growing up neurodivergent. Y'all know what it is. You question yourself first, right? I'm trying not to. Why are you doing it this way, Lally? It's confusing and it's not clear. All right. With all of that, we will be back. The court said they'll be back at 1:45 local time, which is Eastern. I will be back at 12:45 Central. I will send you an app notification when I am back streaming and court is back. So if you have the Law Nerd app, that will help if you need to step away. If you want to stay in the chat and chitty chat, stay in the chat and chitty chat. I'll be right back. We're going to put on some of our StreamYard music. I love being a StreamYard partner because we got the vibes, right? So a little lunchtime vibe for you. A huge thank you to our mods and my amazing producer, Miguelina, for rallying this morning amidst all of the scrambling where nobody knew what was happening. Thank you to the reporters in court who have suffered through hot, stuffy, AC days of the judge screaming, keep your voice up, because they kept us in the loop this morning. And that's hugely appreciated. It's not easy, I'm sure, to sit in those awful seats day in and day out. I realize it is much easier for me to sit here and do this with all of you. So I'm thankful for those that are in court, so we have the information and we can stay at home as we enjoy doing. See you in a minute. Let's go. nerds. Hello, law nerds. Hello. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Let us resume back in court. I was hoping Dr. B would be back with in-ears for me, but that's going to have to wait. I will be swapping these out. Why? Because I broke stuff this morning. Emily, every trial? Yeah, something happens every single trial, but that's all right. We're going to resume back in court after lunch. The accident reconstructionist is on the stand. And again, the accident reconstructionist might be a just fine accident reconstructionist, but if you don't have accurate measurements to start with, we will see what we end up with. And why we're doing this in this order is so odd to me. But law nerds, shall we get back to court? Shall we do that? Let's do that. Swoop. And, what if any sidebars? I'm sure when we get to the sidebars, we're not going to have a ton of time because, well, we are going to be on real time pretty quickly here. But that's all right because we have tons of super chats and questions and we'll be able to just chat because that's what we do. Do you think court's just going to end early today? I am tired. Are you tired? I'm tired. We're all tired. Let us roll, shall we? Back to court. As the witness.
Good afternoon, Trooper.
She said, good afternoon, trooper, not good afternoon to friend. So the trooper that is doing the accident reconstruction.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Is back on.
Permission, may we have,
Can we skip him?
Exhibit
Chat? No.
587 back up on the screen?
All the witnesses.
And Ms. Gilman, that's the drone image.
No matter what. So we're going to drone footage. Or the drone still shots.
Trooper Paul, direct your attention to what's up on the screen. It's now been marked as Exhibit 587. Again, this is the last in the set of 4 diagrams, drone images that I...
Hot today in Middle Tennessee, so if you can hear my fan in the office,
Correct.
I apologize.
Now, with respect to the evidence, specifically pieces of taillight that are depicted within this diagram, did you put every single piece of taillight that was recovered on January 29th within this diagram?
No, I did not.
It's fair to say you did also not put every piece of taillight there you're aware was recovered over the course of this investigation and depicted in this.
Lally is hard to hear.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to this particular area of Fairview Road, understanding that you were there in the daytime, correct?
Yes.
However, when you were there in the daytime, what, if any, note did you take as to sort of overhead lighting or available sort of ambient street lighting in the area?
Yeah, so on the top corner, I'll try to right up here, there's a light pole right there, overhead light pole.
And with relation to...
You've put the lightest neon blue over snow, and you want us to be able to read that. Hopefully on the printout version, it's more clear.
Where you've marked as far as the final rest position of Mr. O'Keefe and the other areas of
Hey, hon, thank
items
you.
of evidence that were recovered from the scene. Was there any lighting in that particular area?
There wasn't.
Thank you, Dr. B. Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, you
I
can take
appreciate
that down.
Just,
Mr.
there's going to be a
Officer,
whole bunch of
now,
other stuff in there.
Thank you very much. Now, turning your attention, sir, back to February 1st, 2022. At some point, you were at the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And where specifically within the Canton Police Department did you go?
To the back in the garage area.
And within the garage area, what if anything did you do in the garage area?
In the garage area is where we imaged the airbag control module.
And so, I'm sorry, is it fair to say the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was located?
I
in
want to
that
hear a lot
garage area?
more about that.
That is correct.
And you imaged that vehicle, and what, if anything else, did you do with respect to that vehicle that day?
At that point, we just analyzed the damage to the vehicle.
Now, at some point,
Katie said, Dr. B, the chat defending your honor today. I don't know what
at
happened.
some point,
but,
did you perform any sort of mechanical inspection of the vehicle?
Yes.
And was that day or at some later?
It was that day.
And was that
Dr. B is a
in the garage
maxillofacial
area itself, or
prosthetist.
where did you perform
Different
the mechanical
specialty.
inspection?
We analyzed a little bit of the steering and the brake pedals while it was sitting in the garage. Then we did testing with it on the in the driveway.
Now, sir, starting with a visual inspection of the vehicle. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs.
What if any of these will be
Do those
helpful?
look up when you finish. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are crime scene photos that I've attached to my report.
Did you
Your Honor, the
did you
Commonwealth
rely on
proceeds to
those?
introduce and admit as the next two exhibits.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yep. Sorry.
Ashley, jurors were questioned this morning. We don't know why. I'm not going to speculate as to why. It happens in cases. They have excused 2 jurors. They had plenty of alternates.
Your Honor,
so
may I
they still
return
have
those to
enough
the
to go
witness?
forward.
Court's permission.
That's why you have
Yes.
alternates.
Thank you.
It happens. It's me, Rachel. I do now. I do now know that your dad was a oral and maxillofacial surgeon, but Dr. B was a maxillofacial prosthodontist in California. But if they're part of the same associations, maybe. Sometimes the surgeons and the prosthodontists have different
And
associations.
Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on
But
the
maybe.
screen right now?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
On a side note, I found out that my husband knows the doc that started the mewing trend, and that was like my internet worlds colliding. But that's a story for, well, probably a members only live stream with Dr. B.
That was one of the crime scene photos that I attached to my report.
And what's contained in this, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the front of this vehicle?
Trooper, is
looking
it
at from the
flipped?
passenger side?
Or is
Yes.
it accurate?
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the,
At least we can tell where the driver's side is.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
That's a crime scene photo that I attached to my report with notations that I made on it.
And what's contained in this photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the rear passenger side area of the defense?
So these are his markings on the, no note of the hair, by the way, on the defendant's car. Okay.
Defendant's vehicle in the garage on February 1st.
Yes, it is.
From February
Now-
1st.
Step back a little bit here. With regards to what you've noted within this, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in your inspection of this area of the Lexus.
Okay.
What, if anything, of significance? Sir, I just want a measurement of how high that taillight is off the ground. Can somebody just tell me? No, chat, don't. He needs to tell me. He needs to tell the jury. And when he tells the jury, we'll learn.
So on the left side here, I put down that scratches, and there's a dent there. The broken tail light here was here. There's some scratches on the bottom right rear bumper here. And there was glass from a cut back on the bumper.
As far as the glass on the bumper, what, if any, observations?
If I was the defense, I would be objecting now. Chat, did you catch what he just said? He just said there was glass from the cup on the bumper. Why is that significant? I'm sure some of the jury caught this, and I know a lot of the chat did. Why? Because you're the smartest chat on the internet. The glass from the bumper did not match at the lab the glass from the cup. So he just said the glass from the cup, but that is not accurate, and that's not what's in evidence. The glass on the bumper only matched glass on the road, not anything to do with the glass recovered. I just wonder, and we can't tell in these pictures, if there's any glass components from the taillight. It would be really helpful to know if the interior of the taillight had any damaged glass components, but that's not in evidence, so we don't know. Could it be that there are interior glass components from the taillight that are on the bumper that are on the street? Maybe, but that's not in evidence, so the jury can't consider it. So it seems to me this trooper reconstructionist is assuming that the glass on the bumper is the glass on the broken drinking glass, but that's not what the evidence points to.
You make of that in relation to the vehicle itself.
And bad assumptions make for bad results.
Appear to be from a cup
defense will
as
pick it up.
opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection.
So I'll
I should have just waited. Emily, keep reading.
You make of that in relation to the vehicle itself.
Apologies, Chat.
Appear to be from a cup as opposed to any glass that came from the vehicle.
Objection.
So I'll strike the first part of the answer, but the second part will stand.
I have no objections on the second part. Thank you.
Now, with regard to the dent that you've delineated,
So he says it doesn't seem like glass from the interior of the car.
Measurements from the ground as to where that was located?
Yes, I did.
And how far did you measure the dent to be approximately from the ground?
Approximately 48 to 50 inches from the ground.
And what, if any, measurements did you take as far as from one part of the vehicle to the other, as far as where the dents were located?
So it was approximately 19 inches from the right side of the vehicle.
Now, the scratches that you were talking about before, where were they?
So the dent is 48 to 50 something inches?
Right above the dent. I can see right there. As my hand's shaky.
Now, as far as you obviously also made observations of the driver's side tail light as well.
Yes.
And so, from what you observed of the driver's side tail light versus the passenger side tail light, what, if any, observations did you make as far as the color of the pieces that you found missing from the passenger side tail light?
As compared to the left side of the tail light?
Yes.
So on the left side of the tail light, there was red and clear plastic pieces.
Now, the scratch marks along the bumper, did you take any measurements with relation to them?
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Paul.
I'm going to rewind that real quick because I missed the height of the tail light. And he just did that. Sorry, chat.
Yes.
And specifically, did you take measurements from the ground to where they were located?
Yes.
What did you measure those?
They were approximately 27 to 28 inches from the ground.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Paul, when you talk about a mechanical inspection of a vehicle, just first in general terms, what is it that you're doing with respect to the vehicle in order to conduct that mechanical inspection?
So when we do mechanical inspections, we are obviously checking the steering, make sure the steering moves properly, the brake pedals, make sure they are firm, make sure the accelerator pedal moves back and forth. Just a generality, looking at the tires, make sure there's no issues with the vehicle.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle itself as far as any defects or anything to do with the braking, the tires, or any of the other areas that you inspected?
We didn't observe any mechanical defects with the vehicle.
Properly.
Now, with relation to the weight of the vehicle, what, if any, analysis or what, if anything, did you determine as to the weight of the Lexus?
The way the Lexus item was on an analysis was just based on I think I have the gross vehicle weighting for the vehicle.
What?
And how much did the vehicle
Were those
weigh
words?
according to the gross weight?
I think it was approximately 7,000 pounds.
Now, with respect to the lights of the vehicle and being the tail lights and the headlights, what, if anything, did you determine those to be as far as what type of lights were they?
They were LED. Both they were headlights and taillights were both LED.
And if you could just expound
His
a little as far
testimony's
as
tough.
LED
Just tough to
lights,
follow.
what, if any, significance does that have to you, or what kind of lights are LED? How bright are LED lights?
That's
LED most comparison to what most people think in car and tail lights, where I have the bulbs, where they have the filaments. LED is more electronically controlled. There's a sensor that will light up, as opposed to a bulb type headlight and tail lights.
Now, are you familiar with an organization called NHTSA?
Yes.
And what does NHTSA stand for?
It's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And
They
what,
do
if
all kinds
anything,
of
did
stuff.
you do with regard to NHTSA in respect to this vehicle itself?
We run the vehicle through NHTSA to see if there's any recalls on the vehicle.
And what, if any, recalls did you discover when you ran this particular vehicle through NHTSA?
There were no recalls.
And to be specific, we're talking about this specific vehicle as opposed to just Lexuses in general, make and model, correct?
Correct. Yeah, we put the VIN into the system, and it will tell you if this vehicle has any recalls to it.
Now, you indicated on February 1st at some point you did some testing with the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where was
Drop my
that testing done, and
ears.
what did it consist of?
It was done in the parking lot of Canton PD on the same day. We did a forward braking test, a reverse braking test, and a reverse acceleration test.
Now, the parking lot of the Canton Police Station where you did this, what kind of roadway surface was that?
It's an asphalt surface.
So similar to the asphalt surface at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the condition of the roadway as far as how dry or wet was the roadway when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests?
It was wet at the time.
And with respect to your understanding of January 29th, 2022, with the asphalt surface in front of 34 Fairview Road, what was the condition weather-wise as far as that roadway surface at the time of this collision?
At the time of the collision?
Yes.
What I understand is it was snowy, so the asphalt road had been fairly wet from snow.
Now, when you conducted these acceleration and braking tests with the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, what, if any, tool or what, if any, implement did you use in the course of that testing?
We
How
use
did
a
you do
device
it? Just
called
ask him how
it's called
he
a
did it.
V-Box. This one's a V-Box Sport. The device is attached to the windshield, and then it's also attached by an antenna that goes to the roof. And then basically V-Box, do you want to explain what V-Box is?
Yeah.
Okay. So a V-Box is just, it measures performance for the vehicle. It uses GPS data to measure the speeds and its location. Use that it'll give us how fast we were stopping, a drag factor for the roadway for that specific vehicle and type of road, and acceleration factors. So we attach that to the windshield, just kind of give me a way to check its acceleration and check its performance.
And sorry, you're on a one moment, please.
Sure.
While Lally is taking a moment, I'm going to try to switch my in-ears. I know, chat. You guys are like, wait a second, it was
V-Box
snowing?
is attached to that vehicle, so it's what
I know.
specifically is in measure?
So yeah, it's using the GPS data to plot its location, and so it's measuring its speeds and using the speed and the location, putting that together. And once you use the app through the V-Box and you set certain parameters as like you can go, I want 30 miles per hour, 20 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour, and it'll set your vehicle. So when you go to 30 miles per hour, it'll tell you what you're doing at 30, what you're doing at 20, what you're doing at 10, and then it'll know if you're doing braking or acceleration tests. And it'll use those numbers that you have to give you, your acceleration factor or braking factor for the vehiel.
Okay, but did you download
The
anything?
V-Box Sports device that you use, and you've received training as it applies to using that device?
Yes, I have.
And certification as well?
It's usually just training on it.
Now, with respect to the V-Box Sport as it's attached to that vehicle, that's measuring specifically from that vehicle with those tires on that roadway surface.
Yeah, chat, I'll be right back. I'm going to put
That's
in
correct.
these new in-ears.
Now, with regard to that testing on that day, you did some acceleration or reverse acceleration tests, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those tests did you conduct?
2.
And you describe to the jury sort of how you conducted those tests or what speeds you were using or sort of that process of the 2 reverse acceleration tests that you conducted that day.
So the reverse acceleration test we conducted, we set the parameters up to believe 25 miles per hour. So what we did is we
Why
try
did
to
you
come
set
from
that
a
as the
stop
parameter?
at 0 and then press the accelerators all the way about as hard as I could press it and try to go back and see how fast I can get to 25 miles per hour and see what the performance it did at that time.
Why did you choose that speed?
And what, if any, kind of data did you receive with the V-Box Ford using during those two reverse acceleration tests?
It gave me an acceleration factor. It gave me its speeds and times and distances that it was at each location.
And if you could explain to the jury, sort of when you say acceleration factor, what is an acceleration factor?
It's just a number of how fast the vehicle could travel from an acceleration. And it could be a light acceleration to a medium acceleration, a hard acceleration. They all have a different number that you can use to kind of relate it back to what the acceleration is for that vehicle.
And what was the acceleration factor that you were able to obtain with those two reverse acceleration tests?
I believe this was I had 0.317, I believe.
What's that mean?
Now, during the course of those the reverse acceleration tests that you conducted on that day, what, if anything, did you know? Well, let me ask you this: as far as the operation of the vehicle, who is actually physically operating the vehicle?
I was actually operating the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you know during your operation of that vehicle during the reverse acceleration test that you conducted?
We also noted the accelerator pedal moved freely. There was no binding. There were no interference from anything on the floor. Nothing interfered with the accelerator pedal. It worked as it's supposed to.
I'm free.
And when you're doing this reverse acceleration test, how are you, if at all?
How do you do it?
Are you manipulating the steering wheel at all, or is it a straight line test?
Just ask him how he does it. How do you do it?
How is the vehicle directed during the test?
So I try to keep it fairly straight.
How do you do
When
it?
you
That's it.
accelerated in reverse in a fairly straight fashion with the steering wheel, what, if anything, did you note about that?
They kept the vehicle fairly straight. There was it was fairly easy to keep control of.
Now, in addition to the two reverse acceleration tests, what, if any, testing did you do with regard to reverse braking?
Yeah, so we conducted two reverse braking tests.
And again, similar, can you describe to the jury, this is also with the V-Box Ford attached, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're obtaining data from that as well?
Yes.
And during the course of the reverse braking test, what, if anything, first as far as data is concerned, how fast were these tests being conducted? What, if anything, was input, and what, if any, data did you receive from it?
Just ask
Yeah,
how
so
did
the
you do
reverse
it?
braking one, we try to get up to about 30 miles per hour. And then once we get up to that speed, that's when we apply the brakes, try to brake the brakes fairly hard to try to get the vehicle to stop.
And see how
And are you also
long it
familiar
takes
with
to
the
stop?
term known as a deceleration factor?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's just essentially the opposite of an acceleration factor. This is a number for how fast the vehicle would slow down.
And with regard to the deceleration factor from the two reverse braking tests that you conducted on that date, what, if any, figure did you
the
see from
chat, the testing they're talking about occurred on February 1st.
For the reverse braking?
Yes.
I believe this one was so it gets you a drag factor number for this vehicle too, and it's our deceleration factor, which is both are used the same way. This one, it was I think it was 7.1.
What does
Now,
that mean?
With regard, again, you're operating the vehicle
Great,
during
what does
these
that
two
mean?
reverse braking tests, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the vehicle when you were conducting these two reverse braking tests?
Yeah, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation from the brake.
Now, in addition, sir, were you able to conduct some forward braking tests?
Yes, I was.
And similar again,
This is
could you
all,
describe to
the car
jury,
was operating
as far as,
properly. There was no
how you were
vehicle
operating the
malfunction.
vehicle,
That's
during the forward
That's
braking?
all of the point of this at this moment.
Yes, essentially the same thing as reverse. If I was going forward this time, I got up to 30 miles per hour, and I would just apply the brakes about as hard as I could apply them till it stops.
And again, are you receiving from the instrument some sort of deceleration factor?
Yes, I was.
Did you recall what that was?
Yeah, it was a 0.69.
And during the course of your operation of the vehicle during the forward braking test, again, what, if anything, did you note in regard to the operation of the defendant's vehicle?
Same as before, the brake pedal was firm. There was no pulsation, no issues.
Now, you talked a little bit about a ACM or an airbag control module, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had downloaded information from that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you download that information, what, if anything, do you get from the vehicle, or what, if any, how are you able to sort of read or interpret that data?
So in the airbag control model, it's equipped with it's called an event data recorder.
The fact that Lally asks 9 questions before he gets to the actual question makes it so difficult to follow what he's actually asking. Airbags. We're talking about airbags and airbag data. I would imagine the airbags didn't go off.
On EDR. And then that data from the EDR, we will use the Bosch CDR software and we'll attach to the vehicle. And then that software will basically extract the information or image the information that's in the module. And so that information could range from getting us speeds, if there was braking, if there was, steering wheel movements, basically like looking for change of velocity, that type of, so there's a lot of, information around the vehicle.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Showing you the document, sir, 7 pages in length. Just ask you to review that when you're finished.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the document that gets printed out through from the airbag control model through the crash out retrieval software.
Great. What does
May I
it
approach
say?
again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit.
No objection.
About 590.
What else do we learn from the car data? What, if anything, do we learn from the car data?
Now, sir, when it comes to the CDR printouts, or let me ask you this. When it comes to the airbag control module, who is that designed to protect or to apply to in respect to safety measures with the vehicle?
Applies to the occupants inside the vehicle.
And this may sound
Are you asking, what are airbags?
but essentially the airbag control module is typically not designed to protect people on the exterior or the outside of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
What?
Now, you've been involved in a number of crash investigations involving pedestrians, correct?
Yes.
And as far as this particular case, what, if any, sort of useful or significant information were you able to interpret or retrieve from the ACM?
And this through the software, there was no data recovered or no events recovered.
And
Right.
when it comes to pedestrian crashes in general, and as far as there being no data in this case, is that something that's abnormal?
It is not.
Why?
Explain to the jury sort of why not.
So what an airbag control module is doing, as it's running, it's constantly monitoring the vehicle. It's looking for like a sudden change of velocity, and like a collision. So once it feels that sudden change of velocity, essentially will wake up and monitor the vehicle, see if there's people wearing seatbelts on, what's the speed of the vehicle, number of different things that it could look for. And all it wants to do is either do I deploy the airbags or do I tighten the seatbelts? So most motor vehicle crashes with a car-on-car crash, there will be a higher change of velocity. So that's usually kind of what it's looking for. Pedestrian crashes there's not going to be much change of velocity to the vehicle. That means when they both interact with each other, the pedestrian is not going to change that vehicle's velocity in such a quick manner as, say, 2 cars would strike
So
each
it's
other.
not activated.
Now, with respect
So
to
the system's not
crash
activated
construction in general,
because there was
are you
not a
familiar
sudden
with
change
the
of
term called
velocity.
delta V?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means as far as what is a delta V and what is it measured?
So that's kind of what I was saying about the change of velocity. It was a change of velocity. And I mean like change of velocity, like it's also going to be within a certain amount of time. So change amount of speed within a certain amount of time. So.
And with respect to the vehicle as it applies to crashes or collisions involving pedestrians, and I think you've said a little bit about this, but what, if any, impact on the velocity of the vehicle would striking a pedestrian typically have?
Very little.
Now, specifically when it applies to pedestrian collisions in general, are you familiar with the concept of linear momentum?
Yes.
And when it
Are you
explain
familiar
to the
with
jury
the
sort of what that is and how it
concept of
applies,
linear
with,
questioning?
pedestrian crashes in general?
Linear momentum. Momentum is essentially when two objects interact with each other. They come in with momentum and they leave with momentum, with essentially the same momentum. And linear momentum just means something that's in line with each other.
Now, as far as we talked a little bit earlier in your testimony about roadway evidence, when it comes to your experience with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, relationship does that linear momentum have in relation to roadway evidence that you would expect to find at a scene of a pedestrian collision?
So when a pedestrian strikes a vehicle, they will go in the
What?
direction where the vehicle was traveling. So if the vehicle is traveling one way, the pedestrian strikes, it will go essentially that same way, depending on what part that vehicle strikes.
Now, as far as other items that the pedestrian may either
That was not
hand
a
or
clear
other
answer
items of,
to me.
of looser fitting clothing, what, if any, experience do you have as far as observations of those on collision scenes involving pedestrian collisions?
Yeah, so it's not uncommon for pedestrians to lose essentially any sort of loose clothing. So shoes, belts, hats, anything that's not very strapped on very well, could leave the body.
And as far as directionality is concerned, when it applies to that linear momentum that you were speaking of before, those sort of loosely held or handheld items, or would glasses be included within that as well?
Correct.
Was the victim
those
wearing
types of
glasses?
items, as far as directionality is concerned, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about that?
Yeah, so they will go in the same direction the pedestrian travels post-impact. We usually use that as kind of a post-impact path of travel for the pedestrian, showing that this is the direction that they would have traveled from where they got struck.
Now, are you also familiar with the Reconstruction terms known as area of impact and point of impact?
Correct.
You already asked him
Can you
this.
explain what those terms mean excuse me, in a crash reconstruction context for the jury?
Yeah, so an area impact is essentially the area where the crash happened, where these two vehicles or vehicle pedestrians, where their initial impact happened. Point impact is the same thing. It's just more down to like that specific point at a specific area. Area can mean a little bit broader in that sense.
And what are some of is this something that is delineated somewhat, at least by roadway evidence?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what types of roadway evidence that would lead you or any crash reconstructionists to formulate an opinion as to the area of impact?
Yeah, so like I said earlier with the path of travel, so a lot of in collisions most of our collisions we start where the final arrest goes, and we follow the debris or the clothing, we're back to where, follow that path back to where it came from. And we know within that area, that's where an area impact would be.
Now, with relation to the evidence that was depicted on the diagrams that were up on the screen before as the exhibits, what, if any, relationship would the taillight pieces and the shoe that were recovered from the street in front of
Can we
34
just
Fairview
go
Road
to how
have
he
in
made his
relation to that
determinations
area?
and let him explain?
Yeah, so they were found alongside the roadway. So I know that they were found, the air impact had been somewhere within the roadway and probably somewhere at the beginning, just prior to beginning of the first point of evidence that we
Oh
found.
my God, you're not easy to understand or
Somewhere
follow
the
either,
first point of
sir.
evidence contained within that debris field, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, could have one moment.
Yes.
I need a moment. You don't need a moment. I am just.
Now, sir, are you also
Trying to strap
familiar with
my
a
in-ears
safety system
to my
specifically
shirt.
applicable to Lexus vehicles?
Yes.
Ah,
And have
auto
you
braking.
received, training in regard to downloading information in regard to that as well.
Yes.
And what is that safety?
I'm optimistic there will be some data from the car because all we know at the moment is that the airbag data did not start recording because there was not a rapid deceleration. So fingers crossed.
Safety system, what is that called?
It's called the Toyota TechStream software.
And so the Toyota TechStream is a software similar to the crash data retrieval or CDR software that you're talking about, but just specific to a Lexus.
Yeah, but it's between Toyota and Lexus has software. The TechStream it's similar in the fact that they both record data to the vehicle. TechStream was created by Toyota for their technicians to diagnose vehicles and use that information to help, any kind of mechanical issues that they would have with the vehicle that they can do when you bring your car to them. They can look at the TechStream and just kind of find out what caused the mechanical issue.
Now, with respect to the Toyota TechStream data that's available, what kind of data are we talking?
So TechStream, yeah, they obviously the diagnostic stuff, so they're looking for any engine defaults and everything else. But they also have what's called a vehicle control history in it.
Sorry, I missed that. Called what?
Vehicle control history.
Thank you.
And the vehicle control history it's basically monitoring people's driving behavior. So it has certain, they call it triggers that they have listed. And when those triggers are met, they will record data related to that trigger.
And what
What triggers data?
In general terms, what type of data are you able to recover through the Toyota TechStream tool from the vehicle control history?
Yeah, so each trigger, you can record, it's the same as you get your speeds, brakes, if the accelerator pedal's on, look for steering wheel angles, engine RPMs, all the information that you have related to vehicles.
Now, in addition, is it possible with vehicles that have some vehicles made that are accessible through this Toyota TechStream?
Oh my God,
and
Lally.
Lexus, which I should say, I'm sorry. So Lexus is manufactured by Toyota, correct?
That's correct.
So in some vehicles, Toyota or Lexus vehicles are made by that manufacturer, are equipped with camera systems. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, in general terms, what, if anything, in relation to the camera system is it possible to collect from the vehicle control system?
The camera systems in certain vehicles can record photos, like little grainy black and white photos.
Did that happen
And
here?
Were you able to recover any black and white photos or photos of any kind from the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I was not.
Now, with respect to
Would that normally be triggered in a collision?
the sort of physical process of downloading using this Toyota TechStream tool, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's physically done or what you're doing to the vehicle in order to download that information?
So no photos.
It's the same process, just different software as we would for the airbag control module. As I said before, we plug into the DLC port and then up that software program, and we follow the steps and we extract the information from the vehicle.
Now, the extraction of the Toyota TechStream data in this particular case, when was that accomplished?
For this one, I believe it was February 2nd, 2023.
23?
A year and a day after you had conducted the...
You didn't extract the vehicle until February 2023? Why?
The braking and acceleration test and inspected the vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage.
That's correct.
And so as far as the timing of that being February 2nd of 2023, why was that?
I was at the time of my initial inspection, I didn't really know much about TechStream at that point. So over time, I kind of learned about TechStream. And so once I learned about it and I thought, is this relevant to our case? And I looked more into it and found that it is relevant.
Had no idea it existed or what it did.
And the Toyota TechStream...
Had no idea it existed. So you were let me get this right. you're the accident reconstruction expert. And on February 1st, 2022, when you were called out to be the accident reconstruction expert, you didn't know anything about Toyota TechStream, so you didn't download it. You only downloaded the airbag data, and now you're just like, and then I learned about it from where? Was it YouTube? Was it YouTube? Was it Toyota? I'm optimistic. Maybe it was Toyota. Maybe you learned about it from Toyota. So you didn't know what you didn't know. And then you downloaded it later, and now you're to interpret the data for us. And they still chose to put him on after Proctor. Okay.
As far as that applicability or that tool, is that a relatively newer tool in the area of crash reconstruction?
It is getting fairly newer, as in, like, it's getting spread out. It's getting bigger.
What?
It first got created on one vehicle in 2014. So it's been slowly trickling into.
So it was in one vehicle in 2014, but this is, you had the car in 2022?
The Toyotas and Lexus vehicles over time, but it's definitely gotten bigger within the past couple of years.
So it's in more Toyota vehicles?
With regard to this information, when you were then able to download that information, you received some data, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that it goes, or it's measured sort of by triggers, is that correct?
That's correct.
What
And
triggers it?
From the data that you were able to obtain
Does he not know?
From the defendant's vehicle, what type of data were you able to retrieve?
I don't care what you were able to retrieve until you tell me if you know what triggers the system.
As it relates to the vehicle control history?
Yes. So, this had like a page and a half full of triggers that over the vehicle's time span that it captured.
And with respect to the triggers, how many triggers did it capture?
I don't care.
It's like a page and a half.
Did it capture any on the 29th? He's like, I don't know. It's like a page and a half. The car's a 2021 vehicle.
I don't know exact numbers of how many triggers that was on each page, but there was, it's at least a good page and a half full of triggers.
Were there any from the 29th?
Made the trooper refer to his notes in regard to that.
It's not relevant unless it's on the 29th, unless it's to show that it was working properly.
I think it's page 9 of your report.
Okay.
Do you know what causes the triggers? I think I'm most rapidly triggered by what, if any, at this point.
And how many triggers was it, sir?
Is he going to have to count
them?
Yes.
Does he have to count them, Mr. Lally?
No, I don't think he has to count them.
Are the lines numbered, Mr. Lally?
Sir, if I could direct you to paragraph 22.
He's like, sir, you wrote it somewhere in your report.
Yeah, so 22 separate triggers.
Over what period of
So in
time?
my report, it says 22 separate triggers that occurred on odometer mileage 12665 to 12666.
What?
And with regard to the mileage that you noted as far as being between miles 12665 and miles 12666, that's 12,665 to 12,666.
1 mile?
Correct.
And what was the mileage that you observed on the vehicle at
Wait, were there 22 triggers in the span of 1 mile?
inspection?
12,665.
And at the time that you conducted this Toyota TechStream download from the vehical, what was the mileage at that time?
12,666.
And there's also reference.
So those are the triggers from your testing. Is that what you just said? Those are the triggers from your testing.
Within the vehicle control history data in regard to something called a key cycle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what a key cycle is and what are
Wait. Did the testing override the other data?
the different things that could trigger a key cycle?
Key cycle is essentially, so
Turning on the
it's
car.
from the ignition cycle. Let's take a step. Here. So a key cycle is essentially from when the vehicle's off, it's pressed on. It doesn't necessarily need to be running or turned on. It just needs to be turned on and then off again, and that'd be one key cycle.
Now, with relation to your analysis in regard to the vehicle control history, what, if any, role did the key cycle numbers, or what kind of role did that play in your analysis?
It shows me where how far away they were from each other. The key cycles were.
What?
How far away in what terms?
So when I turned the vehicle on, when I did my testing, it showed me what key cycle was that I was on when I did those testings, and then the odometer mileage in relationship to that.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you the documents. Just ask you to look at that. Look up when you finish.
We're going to zoom. Oh, you know exactly what
Do you recognize that, sir?
So
I
it
do.
would take a
What do you
minute.
recognize that to be?
That is the table from the vehicle control history from my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come off the seat, introduce in the minutes and next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 591.
Oh my God. We're on exhibit 591 in this case.
Your Honor, may I have a moment and then return it to the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to take a moment to zoom.
Now, Trooper Paul, what's up on the screen? Is that the exhibit that you have before you?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this exhibit and what type of information and where it's located within this exhibit.
Okay, so this is the vehicle control history. Every single point here, this is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage.
What day is this? When is this happening? Are these the triggers from your testing of the car?
Is on this label here. You
those
see
are
elapsed time and key cycle.
okay. So between the 12665 and 12666 with the red arrows, those are from his testing. So they're highlighting the ones before that may actually be after midnight.
I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were
Preceded that?
prior to those testings.
Now, from the
Do we know the day though? You know the mileage, but the mileage is 12,629 miles. And then the next mileage when they're testing it is 12,665 miles. So the difference between 12,629 miles, 12,665 miles is not just like a few miles around Canton. So could those have been from the night before?
within this table, sir, there are two triggers reported at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to the...
Okay, you have to either come closer or speak up even louder, Mr. Mallory.
So those are from key cycle 1,162. And then the testing is key cycle 1,164. So there is saying there is obviously a missing key cycle of 1,163, but why the difference in the mile? Oh, because after this, she drove all the way to her parents' house. That's why. She drove looking for him and drove to his parents' house. Sorry, Chad, it took me a minute. The key cycles are very helpful numbers here. It's taken me a minute.
There's no microphone near you. That's the problem for the court reporter.
So the key cycle helps.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then we can You can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please, Hunter.
Thank you. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as two triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking.
The middle key cycle
correct?
wouldn't be
Correct.
recorded if there were no triggering
And
events.
the mileage difference
That's why.
between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
So if there's no
What was
events,
the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as the, what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your braking test?
so chat, the key cycles wouldn't record unless there was a triggering event.
Yeah. So, yeah, I got.
He hasn't told us what
I was
counts
told
as a
that
triggering
where
event
he
yet.
traveled afterwards or prior to that. I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Chat, we don't know what counts as a triggering event
Do you recognize that?
because he's not
I
told
do.
us what a
What do you
triggering
recognize
event
that?
counts as.
Those are the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
I'm wanting to introduce you to the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 592. Thank you.
All right, I have 1 minute, John.
Yes.
Publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Someone, if you could enlarge 2 minutes a little.
I love that the defense didn't object. They're like, sure.
Now, Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit before you?
Yes, I do.
And these are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here.
Explain
and
Google,
how you
sir.
came to these mileage tools.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dighton. So I did that for every single one and find suggested routes, so which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance, and I did a min and the max distance of, the minimum was 36.1 and the max distance of 38.8.
All right. So I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute, and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
There's an objection to that. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised it took so long. All right, I'm going to zoom past this sidebar. The judge asked him to take the exhibit down of all the Google directions. I think he said he took all the suggested routes and was going to average them. And that's where we got the difference between 36 miles and 38 miles to try to show how far this car would have traveled. We have other testimony about that, though. Lots of other testimony about that.
Now, in addition to those distances there depicted in that exhibit, sir, have you also looked at a mileage or distance between, I'm sorry, the first up there was as far as 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that gave you sort of 3 different routes of travel, is that correct?
Yes,
And the minute of the max was 2.2 to 2.6.
correct.
Now, if you were to add that as an additional sort of distance traveled to the 36.1 to 38.8 that you had calculated, how much of a difference does that make?
Between the two min maxes,
Yes.
only 2.7.
And as far as your analysis that we're about to discuss, adding in that approximate 2 points, whatever miles, how much of a difference does that make to your analysis and ultimate conclusions in regard to the VCH or vehicle control history data?
As we're going later, but so the 36 is just within the realm that she could have traveled 36. The odometer mileage is odometer mileage. So 36 is 36. That's what's on the vehicle. So within the realm of possibilities that the vehicle could have traveled 36 miles after the 2 triggers that are in this vehicle.
Now, with respect to that minimum and max, as far as the 36.1, 38.8, what, if any, relationship does that have to the difference in the odometer readings that you observed between when you conducted the braking test and when you observed these 2 triggering events that you were talking about at the earlier mile?
I said no difference. The odometer mileage is 36.
And so I guess what I'm asking, sir, is the 36 miles, is that within the range of the 2 triggering events that you were just talking?
Yes, it was.
Now, as far as within your report and your analysis, did you come up with sort of a label as far as these 2?
I'm going to try to move the closed captioning real quick.
Yes, I did.
Don't pause.
And that incorporated the mileage, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, 12,659, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I labeled them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and the other one's 12,629B.
What?
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
And may I approach, Ron?
Yes.
The judge is like, can you just... The problem is, if this witness does not know what causes the car to, as he said, trigger and start recording, I don't know how any of this is helpful. We need to know that.
Yep.
And Lally has not
recognize that?
asked him.
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce and admit it to the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. The 593.
This is Exhibit 593,
Yes.
Return the
published to the jury.
Okay, so with the document before you, what's now up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit?
I do.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer directly.
So this is what's recorded from the triggering event.
Significance you observe in this as far as
He's asked him what's significant about it.
A.
Okay.
Vehicle speed. Hold on. So they've got
So each row starting from
time trigger. Well, he's going to read through it. But vehicle speed is going to be helpful. And then we've got some other sensors in there too.
the top is the vehicle control history
steering.
time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to, let me show it, right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, then it goes up to 5. Then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds. And I'll just put time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here. And that's the time between each one. Sorry,
Each one of what?
So right here, this is the vehicle speeds.
9 miles an hour.
The blue is just labeled because that's the speed. Zeros are labeled as a light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So it starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down
Louisa,
to about
I am
0
not offended at all.
right
That's
here.
why we messaged you when
and then stops
they
for
start.
that time, and then increases back, speeds backs up to. It goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0.
Are those
and then
miles
back
an
up
hour?
to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7. If I can read that right. And the next below 4 is just miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
So what's that mean?
Stop you there.
Yep.
Somebody punched it?
As far as the accelerator pedal opening angle,
Correct.
can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of the vehicle?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal was actually pressed by the operator of the vehicle. And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it was, if zero's not pressed and 100%, it's all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher. In this way Toyota labels it. So then that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And also shows start from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%. And that's 5 seconds. That's only, a little over a second past the trigger. And so it's 50% and then back off and then back onto the accelerator again, up to 34%.
So somebody accelerated, stopped, accelerated while going in. Well, we can't tell yet if it's all in reverse or not. But if you remember Karen Reed's statement to law enforcement that she made a 3-point turn and left, I'm looking to see if this is consistent with that. That's what I'm looking for at the moment.
Now, as far as this data is concerned for the VCH data from the Toyota tech stream, what, if any, information
these speeds are not high. The speeds are in
directionality, as far as forward,
the first row of
left,
blue
right,
in miles
like that,
and kilometers in the light blue.
So on this label right here, so it shows the shift position signal. 1 is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward. And then the vehicle got shifted into reverse.
And reversed.
And then back to drive again.
So the car was going forward at 9 miles an hour through 1 mile an hour. Then the car stopped and shifted into reverse. And then when it shifted into reverse, somebody accelerated it backwards up to a whopping 6.2 miles an hour. Then the car went forward again up to 8.7 miles an hour.
Now, from your experience and from your training when it comes to interpreting this type of data, do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, this appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. Because also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal. And the steering wheel still showed that she was driving left and then right and the back left again. And also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Making a U-turn, he said. I don't know if that's a U-turn.
Yes.
I imagine on cross they're going to ask if that's a 3-point turn and not a U-turn.
If I could just retrieve the one we got before.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to be patient. There's another triggering event.
That I've just handed you now.
Let's see what the other one is.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report for as labeled as 12,629 miles B.
Okay, so this is
that's
the second triggering
event within this same mileage reading on the odometer, same key cycle.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come up, seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 590.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor.
This is the second event. This witness has not yet said what
May I approach
triggers
the
it.
witness?
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman,
For the
if I
sake
could-
of time, Your Honor, that ship is fucking sailed. for the sake of time.
And to recall, you recognize what's up on the screen now.
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from.
At one point, the car seems to go above 20 miles an hour. Let's see what happens.
The second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles peak, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
And this occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you note with respect to this data.
So for this one, same label as before, as we said. The vehicle control history time is, if I can see that.
So the way that the accelerator, like the way the accelerator was pressed is what started this triggering event. It seems that what we just saw in the same mileage range and the same key cycle, the car hasn't turned off and on. It seemed to me, he said U-turn. It seemed to me that there was driving forward, driving backwards, driving forward, that might be a 3-point turn. It might be a U-turn. I don't know. But it could be the vehicle turning around to pull up to the side at 34 Fairview along the curb line. So now we're getting to the second event in that same key cycle with more data of what the car was doing.
The trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows
So this will
same thing,
show
10 seconds of data.
If we had the other chart to compare, which the jury will, this will show how many seconds since the key cycle. So the jury will be able to tell how much longer in time since the car turned on from the last event to this event.
And it was good. So the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. I think it's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while. And then the vehicle's speed increases up to
in reverse
24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. And the accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and 74.
Now, that's 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
that's leading.
With regard to this data from 12,629 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12,629A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one. And they both occurred within the same odometer mileage.
My brain.
Now, with respect to the duration of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12,629 miles B, what kind of duration of data are we looking at in this particular table or chart?
What, say that again?
How long a period of time does this depict?
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this whole this one?
Just this one.
Okay.
He doesn't know what he's
10
asking,
seconds of data.
sir. Okay, 10 seconds of data.
With respect to that 10 seconds of data, as far as the 24.2 miles per hour, when does that occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So the 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9-second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if any, significance does that have?
I need Marissa Tomei. I just need Marissa Tomei to talk about, however many seconds past dead center. Like, can we just channel that vehicle testimony? If we're going to get through vehicle testimony, can we just have her do it instead? Could we do that?
data on the screen?
Maybe.
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
So the accelerator was almost down to the floor from 100%. It was at almost 75% depressed. So the accelerator was down, like floored down.
Now, with
almost.
respect to directionality for this, what, if any, data is contained within this chart in respect to that?
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It should show it slowing down zeros like 0.5, 9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel. How far does the steering wheel move from left to right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point, is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
And so am I correct then that there is a 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour?
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this table?
74.5 starts at the 8-second.
Now, as far as this trigger is concerned, I understand from your testimony that the maximum speed is 24.2. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the vehicle
And the pressure
speed,
on the accelerator
reported
goes
at the end of this
down
10-second
a
data set?
bit.
23.6.
And that's all
Now-
in reverse.
As far as the vehicle being in sort of different sets, as far as drive, reverse, things of that nature, what, if anything, did you observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all? What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0, and it goes to 0, which is neutral. Then goes down. Then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight. It stops. Then gets placed in reverse, and then goes back. Goes in reverse.
Now, as far as the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data.
Yes.
And what, if anything, was recorded in this 10 seconds of data? Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the end of the set, the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in the steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change much. It's only 13. I think the far it goes is left is at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if a steering wheel is a circle, the whole circle is 360 degrees. So 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle and at 13.5%.
So from this data, this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so, in a fairly straight line, and achieves a maximum speed of 24.2 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour.
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and experience, what, if anything, would cause that?
Well, the steering wheel was obviously caused by operator traveling only a small amount, about right, and up to here. So it's only
It's hard to know where up to here
steering had
is.
those small deviations.
You want a man approach?
Yes.
So chat, a lot of you are asking, what time is this? There's no time. There's only a key cycle. So what key cycle is this is all we've got.
Recognize that.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Why do we need the zoomed in snippet?
Call of the seat to introduce and advance the next exhibit.
No objection.
You can go ahead and, you can go ahead and publish it if you're inclined to.
Okay. Trooper Paul, from what's depicted up on the screen as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion of the data.
Yeah, so I circled in here the drop from 24.2 to 23.6, and also the steering wheel signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5, so positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the accelerator opening ratio, kind of stays consistent at 74%.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
That was a very curt yes from the court. This cross is going to be wild.
You recognize that?
I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a vehicle control history distance chart I calculated and attached to my report.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll have to see if you introduce and advance the next exhibit.
No objection.
I'm going to
Go ahead and
zoom
publish it
past
if you're
this
inclined.
till it gets published. The distance chart is what we're looking for. There we go.
Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on the screen, I should have asked you this before. How was this table created, and what, if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,609B. I started from when the vehicle was placed into reversed, and when it immediately goes from
Even
0
closed captioning is
and travels
tired.
up to 23.6. Just that's like the last part of that last chart we had.
So this
And
is
what, if anything,
a
were you
different
able to do as far as
demonstration of the
distance, travel,
same
and how were you able to
chart?
Determine that?
So I used this vehicle speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total
In
distance
feet.
traveled from the 0 to the 23.6
they're saying
at the end, what was the total distance?
17.53 feet.
97.35 feet.
97
And with
total?
respect to
Where does
the
it say that? Oh, there.
Maximum speed, as far as 24.2 miles per hour, that's recorded within.
I was
the
looking at the
data
wrong
set.
one.
How much distance had the vehicle traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 mile per hour?
62.51 feet.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
So they're saying that the car reversed for 97.35 feet.
Now, Trooper Paul, with regard to
Where?
based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general, this particular set of data from who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B. What, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and why?
Yeah, there's a point in there where it appears to be consistent.
This is his conclusion based on the data that we've just seen. So, hey, everybody who's been like, what are we talking about? This is his conclusion based on the data that we've just seen and whether or not it is consistent with a collision. Remember, the jury gets to decide if they agree.
Than with a pedestrian strike.
He says the data is consistent with a pedestrian strike. Hopefully he's going to say why.
From 12,629 miles B. What, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and why?
Yeah, there's a point in there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And why is it that your interpretation of that data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 in a half second, while the accelerator pedal is still at a consistent 74%. and also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees, and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, the pedestrian in this collision, what, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I mean, it was abrasions.
You know who we haven't heard from yet? Is the medical examiner. So I don't know if there's bruising. We don't know what blunt force injury there are.
Lacerations.
Stop trying to tell me shit's abrasions when they're lacerations.
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be
there
important?
were blunt force injuries. I mean, it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
And the injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Sorry, say it again.
As far as the injuries that you were informed by the medical examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained.
Yeah, the questions
Yes.
are that bad,
What,
sir.
if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
Is that a question?
Due to, I mean,
Lally's question should have been, did you consider the injuries to the victim in your analysis? But that's not what he's asking.
you can break down each injury to the arm, with the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent with a scratch.
He just said the injuries to the arm consistent with the taillight, from the taillight. I backed that up. We're going to hear that again real quick because he said that fast.
Due to, I mean, you can break down each injury to the arm, with the lacerations of the arm from the tail light, the dent with the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this, in this particular case, with striking the Lexus.
Now, specifically with reference to this case, what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you could expound upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
So kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically their principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher back of the vehicle. When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle along the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and then to the left due to this more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection /
forward
side swipe?
projection side swipe?
Yeah, due to being pretty flat. It's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian staying above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to.
I just want someone to ask him, though, doesn't this model of Lexus have automatic braking?
the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And based
I'm going to. Okay.
It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat and it's pretty higher up.
I backed up a little to hear Lally's next question
now,
through my
with respect,
exasperation.
you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner's report that there was injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
And based on your training experience in particular with pedestrian collisions, what, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the defendant's vehicle?
So, yeah, so when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate
His vehicle?
kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was...
He just called the victim a vehicle, but okay.
asphalt curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage. Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body.
Why is that?
Due to them get projected forward, so they get hit from behind, they would have damage to the back, and then when they get projected forward, they get damage to the front. So, I mean, in this case, he got projected and got spun counterclockwise due to where he got impacted the vehicle.
What?
Now, with regard to...
He said hit on the left side, though. He said hit on the left side and spun and could have hit the back of his head, but all the injuries are on the right side. Okay.
The vehicle speeds, kinematically speaking, from your analysis in respect to that, what, if anything, can you say in relation to, just in general terms, as far as the pedestrian collision is concerned, how much of that vehicle speed would a pedestrian be assuming in the context of
John O'Keefe might have hit his head. What caused him to hit
Forward
his
projection
head? I have a
will
lot of
have
questions about.
almost 100% speed post-impact. And more, like I said, in this case, it's more the fact that he didn't get 100%, like his center of mass didn't strike the vehicle, so he would not have been thrown 100% of the vehicle speed post-impact. His right side would have sustained the vehicle speed, and that would cause him to spin
Now
out. So
you've said both now. You've said left side and right side. And I don't know if he mixed up the side of the car, but now he's saying right side.
as opposed to a traditional forward projection, if he was right there in the middle of the vehicle, he would have got projected forward, and he would have sustained, his full body would have sustained the vehicle speed.
Is that abnormal as far as the sort of forward projection type of pedestrian collision? And what I'm going to ask is specifically to not having any contact with sort of the bottom of the vehicle or being run over or something like that. Can you expound upon that a little?
Yeah, due to the side swipe manner that projected him off to the left, it wouldn't show that he would have been, the car would have ran over him and traveled over him. Like traditional.
Yeah,
Car would,
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a
Sorry.
little bit.
Sorry. Yes,
So he is again going back to the side swipe?
due to the situation in this scene where he got projected to the left and body rotated, it would have rotated away from the vehicle and his body would not have traveled
So he's saying John O'Keefe was projected to the left.
under the vehicle, as you do in like most live traditional forward projection crashes. The vehicle would get projected forward ahead of the vehicle, and that vehicle could possibly travel over that pedestrian.
So that is not what you found in this particular pedestrian collision, correct?
Correct.
So he's saying, oh my God, this is so confusing. His testimony is not clear. I don't know how many times this witness has testified, but I would guess it's not many. He is saying that the impact caused John O'Keefe to be thrown to the left and that he had injury from the taillight on his arm, and that because there was a side swipe causing John O'Keefe to get thrown to the left and turn, he would have hit his head, or possibly, I think is what he said, hit his head on the ground, but that would have thrown him to the side, protecting him from being run over by the vehicle, where in a lot of forward motion collision crashes, you have the pedestrian being hit and then the car keeps going and the pedestrian gets thrown backwards, but in the same line of travel as the vehicle. That's what he's trying to say. This witness is also an expert witness, so he's allowed to rely on the medical examiner's report. Whether you agree with his conclusions or not, he's allowed to rely on that report. The jury can decide if they rely on him, and we're going to have another expert, I imagine, to contradict this, but I think that's what he's trying to say because he is not articulating his conclusions clearly. So this is difficult.
I know you've mentioned it a couple of times, but if I could ask you to just expound a little bit when you're talking about center of mass and how that relates between sort of a pedestrian and a vehicle in a pedestrian type of vehicle.
So pedestrians, almost every object has a center mass. Pedestrians is the same. So a pedestrian center mass is essentially obviously the half the body, and you would also put down is around the chest area, just below the chest area would be a center of mass for a pedestrian, and they all range based on height and body shape.
And so where on someone's body typically would a center of mass be located?
Usually just around the chest area or just below the chest area.
He just said that, Lally.
Now,
Lally,
just turn your attention to
I'm having a hard time listening to your witness too, Lally.
2022, when you were at the Canton Police Department, you mentioned that, or you testified earlier at some point that you went outside to an asphalt roadway surface and conducted some.
I was really hoping for
acceleration
clear scientific
and,
testimony.
rear acceleration right.
And I asked for scientific testimony. I feel like I have been punked. I did not say the word clear, obviously. So we are getting testimony.
Test, correct?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, what, if any, other testing did you do with respect to that vehicle on that particular date in that location?
We checked the cameras and we did backup visibility analysis with the cameras and the vehicle.
And again, if you could, just in general terms, first.
I also want to go back to the Reconstruction experts from Paltrow. I saw that in the chat.
Typically speaking, what are you doing
Concur.
in the visibility?
In the visibility analysis, we are trying to see what an operator would see in their vehicle. Looking for, in this particular case, we're trying to see if the operating vehicle would be able to see a pedestrian behind the vehicle. And also in this, where we have backup cameras, we're trying to look at the cameras and see what would the cameras pick up as we go into reverse.
And in
Does it
fairness,
automatically stop?
To the defendant, at this particular time when this visibility analysis was conducted, it was during the daytime, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your understanding of the crash is that it occurred at night, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as a visibility analysis, typically, would you be looking to recreate as close as you can to the conditions at the time that the collision occurred?
In most typical cases, yes.
And why were you not able to, were you able to do that in this case?
We were not.
And why?
Due to was most, like I said, it's mostly done when we're trying to see what an operator would see a pedestrian. It's mostly done because it's an accident, but a lot of times when it's like an intentional act, visibility is not an issue in this situation. We were just want to make sure that the cameras worked and the backup sensors all worked in the vehicle.
Buried in that answer was we didn't really consider or pay that much attention to visibility because it was an intentional act. So buried in the middle of that was he didn't believe this was a collision in that oh shit, I didn't see somebody. I don't know if he made that assumption, but the assumption that they were working on when they were doing this on February 1st was that this was an intentional act. So.
Now, as far as this particular visibility analysis that was conducted in this case, how, if at all, was that memorialized?
It was recorded when the crime scenes. Trooper recorded it.
I'm zooming. If somebody recorded it, I'd sure love to see it. He's reviewing what looks
Supposed
like
to be?
still photos.
It's the inside of the vehicle. Appears to be taking out the, showing that taking out the infotainment system.
The what system?
Infotainment system.
And the last photograph there, what, if anything, does that depict, sir?
That is the module for the infotainment system.
And what, if any, involvement did you have in respect to this investigation in regard to the infotainment system?
I didn't have anything. That was Trooper Nick Marinos did the infotainment system in this vehicle.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you had training as it relates to Burla, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does Burla have with
Someone else examined the infotainment system.
respect to the infotainment system?
They had tools to forensically diagnose the infotainment systems.
And if you know, are you familiar with whether or not that was able to be accomplished in this particular case?
It was not.
And do you know why not?
Because they had to go to, I think Burla didn't have the equipment, so they went to a.
Sustained.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, as far as those photographs, they're an accurate portrayal of what you
You know what we just learned, though? That for some reason, they weren't able to do more of an analysis of the infotainment system.
observed in the vehicle during the time that you were conducting your testing.
Yes.
Your Honor, call will seek to introduce the next 7 exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry, I was writing a note. What are those 5 photographs? No
Jackson's like, I'm sorry, what?
objection.
Yeah, same. So the infotainment system was extracted from the vehicle, but it seems that there was no analysis done.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 597?
Yes.
And what part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
That's the steering wheel.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have EEP3. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's now up on the screen and is marked as Exhibit 598?
Yes, I do.
And if you could,
a small
using the
screen.
laser pointer,
Like, it's a really expensive car.
Anything of significance you observed in this part of the photograph?
That is the infotainment system.
If there's anyone in the
And as
chat
far
that
as
is like in
the
charge of this
infotainment
shit,
system, when you were
big screens in cars, easier to see with distance glasses. Big screens in cars, please.
operating that vehicle,
That
what,
screen's
if anything,
tiny.
was displayed on that screen within the infotainment system?
If you were in drive, it just had, the radio navigation stuff. But if you're in verse, that's where the backup cameras and sensors would be.
Oh, look, it has a backup camera.
And if I could
Wow.
have EEP4, sorry. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 599?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, are we looking at in this?
That's the push button start, the ignition.
And so that's how this vehicle was started and stopped, essentially, as a push button start. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have BEP22. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now marked?
A
as
screen.
601?
Yes.
Wow.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this.
Yes, that's the infotainment system. It's on, shows satellite here. Looks like that's the navigation.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, if I could take you back just for a second to the VCH data and the kinematics of what you were testifying about just a moment ago.
Why are we going back?
You had mentioned that
Never go back.
with respect to the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that is consistent or could have been caused by striking his head on part of the pavement or the curbing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as your training and experience in pedestrian collisions that you've responded to and investigated on prior occasions, as far as weather, as far as the coldness of the ground being frozen, what, if any, impact could that have as far as in relation to the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
What?
Objection.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Yeah. Lally,
Now,
what?
as far as the visibility analysis that you were conducting on February 1st.
Is he an expert in
that was
how
memorialized,
ground
with,
freezes?
photographs as well as video, is that correct?
Correct.
And the video that was taken, sir, was that in the interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle, or both?
I believe it might have been just the interior.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
I can't believe it is Friday on day 25. And this is the Reconstruction expert.
Don't, sir, I'm showing you 2 discs.
Okay.
You recognize
I
those?
don't have words.
Yes.
And those are the recordings of the visibility or the braking and acceleration tests from February 1st, both interior of the vehicle, exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce the mix.
Videos of the visibility test. Chad, I have been trying to stay optimistic, and it is just getting harder and harder day by day that we're going to get evidence
Those videos, Trooper.
that is
May I
clear.
approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I can't imagine how frustrated the jury is. I imagine these are screenshots from the videos that have just been admitted into evidence.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, Trooper?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photos from the backup cameras and sensor tests.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce the minutes next.
Photos.
No objection.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Packet, photograph.
There are so many questions still left in this case. Nicole said, I'm late. Have I missed much? The car did reverse. The car reversed up to 24 miles an hour.
Trooper, if you could,
24.6.
please describe to the jury
When it
what you're
reversed.
looking at in this photograph that's now been marked as Exhibit 606.
We have some
Yes,
conversation
this
about it.
is the view from the operator as they would turn around and look to the back of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 610?
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what, if anything, we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the view inside the vehicle showing the infotainment system and the backup cameras on it.
It is?
Now, as far as the backup cameras on this particular vehicle, what kind of view was able to be portrayed, or what did you observe on the screen when you placed the vehicle in reverse?
Yes, so this has a
360
straight backup camera and also has a 360 overhead view of the vehicle.
And as far as the cameras within this vehicle are concerned, are we talking about one single camera, or how many cameras are encapsulating this 360-degree camera angle view?
It has the front and the sides and the rear cameras.
I can see the
Now,
cameras on my TV. It's harder
If
for
you
me to
could,
see on my
using the
computer
laser
monitor,
pointer,
but
just
it's
draw
there.
the jury's attention, direct the jury's attention to where you're talking about as far as the screen is concerned, depicting that camera angle view.
Okay. So the one on the left, that's the backup camera, and the one in the middle here would be the 360 overhead camera.
Now, in addition to what's depicted on the screen right now, as far as the vehicle and the 360 overhead, as the vehicle travels, what, if anything, in addition, is depicted on that particular portion of the screen as far as the 360 overhead?
It shows a sensor, and also when that sensor shows up in the area where the object that it is closer to.
Oh my God.
And the sensor that you're talking about, how is that depicted on the screen?
It's a little red like blip or a little bar that would show up on the camera itself.
And is that something that appears as you approach an object from either in front or behind or something else?
Correct. As you approach the object, the bar will, blink and will go get faster as you get closer to the object.
I don't think that's
Now,
this
with
trooper's
respect to the
coffee.
system
That was
overall,
in the car
addition
when they
to the visual cues picked it up on.
a note about the coffee. That was in the car when it was photographed the day before. So they did not take it out of the car. That was in the car when it was photographed the day before. So were the boxes.
Screen. What, if any, auditory cues are also part of this system?
It will beep at you, and it will, as you get closer to the object, it will beep faster as you get closer to it.
And as far as getting closer to an object, the beeping that you're talking about, it increases in speed or rapidity. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how does it? What, if anything, does it do as far as the volume of the beeping that you?
I guess it would increase as it would get faster.
So it gets faster and it gets louder as you get closer to an object.
Oh my
Yep.
God. Lally.
With respect to sort of the middle of the screen here.
Sir, does the beeping get faster as the backup camera gets closer to things?
Do you observe there, could you direct the jury's attention to what, if any, devices are up there right now?
Did you
yes,
audio
so
record
right
what the beeping
here,
sounds like?
this blue device, that's the V-Box Sport that attached to the windshield.
So that's something that you attach to the vehicle. It's not necessarily something that was in
Yeah, and the
vehicle
container
when
for the
you
glasses is
operate.
down, blocking part of the
Yes.
rear view mirror. We get it.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2618.
If I wasn't streaming Lally, I'd be online shopping right now. I really can't with this. Oh, look at that. Now we can see it.
You could
Yay.
describe to the jury, or using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant.
You know what I learned from Instagram Reels, which are probably reposted from TikTok, is that the red line is the amount of distance you need so you can accurately open your tailgate in the back. I didn't know that's what that line was on my backup camera. Thank you, Instagram. I had no idea. Just like it took at least half my life before I knew that there was an indicator on what side of the gas you go to based on that little arrow thing next to the little gas icon. But anyway, just because my brain is running away from all of this testimony as fast as I can, there you go. The line on the backup camera. We've all learned something, maybe. Some of you might have known. I didn't know. Some of you might now know something new.
Yeah, so this is one on the left here is the backup camera, and the one in the middle is the 360 overhead camera. The bars and lines are showing the path of the vehicle.
See, a lot of you guys are like, I was today years old.
Ms. Gilman, you can take this down.
The gas arrow thing was literally like half my life. It was one of the first things I told my kid, and he was like, okay. And I'm like, no one ever told me, kid. I learned that shit from social media.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
I just had to remember what side it was on. I don't want to give you a moment,
Now,
Lily.
Paul, as far as during this visibility analysis that you conducted, you testified earlier that you were primarily concerned with sort of whether or not the cameras and the auditory and visual cues worked properly with this vehicle and this system, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your running these sort of forward and back reverse acceleration braking tests, as well as the visibility analysis, what, if anything, did you observe with relation to the functionality of the cameras and the visual and auditory cues?
Everything seemed to be working properly.
Now, when you were operating the vehicle on February 1st and you shifted the vehicle into reverse,
I thought he said February 2nd.
what would then sort of occur with the screen in the center of the dash?
It would change from the navigation to the backup cameras.
And how long a period of time did that take as far as you shifted from drive to reverse on a number of different occasions while you were conducting your test, correct?
Yes.
And so how long a period of time are we talking about between the time that you shift the vehicle from drive or another gear to reverse for those screens to then display both the rear
Thank you,
backup
Chad.
camera
He
and
did.
the
He did
360,
say February 2nd a few minutes ago.
It's fairly instantaneous, fairly quick.
I thought these were the day after because they did all the photographs on February 1st.
Quick.
Now, at some point during the course of the visibility analysis specifically, what, if anything, did you place behind the vehicle during your visibility analysis?
It was like a punching bag dummy.
And where did you place that in relation to the vehicle?
Along the right rear.
Some in the chat
And
have
as
also
far as
said
that,
that the
punching
the
bag
side
dummy
that
was
the
concerned,
gas
about
illustration
how
went
far
up,
off the
the
ground
like gas
was
hose
the top
illustration
line?
is also the right side.
I'm not exactly sure the
Sorry.
exact height of it. Maybe my height or taller.
We're talking about
And
the
with respect,
dummy.
Your height, sir, how tall are you?
5'6".
So it was at least 5'6", if not taller. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that, placing it behind the vehicle, after it was placed behind the vehicle, at some point were you inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you were
Did
inside
you,
the
like,
vehicle and that was
Mythbusters
outside
run
the
back
vehicle,
at it?
What, if any, visual observations were you able to make with respect to its placement? And it's in the right rear passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
But what, if any, observations were you able to make with respect to that item or exemplar that was placed out there?
It would have been invisible in the cameras.
Now, with respect,
They're just saying it was
to
visible in the cameras.
Visibility analysis that was conducted with respect to that. Let me ask you this first. When I say exemplar, so exemplar pedestrian, can you explain sort of what that term means and as how it relates to a visibility analysis?
So an exemplar pedestrian is just like you said, we used a punch bag dummy. It was something that we used in place of a pedestrian to act like a pedestrian.
Now,
Like a crash
when
test dummy
that exemplar
placeholder.
pedestrian was placed in the rear passenger side area of the vehicle, what, if any, obstructions did you observe as far as just from a visual perspective, sort of turning your head or looking, or cameras or anything else, as far as where that exemplar was placed?
There were no obstructions.
Now, if that exemplar was placed directly next to the vehicle versus feet away from the vehicle, what, if any, difference did you note as far as the visibility was concerned?
Yeah. So if it was placed right next to the vehicle, it'd be blocked by the back pillar of the vehicle. If you place it like 5 feet away, you would be able to see the dummy in the cameras and also in the side mirrors.
But if it was blocked by the back,
of at least 5 feet,
if it was blocked by the back pillar, could you see it in the cameras?
was fully visible from where you sat in the vehicle.
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could, I would
Tech-
ask.
Tech Love Crate says, thank you for the level-headed coverage. I mean, I keep having steam coming out of my ears, but I am.
If I could have the exterior video.
We're trying.
They are 6:04 and 6:05.
The today is just a lot.
Coming, if you could pause there just for a moment.
Well, at least there's video.
Well, with respect to, just for orientation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of where we are in relation to the Canton Police Department and where it was that you conducted these tests.
Yeah. So this is a view from the back of the Canton Police Department. So as you look at the Canton Police Department, we'd be on the left side of the Canton Police Department.
Karen asked in the chat,
And
could the
as far as
24
the
miles
vehicle
per hour
question,
be the
if you
wheels
could
spinning on
relate
snow,
it
or ice?
where
We don't know.
that
Nobody's
is,
testified
where
to it.
it's going to be in relation to the camera angle.
I don't know if they'll ask it on
Vehicle
cross,
is right here.
but they have to elicit it from a witness. So they have to elicit it from a witness. Casey Cat, they did the extractions in 2023. These are being done February 1st or 2nd because they keep changing the date of 2022, right after it was photographed by the crime scene analyst who took the tail light and everything else. So the crime scene analyst, let's see. Oh, this is before they took the tail light. So this is before the crime scene analyst took the taillight out because the taillight is still there. But the crime scene analyst, when she testified, she did everything on the car, took the hair, the glass off the bumper, and the rest of it, while the crime scene while the accident reconstructionists were in the Sally Port. But it doesn't look like the entire taillight casing is removed in this video. So I'm gonna zoom that real quick because it looks like that taillight is still in its casing. But this is happening 2022. The extraction of the data happened in 2023. So hopefully that clears up any confusion because this case is nothing but confusion. So all of the evidence should have been processed from the car before they started driving it around. But it looks like that taillight casing is still there. And it's real hard to see if that light illuminates. Like, why aren't you standing on the passenger side to do this? Like, I want to see the passenger side taillight, please. So the acceleration testing? The brake testing? Cass said, I never thought I'd say this, but I miss Poot. Lisa said, this is where we need Buster from Mythbusters. Yep. Rhett Ann said, you know what? We haven't learned how Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe or caused John's death. That's where we're at right now in the state's case. That is, they are trying to prove the collision with their reconstructionist. But I want to see the video more clearly. I want to see the vehicle more clearly, not videoed from the driver's side, but videoed from the passenger side, because it looks like the passenger side taillight's not illuminating.
If I could ask you to pause there.
At all.
Trooper Paul, during these testing that you were conducting here with the acceleration, reverse braking, all of those things, the highest speed that you recorded during the course of that testing was 30 miles an hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the highest speed that was contained within that VCH data for the second or the B of those two data sets, what was the highest miles per hour there?
24.
Now, with respect to the braking in this vehicle, what, if anything, was this vehicle equipped with?
Had ABS brakes, anti-lock brake system.
And with relation to anti-lock brake system or ABS, what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to braking and what is then visible on the pavement?
It doesn't leave visible tire marks.
And why is that so?
Due to when the brakes, as the brake is about to lock up, it transfers over to another tire. So it kind of rotates between tires. So the tires never fully lock up and slide across the pavement.
Now, in relation to ABS not leaving marks on the pavement, what, if any, relationship does that have as far as the sound difference between ABS brakes and non-ABS brakes?
Yeah, the sound would be different because you would hear a car sliding across the pavement as opposed to just hard braking and engine slowing down.
As far as sort of screeching of braking and tire coming to a brake,
they're trying to explain why no one in the house would have heard it.
With respect to ABS braking.
There would be no screeching of the tires.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from here.
I don't know what they're doing. They're letting it play. The video is playing. The video is advancing. Nothing is happening, but the video is advancing. It doesn't look like that taillight casing is removed yet on the passenger side of a best friend's ride. Sorry, but it's frustrating. As we're waiting for the vehicle to do things, I am going to answer questions. Yeah, the passenger side taillight doesn't look like it's lighting up in this video at all.
Thank you, Mr. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish the other video of the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Shells, that's my understanding of Lexus too, that they have automatic braking if there is if there is something detected behind them. He hasn't asked about it at all. That's not before the jury. It's gonna get before the jury at some point, I imagine, but that is my understanding of newer model Lexuses as well. That it is a system that cannot be overridden.
Direct the jury's attention to the screen in the center of
But we'll
the
see.
dashboard, and just as far as what different parts of the screen are visible here.
So right here is the
They have to
reverse
cross this
camera,
witness.
360 camera.
And as far as this
They have to.
particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what was done with regard to acceleration or braking tests, or are we looking at the visibility now?
This is the visibility analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could please press.
So we are watching the video of them doing the the visibility analysis.
All right, if you could pause it there, Mr. If I could ask you to just bring it back just a couple of seconds. Pause it there.
Sure.
Paul, as far as
Pause it there.
this is a closer up image of the screen that was visible in the center of the dash of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, this may be a little difficult to see. If you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen while the vehicle's in reverse now, correct?
Correct.
If you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe on this screen as the vehicle's in reverse with the exemplar pedestrian behind.
Yes. So this screen has now changed to a park assist screen, and it now shows a sensor
Sure.
for the back of the vehicle.
Okay.
And also same here, the sensor starts popping up in a yellow line further behind the vehicle.
I don't know if the video for the jury's not in focus or if in court it's not in focus on the
The extra
screen.
count view shows that's where our punching bag dummy was, and also shows where the sensor's backed up to
Can't
on the bottom
see that
here.
at all.
And Ms. Gilman, for the record, this is about 34 seconds in. If you could press play from here.
I hope that the jury will be able to see it better. But at this point, I don't even know. They're showing all the vehicle systems. Oh, that's in focus. There we go.
Now, Trooper Paul,
Okay.
at some point over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, did you become aware of ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's residence at 1 Meadows Avenue?
Yes.
And specifically, have you had
But we'll
occasion
see
to see a
if he
video
does ask.
depicting the defendant backing out of the garage as snow was coming down?
Yes.
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish to the jury with the witness on the stand, Exhibit 6, video number 153.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to zoom past the break. Or optimistically zoom past the sidebar that seems to take quite a moment. This is interesting expert testimony from this accident reconstructionist, y'all. All right, let's see if I can. Oh, interesting. Hold on.
Appreciate your patience.
You are unmuted.
A few things.
I'm trying to get to right where the judge starts talking.
All right, jurors. I appreciate your
shit.
patience.
You are unmuted.
A few things. So I'm going to send you home for the day because the lawyers and I are staying, and Trooper, I'm going to ask you to stay. Sometimes when we take these breaks, when I talk to the lawyers and then don't schedule you, it's because we have to do things in the case to facilitate getting this case to you now as efficiently as possible.
What now?
Next week, we will be in session here Monday. Tuesday's going to be a
I'm going to gain this volume up because she's standing up and she's hard to hear. And the thing I want to hear the most is the schedule.
full day of the lawyers and I with witnesses to make sure that the case is.
All right, hold on. Monday, court. Tuesday, voir dires. No jury.
ready for you to wrap up. So Tuesday you will be off, we'll be working. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so court is not in session on Wednesday. We'll have a full day Thursday and half a day Friday. It's a little different than we looked at, but I am assured that we are still on schedule to getting the case to you folks to begin your deliberations sometime that last week.
Sometime the last week.
So we appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the lawyers now really trying to work to get this case to you as efficiently as possible. So those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Monday. Monday will be a full day. Have a great weekend. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay.
You are muted.
Here and follow me, please.
So the jurors are being excused. The witness is staying. I wonder if they're going to do a brief voir dire of this witness. So Monday, full day of court. Tuesday is a voir dire, no jury day. I don't know if that'll be televised. I will find out. Wednesday is a federal holiday for Juneteenth, so there will be no court. Thursday is a full day. Friday is a half day. Friday's DMB day for me. There's also a hearing in Baldwin that I want to see.
So, Trooper, we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video.
Okay. And we're doing voir dire of this witness.
Lally.
Now, Trooper Paul, as I was asking you before, with respect to, have you had occasion to see a ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house on 1 Meadows Avenue, depicting the defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of a garage while snow was falling? Now, in addition to that, as you've already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play the video at this time?
Yes.
So this is the video, the ring video of the backup.
I'll stipulate to the video.
I want to see it for purposes of this voir dire. And in fact, I'd like to see the version that the defendants have with the focusing in on the tire.
Understood.
Both. Go ahead, Ms. Gilman. You show yours, and then I'm going to ask for the defense.
153.
For all of you asking, why does this need to be voir dired? Again, the process of voir dire is asking the witness outside the presence of the jury before that testimony comes in because, well, you can't put the shit back in the horse once it's out. So they ask these questions to see if this witness will be allowed to testify to whatever Lally wants to ask. So I imagine Lally wants to ask this witness about this video where the defendant hits the victim's car to see if that is the same speed. So they're voir diring on this part to see if this witness will be allowed to testify about this. So this is outside the presence of the jury. Let's see what happens.
So I'm going to just pause there. Now, Trooper, from your observations from this video, at some point, this vehicle either comes close or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your observations of this video and your observations of the defendant's vehicle, at some point, have you also seen photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes.
And is your understanding that those photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your observations in this vehicle, what I'm going to ask you is in regard to the significance that you observe, significance of the impact between the two vehicles. In respect to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe on his vehicle at that time?
At the photos or now?
Right now.
Oh, right now. There was snow on the vehicle.
And then with respect to the contact between the defendant's vehicle and victim Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe to occur with relation to the snow based on the significance of the impact between the two?
The snow doesn't move.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play at this time.
All right. Can I see the other video? Please.
The court's asking to see the defense's video, which they pulled out and highlighted the tire.
Yes, I think it's on. I know it's in evidence, but I think it's on your computer, your hard drive.
It is in evidence. The court allowed it.
All right.
They have already
you.
played these
Could
videos
you
in
turn the
court
lights
for
on,
everybody
please?
asking. They've already played these videos in court,
Photographs that I'd like to.
Sure.
but they're asking
Ms.
questions
Gilman,
of
if I
this
could
witness
have,
about them
What's now been marked as Exhibit
to determine if he's going to be allowed to testify about them.
549.
And before you do that, what is the exhibit we just saw through your IT person? What
Your Honor, it's
number?
the same exhibit. It has not been enhanced in any way. It was just magnified for purposes of showing it. In other words, the magnification is not embedded in the video. It's
Okay.
the same video.
Okay.
We just magnified it.
Okay.
Here you go.
It's a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
The two of the state's witnesses have testified that they
Trooper, do you
saw
recognize
the
what's up on the screen
victim's
now?
car
Yes.
move.
And what are we looking at?
So,
in which area of the vehicle are we looking
It seems that everybody
It's
agrees
the rear. Sorry.
that she bumped
John
the victim's
O'Keefe's car.
at? The driver's side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced. Well, kind of you see it
All right.
from.
What was the answer?
He
I
doesn't
didn't
know.
Sorry, it was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559. Sir, is this the same driver's side rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Now, as far as your observations of these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either the last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Now, as far as the impact, let me ask, as far as the damage that you observed to the taillight area of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the amount of force necessary in order to cause that damage?
Objection.
You need a foundation on this.
So, Trooper, over the course,
That's why they're doing
of
this
your-
outside
I'm
the
sorry,
presence of the
how many,
jury.
crashes have you investigated over your time with the cars unit?
I've been primary on 196 crashes.
And I know I'd asked
Really?
you before about pedestrian crashes. Fair to say most of the remainder, if not all the remainder, involves vehicles colliding with other vehicles.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that experience in relation to vehicle crashes, what, if any, training or knowledge do you have in regard to sort of physical forces of vehicles in a collision sequence and what kind of damage you would anticipate?
So obviously, the higher the speed, the more damage. The lower speed, the less damage.
And what, if any, from the observation that you made in that video and the observations that you made of the defendant's vehicle, what you observed in the video, is that consistent with the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
Objection.
So I'm going to allow this for voir dire. I just need to hear this information.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
It's
Here's
not
what just
consistent.
happened. The defense doesn't think there's enough foundation laid for this witness. The court wants to hear the answers. This is part of voir dire. Sometimes the court is going to hear answers outside the presence of the jury that the jury will never hear. We've done this in almost every case that we've watched. There's always been some voir dire outside the presence of the jury. We did a whole day of it in Murdaugh. We did it with the rebuttal witnesses and Depp Heard. So the judge wants to hear what this witness is going to say, and then the judge will decide if this witness will be allowed to testify to it or not. So that's why the objection is marked for the record, and the judge is allowing it for the voir dire process to determine if the jury will be allowed to hear it and if this witness can sufficiently testify to what he's being asked to testify to. Hopefully that
With
helps.
the tail light in this collision.
And why not?
For one thing, the collision, the tail light is, what I say, 42 to 50 inches off the ground. So that vehicle would have to have damage 42 to 50 inches off the ground because they would have had to contact each other in the same distance from the ground, and there's no damage to that vehicle. So if the taillight breaks, it should leave some sort of scratching, maybe a dent, something on some sort of damage to that vehicle should have occurred.
And with respect
Is there a photo of
to,
that?
I think you just answered it. So as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what
Are there photos of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that aren't focused on the wheel?
kind of damage would you expect from an impact significant enough to break the plastic on the tail light of the defendant's vehicle?
It'd be probably a higher speed than what we saw.
For purposes of the voir dire, I need to hear all of this, Mr. Johnson. Go ahead.
A higher speed than what we probably would saw in there. If it's not, it was
What we
minimal. Maybe it
probably-
would crack a tail light or something like that, but it wouldn't. I mean, the damage is different. And also, we have a bumper that's also in the way too.
What?
And to that point, Trooper, when it comes to a
Higher speed than what we
from a
probably
functional
saw.
standpoint, what is a bumper and what does it do with respect to a vehicle and a collision sequence?
The bumper is, it's basically meant as another cushion to absorb the impact to another vehicle from one vehicle to another vehicle. And it kind of sticks out to kind of also preserve whatever, the tail lights and everything else and the damage on top of it.
So in order, from your experience as far as responding and investigating collisions, specifically collisions between motor vehicles,
There will be a cross on this, by the way.
speed that you observed the defendant's vehicle traveling in that video, what, if any, relationship does that have specifically as to the bumper, as to the damage that you observed to the defendant's vehicle?
So if you look at the defendant's vehicle, there is a scratch mark that is along the left side starts from her bumper around the rear. That could be consistently with his hitting his bumper. That would be around the same height level. He has a like little ridge there on his bumper. So that bumper could have been hit that little ridge. And also the bumper in itself, and here is a different material. Hers is a little lighter, like a glossy colored paint. This is more a duller flat finish. So it might have why it would show up on her bumper more than it would show up on his bumper.
And finally, sir, in your opinion, the damage to the defendant's taillight is that something that could have occurred or could have been caused by the crash or the contact of the vehicles that you observed in that video?
Objection.
No.
So again, this is voir dire, Mr. Jackson, going in here.
No.
I didn't even remember the question.
And again, sir, why not?
The taillight.
For thing, the bumpers, you have to go push through the bumpers in order to hit the taillight again.
Could the bumping of the two cars have caused the damage to the taillight is what is being asked, and he's saying no and explaining why no, because he's saying you would have to get beyond the bumper of the defendant's cars and victim's car for the taillight to collide with the vehicle because it's higher up.
Against the other vehicle, and there's no damage to that significant damage to a bumper in order to push back into the car.
And again, there was no snow on the vehicle. By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's
leading.
vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed during the course of that contact between the two vehicles.
That's correct.
I have nothing further on.
Cross
Mr. Jackson?
on voir
Did you ever
dire.
put the two cars together?
Hold on, I've got to finish making a note. So, sorry, Jackson. He's saying that the collision between John O'Keefe's car and Karen Reed's car could not have caused the damage to the taillight because there would have been more damage essentially to John O'Keefe's car. There would have had to have been, his testimony, more collapsing of the bumpers for the taillight to hit car to car.
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you?
And Jackson said, did you put the cars together?
By that, I mean Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle that even came off the vehicle that you observed.
I backed
during
up
the
a little
course
bit
of that
because
contact
Jackson was just
between the two vehicles.
speaking
That's
at the
correct.
speed of light.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Did you ever put the two cars together?
I did not.
No, you didn't, did you? You never tested whether or not the SUV would match up with the Traverse, did you?
What do you mean?
You just said, oh, look, one of them has matte finish, one of them has glossy finish, so it couldn't have happened, right?
Not exactly.
No, I'm confused by the question. I'm talking about the tail light. We're talking about the tail light.
Yeah,
Are we talking about the tail light? Or are we talking about the bumper?
yeah, we were talking about the tail
Oh,
light.
So-
shit.
One person at a time. You both are talking over
shit.
each
So
other.
You started talking about the bumpers.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
And you said, well, you'd expect one of them to like slide off of each other, and they could have done this and they could have done that, right?
Not slide off each other.
You were suggesting that the two cars wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the Traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the Traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the Traverse, right? And make contact, physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the Traverse,
Yes or no?
when I see the picture
No,
of the
this
Traverse,
is a voir dire. I need the information, Mr.
you asked me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
I said when
yes or no question.
Oh my God. The court's like, no, I need all the information. It's voir dire. The jury's not here. Jackson's like, it's a yes or no. And the dude's like, but it's not though. This is a preview of what cross is going to be like on Monday. I'm going to back that up because they are now just yelling at each other.
Whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the Traverse, right? And make contact, physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the Traverse,
Yes or no?
when I see the picture
No,
of the
this
Traverse,
is a voir dire. I need the information, Mr.
you asked me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
I said when I
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think so, but
Mr. Jackson, just for there's no jury here.
I realize
This is for purposes of what I have to rule on. The more information I have, the better off I am in being able to rule on it.
Let me take a breath.
So this
Yeah.
is
Take a
you
breath.
trying to keep the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Understood. Did you or did you not ever do a test?
Take a
where
breath.
You backed the Lexus up against the Traverse.
we did not.
Did you or did you not ever do a test where you put the two cars together and measured them?
No.
Did you ever measure the taillight of the SUV, the black SUV, against any area on that traverse?
No.
Did you ever do any force multiplier tests to determine the forces necessary to crack the SUV's convex taillight?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not a plastic taillight?
Well, we know what their expert did, don't we? Force multipliers are going to be coming in.
Under how much pressure a plastic taillight would need to be subjected before it would crack?
No.
Crack.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not if a plastic taillight came in contact with a metallic portion of another SUV, whether it would leave any mark?
Haven't done any testing. I've seen crashes where headlights have struck other vehicles. That's kind of where the experience comes from.
Fair enough. But I'm guessing that those crashes are probably different speeds and higher speeds. Not
Yeah.
this, right?
I've had multiple crashes at different speeds.
So have you ever had a crash where you've investigated, the Massachusetts State Police has been brought in to investigate a crash where the car was going in reverse at about a half a mile an hour?
Half a mile an hour?
Whatever that was.
Are you saying the SUV Lexus is going half a mile per hour?
Well, you're the Reconstructionist. Give me an estimate of how fast you think that SUV was going at the point of contact with the Traverse.
Maybe like 1-2 miles per hour?
Okay, fair enough. Have you ever been called in to a crash, to investigate a crash?
Vehicle.
Where the cars have collided at 1 mile an hour?
I've had pedestrian crashes that have been at a very low speed.
That's not what he asked.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't quite my question.
Okay.
My question is,
Vehicle
have you been
collision.
called in to a crash involving two vehicles
Yeah.
that have made contact at about 1 mile an hour?
I have seen testing for vehicles at low speeds. So next time I have been called to a crash, I go to fatality crashes, but I have seen testing for vehicles at low speed impacts.
Okay. How low speed?
Like just the bump.
So like this?
Yes.
Did you see any damage?
Yes. All right. Well, minimal damage.
Right. In what circumstance? Minimal damage, like, I don't know, like a cracked taillight.
No, like just a little bit of rub off on the paint.
Right? Or you might see nothing, right?
Yes.
You've certainly seen circumstances in which two cars come in contact and there's absolutely no physical
He's talking about paint transfer.
damage to either car, nothing observable, right?
Have I gone to crashes that I've seen no physical damage on a car?
Or just in common sense, just everyday life, where one car backs into another car at the Jiffy Lube, makes contact and drives away, and there's no damage.
Jiffy Lube would like
Not
to be
normally.
excluded
It's usually
from this
something
analysis.
with car and car impacts.
Like, what's the something?
A crack or a paint, something chip, scratches.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you put a piece of metal in that scenario, if you put a piece of metal, steel, right,
Uh-huh.
against a piece of plastic, which one do you think is going to give way first?
You'll still see some damage to both vehicles at a speed.
Which one would give way first?
Between metal, depends what speeds. And what we're talking about, you're just saying plastic and metal. You're giving a pretty general, broad
Oh, God.
plastic and metal
Trooper Paul,
analysis here.
you admit, you got to agree with me, that there are
He doesn't have to agree with you.
circumstances
He's not
in
going
which
to.
low speed, very, very low speed contact between two cars can certainly leave damage on one and not damage on the other, damage on both, or no damage on either one. Observe.
Yes, I just said in that situation where the scratch on the side of her car
Right.
had a scratch mark and his doesn't appear to have anything.
And you said under questioning by Mr. Lally that certain circumstances like this could lead to a lens material, right, plastic material cracking, right?
Say again, like on least.
Just a few minutes ago.
You did say that.
Mr. Lally
I'm
asked-
trying to answer your question. Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a question a few minutes ago, and you indicated that something might show up on a bumper. Something might, like a taillight, might actually crack, correct? In a low speed impact.
The taillight might crack in a low speed impact?
Correct.
Yeah, it might crack.
Okay, now, Mr. Lally also said you saw this video where the cars come close to or make contact, right? That's how he worded the question. Remember that?
Come close. Yep.
Which one is it? Did it come close or did it make contact?
I said it might. I don't know if that scratch from the side is. It's something that's consistent with the height of the bumper. Like I said, I didn't measure them from side by side, but you can clearly see there's a scratch on the side, and that's something that looks like that would come back. So as I look at the bumper, and I see the bumper, and it has that little divot, and I look at her side of her car with that scratch mark, that kind of lines up a little bit of why that could be
kind of
where
lines
that was
up a
from.
little bit.
I thought you said there was no damage on that car, on the Traverse.
There is no damage, and that's why I went to why there's two different
That's why I went to the Lexus.
materials there. That why one could have showed up on her car because it's that flat, the glossy paint on there, and it could have scratched on it. While you have something that's a little more rougher texture with like a flat, flat color on there that wouldn't leave on there.
So you just described the circumstance in which two cars come in contact. You don't see any observable damage on one, and you do on the other. That's what
I just
described, right?
I suggested that when you asked me that a second ago.
Yeah. With regard to the video, let's get back to the question that I asked, which was, in that video, did the SUV come close to, or did it come in contact with the Traverse?
Again, I don't know because I'm saying based off the damage that is something consistent with that. So most likely it did come in contact with the bumper to bumper, but I don't know definitively because there is no damage to his car, but it's something that could explain why there's a scratch mark alongside the right rear side of his car, or her car.
Did you see the tire move?
He said it's most likely contact bumper to bumper.
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
I beg your pardon?
I didn't see it move.
He said he didn't see it move.
If I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I don't really know. It's been a little while.
Well, I don't know what a little while means.
Like a year ago, I think.
What?
So you saw that video a year ago. Did you put anything about that video in your report?
Oh, probably not. He wasn't asked to. He wasn't asked to at all. He's being asked about this fresh. Alan, the reason we're on this voir dire is because he's being asked about this. He was never asked to evaluate it prior. Lally's throwing this up here now. That's why we're here.
Car's report about watching that video.
No, because I watched the video like after the report was done, and I watched it first time on court TV. So
who on court TV
What?
during this trial?
Like
Prior hearing.
No, when it was on TV at some point.
When did you and Mr. Lally have a discussion about you testifying about this video?
What?
That was a couple weeks ago?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
A couple of weeks ago?
What's a couple of weeks ago? Is it 10 days ago?
Days ago? 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? Couple? Two?
Where did you two meet?
At the DA's office.
Was that at your request or was that at Mr. Lally's request?
It was a pre-conference hearing, or pre-trial hearing.
Right. Well,
Or pre-trial conference, sorry.
Done?
So, yes.
We're talking over each other.
Well, shout out to
Try not
Court
talk
TV.
over each other.
I'm trying not either.
Let's both try harder.
Okay.
Who set up the meeting?
From my pre-trial,
Yes.
okay.
Paul.
Adam Lally.
Who was at the meeting?
Everybody sitting right here, Lieutenant Tolley.
Them.
Lieutenant Tully, you, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin. I'm guessing Miss Gilman was not there.
She was not there, correct.
Did Mr. Lally show you this video at that meeting?
Pre-trial
Yes.
conferences
Did he tell you that he intended to ask you some
normal.
questions about this video at that meeting?
Yes.
Did he ask you whether or not you could render an opinion as to whether or not the impact
Oh, did you not
saw
make a
or lack
report?
thereof, whatever the case may be, was consistent or inconsistent with damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you would give him such opinion if called upon at trial?
Oh, shit.
Yes.
You're
Did
in
anybody
danger,
take any
dude.
notes?
Danger, danger, danger,
I don't know.
Are you
danger.
taking notes?
Oh, dear.
Yes.
Where are those notes, Mr. Paul?
I think I just, well, no, it's not on this specifically, but just.
Danger, Trooper Proctor. You're not Proctor. I have forgotten your Jesus. Paul. It's the P's. Danger, Trooper Paul. If you are an expert witness and you are going to render an additional expert opinion, you are required to disclose that shit. Bruh. And it seems that you didn't. So the non-disclosure is going to be a huge fucking problem. And I imagine that the court is going to keep this testimony out because this is a very big issue. Because Lally's like, hey, can you testify about this? And he's like, yeah, sure, bro. And it never got written up and disclosed to the defense. So I think the court should keep it out. That's it.
Make sure I
done.
My everything checks and balance. And for what I want to talk about, what we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had what?
My checks and balances. Sorry.
Checks and balances.
Just make sure I'm more on the same page of what we understand what's going on in the trial.
You want to?
It's getting worse. How did it get worse? It's getting fucking worse. It's worse. We wanted to make sure we had our checks and balances. Listen to this answer.
Were you taking notes?
Yes.
Where are those notes, Trooper Paul?
I think notes not on this specifically, but just, make sure I had, my everything checks and balance. And for what I want to talk about, what we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had what?
My checks and balances. Sorry.
Checks and balances.
Just make sure I'm more on the same page of what we understand what's going on in the trial.
You want to make sure that you're on the same page with Mr. Lally about what's going on in the trial.
Yes.
All right. Did Mr. Lally take notes?
I have no idea.
You were watching him. I mean, was he writing something down?
I wasn't paying attention to his note taking.
Miss McLaughlin was there. Was she taking notes?
I don't know.
Oh, boy.
You didn't see her either?
I don't know if people were taking notes, writing stuff down, or what they're writing stuff down in relation to our little conference.
Did you give him an opinion?
Conference.
We've asked whether or not you were asked to give an opinion, and you said, yes, 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 I was.
Yep.
Did you give an opinion at that meeting about whether or not you believe, in your opinion, the contact between the SUV and the Traverse, the Lexus and the Traverse, could
I can't write
result
fast
in
enough.
damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Wow.
What did you tell him in the meeting?
What we talked about already in the stand here.
Shit.
Okay. So what you related to him was exactly what you've relayed in this court.
Yes.
All right. And he told you that he was going to ask, I'm going to ask you to look at the video.
Even the judge's sign.
Correct?
Yes.
You're going to be asked a series of questions about that video, correct?
He told me the video and he said, okay, this is the video. This is what they think the taillight was broken. And these are the pictures of his car that they take. So
To this witness's credit, chat, to this witness's credit, I think this witness is being truthful. I think this witness doesn't understand why this is a problem, but I think this witness is being truthful. And he's like, no, this is what happened at the meeting. This is what was going on. I think it's a big fucking problem, but I do think he's being truthful with what happened at the meeting, and he's just letting all of it in. I'm really glad they're voir diring on it because none of this should be allowed in. But I think he is being honest about this is what happened at the meeting. I don't think he knows it's a problem. Lally has to know it's a fucking problem.
they asked my opinion on, do you think that's where a taillight would be broken?
And he told you, you need to make sure that you tell the jurors that couldn't have happened in this impact, right?
He didn't tell me I'd make sure jurors, that's my opinion on, it doesn't appear to happen in that video.
Did he tell you that it would be helpful to the prosecution if you said that it would be,
I don't think Lally directed his opinion. I think Lally asked him, do you have an opinion? And he's like, that couldn't have happened from that. But that had to be disclosed to the defense. I don't think Lally said, you need to tell them. I think Lally truly did say, the defense is saying this is the taillight, where the taillight was broken. Do you think this is where the taillight was broken? And he's saying, no, I don't think this is where the taillight is broken, and this is why. But that has to be disclosed. And that is a huge problem.
It was inconsistent with the taillight breaking.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Voir dire,
Did
Lally.
he tell you it would be helpful to the case if you said that?
No.
But you knew it would be, right?
I'm just stating what I saw, my professional opinion on what it is.
Got it.
If it looked like it was consistent, I would say it's consistent. If it wasn't consistent, it's not consistent. I'm not going to.
I'm sure that's what you would say.
Okay, so comments are not
Rude.
appropriate for the jury.
That's rude.
They're also not very good for me, Mr. Jackson.
Understood, Your Honor.
That was, I think this witness doesn't realize what a big mess Lally has created. Lally needed to disclose this expert opinion. I don't think this witness is lying. Some of you may very well disagree with me, which is completely fair. I think Lally said the defense is saying this is how the taillight gets broken. What do you think? We'll see. But it's a huge issue. Huge issue.
Did you formalize your new opinion? Because this is a new opinion, right? You've never been asked this opinion before.
Yes.
Did you formalize this new opinion?
That's
in
a
any kind of
problem.
report or memorialize it in any way?
No.
That's a problem.
Did Mr. Lally ask you to create a report of some sort that you could then turn over to the defense so that we would know that you have a new opinion that you're going to
This is a
testify
huge
about?
problem.
No.
Did you save those notes
Yeah.
you took about making
Lally,
sure that
you
on the same
fucked up,
page, Mr.
dude.
Lally?
What are you doing?
Yeah, I saved mine.
Where are they?
They're my report.
What
Are they your
report?
reports?
Yeah, as I was writing a report, I just kind of like highlighted stuff that I want to make sure I memorize and remember my report.
Okay. I'm talking about notes specifically about
This ring video.
this video, seeing this video and rendering a new opinion about this video.
No, I didn't have notes specifically about this video. I didn't write anything down saying I must do this on this video.
Your wires are crossed.
Did you write anything down about the new opinion that you had come up with related to this video?
No, I did not.
I'm just moving on.
I'm going to zoom because I am bumping up against my own time.
Lally in that meeting was, and your opinion ultimately that you imparted to Mr. Lally in that meeting was that the car did not move and the snow did not move, correct?
Correct.
And that bump didn't cause the damage to the taillight. There is additional opinion there.
I think that's all I have.
All right. Did you want to follow up at all, Mr.
Oh,
Lally?
fucking hell.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, Trooper,
Yeah.
you are all set for today. We will
Yep.
see you Monday morning.
Thank you.
Okay?
This, Matt asked, is this grounds for a mistrial? No. This is voir dire outside the presence of the jury. This is the point of voir dire. The point of voir dire is to determine whether this witness can testify to what the prosecution is seeking to admit. And so this is all outside the presence of the jury. And the court can then decide if this witness will be allowed to render that opinion. I think the answer must be no, based on there's no disclosure on it at all. That's not his fault that it's not disclosed. That's Lally's fault that it's not disclosed. It's Lally's job to be like, okay, I've asked you for this information. You need to write up a report and we need to disclose this to the defense. Jackson looks pissed.
So
Of course
you're
he
moving
is.
to exclude this. I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, it's very clear.
The court's already on Jackson's side. Did you hear her? You're moving to exclude. I'll hear you. The court's like, keep it brief.
That this is a blatant discovery violation.
Yeah.
Commonwealth has at least the obligation to provide us with any new opinions that any expert is going to testify to on direct examination. They've known about this witness for not months, for a year, for a couple of years. They've known exactly what this witness has memorialized in his official report. They knew that the only thing that we had was the official report. They met with him 2 weeks ago. This has become a pattern of conduct by the Commonwealth over and over and over. We're finding these witnesses getting on the stand, finding out that there's been a sort of preemptive strike in some sort of a prep interview where they're coming up with new opinions, new conclusions, new facts. It happened with Jennifer McCabe. This new fact about coming up, going to Michael Lank's house. It happened with Officer Seraph, coming up with a new determination about what was said or not said at the scene that we had never heard before. That was also a prep session of some sort, or I believe it was. And then this witness, literally, it's not even like just, was it light out or was it dark out? This is a completely new opinion based on evidence that we presented both
In
in
opening, in their opening statement, right.
presented,
Yep.
variously throughout this trial. And this officer gets on the stand and now has a new central opinion about whether or not we're right.
Yep.
And that taillight lens could be correct.
Yep.
That's something that should have at least been reduced to writing. And
Yep.
even if it was reduced to writing, it should have been excluded.
100% agree.
Because it's a discovery violation.
It is a
It's late.
discovery violation.
We don't have time to prepare for it, and we're caught off guard. I used the word at sidebar ambush, and I know that rankles the court, and the court doesn't like it, but that's exactly what it feels like.
Well, that's been used both ways here, right? So it's a word, let's just take it out of here. Make your point, okay?
The court's like, this level of hyperbole is not helpful. This level of discovery disclosure isn't helpful, Your Honor. I don't think this is hyperbole. We just saw it happen in real time. I think there are times that probably both sides have overblown what the other side has done. This is not one of those times. The prosecution brought in this witness and said, the defense, I'm summarizing, the defense is saying this is when the taillight was shattered. Do you think that could have happened? And then they never disclosed that in their expert disclosures to the defense. That is a problem. He shouldn't be allowed to testify to it. That's it.
I'll see if I can come up with a synonym for it.
Well,
feel like
I understand your argument. So focus on, just continue where you were, but no comment with.
The court is like, can you just take it down a notch and finish? Because she's going to grant this motion. Can you just, shh, it's Friday.
Or I like ambush or don't like ambush. It's a word I've heard a lot on both sides.
I understand, Your Honor. My point is the evidence that now is being sought should never be presented in front of a jury.
Agreed.
We didn't have opportunity to get this in advance. This has, it's at least, very least, been in the Commonwealth's possession for weeks. He took notes about it. He now says, well, I didn't take notes about that specifically. I don't believe that as far as I can throw him. I think he did take notes about it. He was shown the video. He provided a new opinion. Mr. Lally knew that he was
apparently he saw it on court TV.
And then the first time he discloses this opinion is in front of the 16 jurors, 15 jurors.
15 jurors.
We would ask for its exclusion, Your Honor. And I'll submit.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yeah, what
Yes,
do
Your
you
Honor.
have to
as
say,
far as
dude?
the pattern, especially coming from counsel,
Pick your head up, look at the judge, and explain what the fuck just happened, Lally.
I simply find it laughable. As far as Officer Sarif, I think what counsel is referring to was testimony that was in his grand jury testimony.
We're not talking about Sarif.
He was crossed about whether or not it was in his report, but it was in his grand jury testimony. As far as Ms. McCabe is concerned, that was regarding reciprocal discovery that was given to the Commonwealth weeks into trial by the defendant. It was then shown to a witness, which is perfectly permissible. Counsel asked a question of Ms. McCabe on cross, and she was aware of the material based on the late disclosure of reciprocal discovery. So there's no violation there. As it relates to, and why I say laughable, Your Honor, is that I am still...
I don't like hearing you say laughable. Just
Understood.
Stick to what the arguments are. And
With respect to this
fucking
witness...
facts, Lally.
Quit the finger pointing, name calling.
Get him.
I don't like hearing you say laughable. Just
Understood.
stick to what the arguments are. And
With respect to this witness...
Hold on. Quit the finger pointing, name calling, things like that, please. I know it's been a long week. It's been a particularly long day, but just focus on what you want to argue to me.
And
She's like, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. She just told Jackson to stop it. Lally knew she was going to tell him to stop it and went into it anyway. Take away their coffee, Your Honor. We've seen that work in New Mexico.
I apologize to the court for that, Your Honor. With respect to this testimony, it's well within his realm as a crash reconstructionist.
No.
This is a witness who's responded to and investigated hundreds of crashes involving damage to vehicles. Simply making an observation of contact between two vehicles or purported contact between two vehicles on a video. The force is self-evident, and whether or not that force is sufficient to cause the damage that he observed, personally observed on the defendant's vehicle is well within his expertise.
You're trying to offer it as an expert opinion.
Permissible as far as for this witness to be able to testify to.
What about the non-disclosure?
Expert disclosure.
So showing this video and asking for an opinion. What about that?
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, what I would say is I did not show this video and ask this opinion. This is a video that actually the trooper mentioned to me that he had seen over the course of while the case was pending, probably over a year ago, that he had seen that video. What I showed him was the photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and asked whether or not he observed any damage consistent with the damage to the taillight observing or popping up on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Why wasn't that turned over?
Yeah.
In hindsight, it should have been, Your Honor.
Yeah, it should have been.
All right. So
Keep it
it's
out.
late. I'm not ruling here. I want to review everything. I would like, I'm not obviously taking any of the evidence home with me. I would like if it's possible for what your IT person did on the expanding, like he did this second time, maybe I missed it, but I didn't see the tire move this time.
I did.
So I'd like that. I'd like that video, and I would like, what's the exhibit number here?
It's Exhibit 6. Do you want just that video, Your Honor?
And the pictures of the cars, whatever was shown during this voir dire, I would like those emailed to me so that I can look at them this weekend while I'm deciding, or put them on a flash drive right now.
That's what I'm making.
I don't know if that matters to your ruling, Your Honor. This is about disclosure.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
We'll do a screen record and get it to the court by email. We can do that. I just need an hour once we get back to home base.
Okay. All right, Ms. Gilman, will you burn what you have for me before
Monday is going to be wild.
Your Honor, if I could, I just want to close one loop.
Okay.
What I was referring
Yeah, because the judge is focusing on what the evidence is, but this is about the disclosure. It clearly wasn't disclosed. And the prosecutor said in his argument, in hindsight, it should have been. Yep. That's easy. Yeah, it should have been, Mr. Lally. This expert cannot render this opinion. Have a good weekend, everybody. That's it.
to with Ms. McCabe, I want to make sure that this is clear because this has come up a couple of times.
For the record.
The only thing I was referring to, or what I was referring to, it's not the only thing, but what I was referring to with Ms. McCabe is after Ms. McCabe testified, days and days and days after she testified and she was excused as a witness, then we got the report from Lieutenant Tully about the new information that she disclosed on the witness stand. In other words, she was cross-examined about it, etc. And then after she testified and was cross-examined and gone, then we got a report that predated her testimony.
That's a problem.
In the possession of the Commonwealth, or at least in the possession of Lieutenant Tully. That's what I was talking about. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. We don't need to go into it any further.
Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Lally?
No.
All right. So I'll see you Monday morning.
Fucking hell.
All rise.
You are unmuted.
Happy Friday, everybody. I'm going to need to text my husband and tell him I'm going to be a few minutes late. Oh my God. Let's see if we can summarize this, shall we? Hold on. Chris, if you're watching, will you text Dr. B and let him know I am wrapping up and I'm going to be a few minutes late. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see if we can summarize today real quick, because we're going to need a Quick Bits on this. And if you have the Law Nerd app, you will get notified when Quick Bits is up, probably over the weekend for everyone. We're going to be trying to do some Father's Day things this weekend with Dr. B. So, wow. What a Friday. Well, Friday, day 25 started out with an extended morning where the court turned off the cameras at one point and a juror was excused. Multiple jurors were questioned. And we are now down to 15 jurors? Only 12 need to deliberate. Then we got through testimony of the accident reconstructionist as we came back after lunch. There are a lot of charts and graphs. It is somewhat difficult testimony to parse, and there are no dates. There are cycles of when the car turned on, but there are no dates. So the Commonwealth, it seems, is trying to connect the incident they believe happened at 34 Fairview to the cycles of when the car turned off and on and when Karen Reed was driving around versus when they were testing the car, showing that the car at one point did reverse up to 24.6 miles an hour. And the expert gave the opinion that the log data from the Lexus SUV was consistent with a pedestrian between a vehicle, with a collision between a vehicle and a pedestrian based on the deceleration of speed, the change in position of the steering wheel, and the fact that the depression on the accelerator was consistent even though there was a deceleration in speed. Those are the bases of his testimony. We have not gotten to cross-examination yet. Towards the end of the day, the Commonwealth started to ask this witness about the ring video footage from when the defendant backed out of the victim's garage and into the victim's vehicle. Then it went on voir dire, which means outside the presence of the jury. Both the Commonwealth and the defense questioned that witness about that video. The Commonwealth is seeking to elicit an opinion from their expert witness that the force and manner of, as he called it, the bump, I call it the bump, the force and the manner of the bump between the victim's car and defendant's car, plus the photos of damage or lack thereof to the victim's car, indicate that the bump between those two cars was not sufficient to cause the damage to the taillight, and that any bump between those cars happened between their bumpers, and there is a scratch on the defendant's bumper, no damage on the victim's car's bumper, and for the taillight to have been damaged, those bumpers would have needed to collapse more. On cross-examination of that voir dire, the defense got into, well, you didn't put the cars together. There's a lot of testing you didn't do. And then got into, when did the Commonwealth ask you to render this opinion? And it seems that it was a couple weeks ago that the Commonwealth had a meeting with this witness to prepare for trial, which is not uncommon. But that's when this witness was asked to render a new opinion as an accident reconstruction specialist. And when he was asked to render a new opinion, that was not memorialized or given to the defense, which is completely inappropriate. So the Commonwealth is trying to elicit a new expert testimony from their accident reconstructionist about the two cars, victims and defendants, and whether that caused the damage. The defense is saying this has absolutely not been disclosed. This is being ambushed. The judge is like, can you all take the hyperbole down and set it to both the defense and the prosecution? It's not helpful. And the defense said this should have been disclosed, and the Commonwealth agreed. In hindsight, it should have been at the end of their arguments to the court. What does this mean? Well, I think when the judge rules on Monday, this will be kept out because it was not disclosed. I think that is the appropriate ruling to keep this out. It was not disclosed to the defense. I don't think cross-examining on it will be enough. I don't think it will be helpful at this point because, again, if the defense tries to get their expert, who will be voir dired on Tuesday, to rebut it, then that has to be disclosed to the state. Like, the defense hasn't had time to prepare this with a defense accident reconstructionist, and that reconstructionist seems to come from the federal investigation, not hired by the defense. So this has created an absolute mess. The court can choose to not allow this witness to testify to that opinion because it wasn't disclosed. The court asked for a bunch more evidence and said that they wanted to review that evidence over the weekend before making a ruling. The evidence isn't going to clear up the issue of the disclosure, though, and I think that reason alone, you keep it out. Jackson was pissed. And it's interesting enough, this witness said the first time that he saw that ring footage was from court TV sometime before this started trial. These attorneys are not happy, and the cross-examination of this expert is going to be fiery on Monday because this expert was pushing back on most of the things Jackson said. So with all of that, I am going to try to get to the barest of minimum questions because I have also got to zoom. Carol in the chat said, could the scratches have already been on Karen Reed's car prior to this evening? Yes, they could have. The only thing we know is that the taillight damage came from the night of the 29th because Karen Reed said it to a number of different people, including to law enforcement. So no, we don't know anything else other than the taillight damage came from the 29th. That's what she said. So what a wild, wild day. I'm going to try to get to just a few things, and then I have got to zoom for an appointment. And we know the schedule for next week. The schedule for next week, we are going to be off on Juneteenth, which is Wednesday, a federal holiday. They are going to do voir dire all day. I will clarify if that's going to be streamed. It should be streamed. So voir dire all day on Tuesday outside the presence of the jury, full day Monday, and we'll go there. So I will be recording the podcast with the members at some point. I just don't know when. So we will see what happened. Let's see. This could have been code red. I was just so engrossed in it that I didn't want to pause to go to code red, but yes, it's fuckery and we'll see. So would we have to strike all his prior testimony? Tracy, no. It will just not be allowing this new opinion in. The other opinion's been disclosed. The opinion that this was a vehicle versus pedestrian and that John O'Keefe's injuries are consistent with that and the damage to Karen Reed's car is consistent with that. All those opinions can stay in, but the rest of it cannot. So that is a discovery violation. Is that a Brady violation? It's not exculpatory evidence. It's a discovery violation. Jackson is a pit bull. Yes, he is. And he's pissed. And of course he's pissed because he feels that the state is ambushing them. And the court's like, I don't like that word. And then the Commonwealth said, well, this is, what did he say? Laughable. And the court's like, stop it right now. The court's just like, children, just give me the arguments you need to give me and stop pointing fucking fingers at one another. Music to My Soul said, why aren't the jurors seated behind a two-way mirror to protect their identities? Because the lawyers have to be able to see them. If the court interviews jurors, they could do it in chambers. That's true. Yes, they could. Jurors can be interviewed in chambers, and a lot of courts choose to do it that way or in the back hallway or wherever. The setup of this courtroom is a little awkward, and it really depends on the court reporter. Court reporters with the physical steno machine will just pick them up and take them into chambers. With the typing machine, I don't know if it's as easy to move this reporter's steno machine. So there's a lot of reasons why we might not be able to do that in this case. But this court layout is weird, and chambers might not be close enough to do that quickly. But I think this court had dealt with jurors coming in and out of court easily in the past because the bailiffs had just announced like jury in, jury out. And I think that that's the way to handle it because the cameras have been really respectful. Court TV wants their cameras to be in court, just like the rest of us want Court TV's cameras to be in court. Douglas says she is mad at the prosecutor. Yeah, she is. And I think after a long day, I think the judge could have ruled from the bench on this. She doesn't tend to do that. I think after a long day, it's appropriate that the judge takes a step away and takes a breath and then decides. But I ultimately think that the judge's only option in this is to keep that expert opinion out as to the new opinion. I think that's really her only option. So is it a problem that the trooper doesn't know it's a problem? Kit Kat, not really. Troopers, especially experts, don't always know exactly what needs to be done. It's really up to the lawyers to say, okay, we're going to testify to this. I need you to put that in a report, and I need you to get me that report ASAP. I need to turn it over to the defense. The prosecutor has to do that. So that is on them. The trooper, I think, was being very honest in his answers at the end of the day, saying that this is the meeting, this is what they asked. I think he was being very candid about that outside the presence of the jury. So not that I think he was being untruthful about other things. I don't always agree with the way he came to his decisions, but I think he was really, truly being earnest about the Commonwealth asked me this. And I think that's what Lally asked. Lally's discovery violation means he doesn't get that witness testimony in. So the judge not seeing it move this time, how does that even matter? It doesn't, but the judge wants to see it. Casey Cat said, I'm going to binge Bridgerton this weekend. Me too. But the issue's on Lally. And Lally should have help in this case. I don't know how the setup is happening with the DA's office, but Lally should have help to get this done so that things don't get overlooked. It's a lot of work, but you don't get to make errors when you're the state. And if you need help, you need to ask for it. Powell said, what are the consequences for the DA that the evidence gets kept out? That the evidence gets kept out. That's the response. And I think that's the appropriate response here. I'd be surprised if the judge doesn't keep it out. And I really think it's the only way I really think it's the only remedy for the discovery violation is to keep it out. So I think it's fair that the judge takes a breath over the weekend. It's been a very long day. I feel it. You probably feel it. I'm just like, I feel it too. So Lawnards, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnard. go ahead and get the Law Nerd app, do the YouTube things. I keep forgetting to say it, but do the YouTube things. Get the Law Nerd app so I can keep you on the loop. I will be back Monday. Members, we will be recording podcast, I don't know when, at some point, and figuring it out. Even though there's no court on Wednesday, we'll be dropping a new podcast on Wednesday. I'm going to put a poll up in the members area. I think maybe we need to talk about the young thug lawyer getting arrested situation. Court has fucking popped off this week. It's not even a full moon. Like, what is happening in court this week? What a fucking week. Law nerds, look, I just think we need to give ourselves a minute. We made it. Law nerds, we did it. We got through this week. We made it to Friday. Well done us. What a crazy week in court. This case is going to go well into VidCon. Great. But next Friday's a half day, so maybe we'll be able to cover court and a little bit of Baldwin, and I'll be able to get to Dave on time. That's what we need for next Friday. I've got travel next week, so stay in the loop on the Law Nerd app because it's going to be a busy one. Law Nerds, you're the best chat on the interwebs. I appreciate you. You guys have a good weekend, all right? I'll see you soon. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.